Chapter 1224. The heaven-battling Union cultivator waved the fan in his hand and summoned an imposing wind dragon. Accompanied by a loud dragon roar, this wind dragon instantly crossed a distance of several hundred meters and rushed towards the other cultivator who was standing foolishly in a corner of the mountain valley, his face flushed red. It was unknown which great force this cultivator came from, but he seemed to have been sneakily doing something. Originally, this cultivator thought that everyone was immersed in their own comprehension, so it was a good opportunity to sneak in and attack. On top of that, he had some knowledge of spirit arrays, so he had been wondering if he could arrange a spirit array near this mountain valley so that when the red candle fruit matured, he would have a layer of protection. But how could he have known that there were still people here who were not comprehending their own spirit array and were constantly on guard? As soon as he took action, he was immediately seen through by one of the heaven-battling Union cultivators. This roar awakened most of the cultivator, and in front of everyone's eyes, the cultivator who had been trying to sneak in blushed, but before he had time to explain himself, the huge wind dragon had already arrived in front of him. This wind dragon's body was completely composed of sharp wind blades and it opened its mouth, releasing a murderous aura as it attempted to swallow him whole. This cultivator was not a mediocre cultivator. If he had not used enough means, it would have been impossible for him to break into the third layer. Raising his hand, he sent out a red beam of light that poured into the wind dragon's mouth and at the same time flew backwards in horror. With a bang, the crimson light directly exploded in the belly of the wind dragon, bursting out with unimaginable power. The crimson light sputtered in all directions, and the wind dragon's seemingly corporeal body blurred for a moment before collapsing. You dare fight back? On the heaven-battling Union side, Chu Changfeng stood up and grinned as he stretched out his hand to grab the cultivator from afar. An invisible force suddenly bound the cultivator, making it impossible for him to retreat. Seeing this, the heaven-battling Union cultivator controlling the wind dragon artifact grinned meaningfully and waved his fan again, summoning another wind dragon that rushed towards the cultivator who was arranging the spirit array and swallowed him whole. A pitiful scream rang out. Although the person who had set up the spirit array was also a third-order Saint King, under the joint attack of Chu Changfeng and his fellow sect master, he was unable to put up any resistance. After struggling for a moment, he was cut to pieces by the countless wind blades from the wind dragon. The smell of blood filled the air, and severed limbs and flesh were all over the ground. After Chu Changfeng and his fellow sect brothers killed one of them, they immediately turned their gazes towards a certain mountain, their eyes filled with malice. At the top of the mountain, 3 Saint King realm cultivators stood there with ugly expressions. One of them, who seemed to be the leader, stepped forward and shouted, Chu Changfeng, what are you doing? Even if my Flame Shield Union's disciple did something wrong, it's not up to you to kill him. Do you want to provoke a dispute between Heaven Battling Union and Flame Shield Union? Heh, provoke a dispute? Chu Changfeng sneered, don't try to accuse this young master, you're not worthy. Why don't you ask if the others will agree to this junior brother of yours secretly setting up a formation here? The man who spoke turned his head and looked around, only to find that all the cultivators on the mountain were glaring at him, clearly not wanting to see him. His heart sank as he knew that his fellow sect master's actions had angered everyone. The red candle fruit was about to ripen, yet someone dared to secretly arrange a spirit array in order to gain the upper hand. How could they tolerate this? So even if Chu Changfeng's reputation was not good and his character was not good, at this moment, everyone was standing on his side. In other words, everyone was defending their own interests. After Chu Changfeng shouted, many of the cultivators on the mountain peak stood up, seemingly wanting to continue attacking. The faces of the 3 Flame Shield Union cultivators changed drastically, but they didn't dare to say anything, knowing that there was no place for them here. While hating Chu Changfeng's ruthlessness, they were also extremely annoyed. Just now, their fellow sect master had wanted to go out and arrange a spirit array after everyone had discussed and agreed. They all felt that this was a good opportunity to arrange a spirit array, but they hadn't expected to be seen through so quickly, causing them to be forced into a passive position. If they didn't leave now, they were likely to be killed. Thinking so, the Flame Shield Union disciple nodded and said, "Good, Chu Changfeng, I'll remember you. Killing my fellow sect master, I'll definitely get my revenge in the future. As for you accomplices, I'm afraid you'll suffer the same fate as us. Heh, I hope you'll take care of yourselves. Let's go." As he said this, he simply took his other two fellow disciples and left quickly without looking back. Seeing the other party act so decisively, Chu Changfeng was also a little surprised, but he wasn't stupid enough to chase after them. Leaving at this time wasn't a good opportunity. Just now, he and his junior brother had been able to instantly kill the other party's cultivators, but there were still 3 of them left. Wanting to kill all of them was a bit unrealistic. All of them were third-order Saint Kings, so even if there was a gap in strength between them, they weren't soft persimmons that could be easily pinched. With a sullen expression, Chu Changfeng swept his eyes around and declared proudly, "If anyone else dares to secretly play tricks, don't blame this Chu for being impolite. A precious treasure is about to appear. I hope everyone can abide by the rules and compete for it with their own strength, otherwise, don't blame this Chu for being ruthless." Just as he finished speaking, someone shouted loudly, "Young Master Chu, I just saw that guy secretly let something out. It seems like he's up to no good." "Who?" Chu Changfeng's expression went cold as he stared at the speaker. "Myriad Beast Mountain's people." The speaker didn't show the slightest fear as he pointed to the 5 cultivator atop one of the hills. The faces of these 5 people changed dramatically as they glared at the speaker with resentment, but this person clearly wanted to curry favor with Chu Changfeng, so how could he care about their threats? Instead, he shouted, "Although I didn't see what it was, it should be some kind of monster beast that specializes in concealment." Heh, Myriad Beast Mountain's people are all good at controlling monster beasts, everyone knows that. So that's how it is. Chu Changfeng nodded naturally before turning to the 5 Myriad Beast Mountain disciples and coldly asking, "What else do you have to say?" The leader of this group, a burly man, frowned and pondered for a while before suddenly laughing, "Young Master Chu, words alone are useless. Don't tell me you really believe this guy's words?" Obviously, he was confident in his methods and felt it was impossible for anyone to see through them, so he wasn't afraid of anything. As long as there was no evidence, how could Chu Changfeng force them to leave? However, now that things had developed to this point, everyone could see that Heaven Battling Union was planning to act ahead of schedule. Since they couldn't force people to kill for no reason, naturally they had to find some excuse. The Flame Shield Union disciple who had been killed before had deserved it. Who told him to run over and arrange a spirit array, causing him to lose his life? Even the other Flame Shield Union disciples had been implicated and driven away. Now, it was unknown whether these Myriad Beast Mountain disciples had really done something or if they had been framed, but no one spoke up for them. In this situation, the fewer people who remained here, the better. Most people held an attitude of indifference, allowing Chu Changfeng to act as he pleased, hoping he would drive more people out. Once there were fewer people here, it would be easier to compete for the red candle fruit. Listening to the burly man's words, Chu Changfeng frowned. Although he wanted to drive away these Myriad Beast Mountain disciples at all costs, without any evidence, acting rashly wasn't a good idea. Does young Master Chu think that just because Heaven Battling Union is strong, you can disregard the other great forces? If that's the case, this High will not agree. My Myriad Beast Mountain is not a place anyone can bully. As the burly man said this, his expression turned ruthless. Suddenly, fist-sized, pitch-black giant bees emerged from his body. The giant bees spread their wings and hummed incessantly. There were more than 30 of them, and each of them had a cold light flashing on their tails. The stingers on their tails were a few inches long, and they were pitch black. At first glance, one could tell that they were highly toxic, causing one's hair to stand on end. Not only that, the several cultivators around High Surnamed also released their own monster beast. Each of these monster beast was a rare species, each of them an 8th order monster beast. Each of them was born with some kind of mysterious killing technique. Circling or crawling, they gathered around the 5 myriad beast mountain disciples, their scarlet eyes staring around maliciously, waiting for their masters to give the order to attack. Bitter monarch bees. After seeing the 30 or so giant bees, Chu Changfeng's face changed dramatically, revealing a look of dread as he grit his teeth and said, "Good, good, good, no wonder you're so confident. It turns out you've brought a lot of Myriad Beast Mountain's giant bees with you. It seems Myriad Beast Mountain has put in a lot of effort this time." The burly man surnamed Hai heard this and grinned. "We've let young Master Chu see a joke. Myriad Beast Mountain disciples only know how to control Monster Beast. Entering this Lu Yen desert, how could they not bring some life-saving treasures? This Hai doesn't want to make things difficult for young Master Chu, but if young Master Chu doesn't have conclusive evidence, please don't embarrass this Hai any further. This Hai will be grateful." Although the bitter monarch bee had given Hai Shan some confidence, he didn't want to tear down all pretense of cordiality with Chu Changfeng here. At this time, he wanted to use some soft words to give both sides a way out of this situation, turning big problems into small ones and small ones into nothing. Chu Changfeng's brow furrowed. It seemed he didn't want to look for trouble anymore. There were more than 30 bitter monarch bees. If they really attacked, they would definitely suffer losses. But before he could speak, a chuckle suddenly rang out. "If you want evidence, it's very simple, just let me see it." Everyone turned towards the direction of the voice and saw Yin Su Dai standing up from the hill occupied by Colored Glass Sect, her charming face filled with a soul-stirring smile, her slender waist seemingly boneless, her jade white hand holding a small gray bead the size of a pigeon's egg. This bead looked ordinary, not at all precious. But when Chu Changfeng saw this bead, his eyes lit up and he couldn't help laughing. Chapter 12:25. On the other hand, the big man surnamed Hai from Myriad Beast Mountain exclaimed, "Form illuminating bead. Yin Su Dai, you crazy woman, you actually brought this thing here. Did you specifically target my Myriad Beast Mountain?" Yin Su Dai giggled again and said, "What is Big Brother Hai saying? Your Myriad Beast Mountain and my Colored Glass Sect are close neighbors, we live in harmony and are as close as brothers and sisters, how could I possibly target you? It's just that there are various barriers in this Lu Yen sand field, so I brought this bead here just in case. What's wrong? Why is Big Brother Hai so nervous? Could it be you really have some kind of secret?" Her voice was sweet and clear, but when it reached the ears of the big man surnamed Hai, it caused him to feel a chill run down his spine. Yin Su Dai didn't wait for the big man surnamed Hai to say anything and simply spat out a mouthful of fragrance onto the gray bead. The gray bead immediately burst into a dazzling light, and wherever this light shone, it seemed to contain some kind of incredible divine technique. Everyone couldn't help feeling as if they were unable to conceal their auras, causing them to feel a sense of dread. Under the valley full of dead trees, a centipede-like figure several meters long appeared, quietly lurking a few dozen meters below the ground, wriggling about, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. As the light shone down on the valley, even though this centipede-like monster beast had been hiding perfectly, it couldn't help revealing some flaws at this moment. Seeing this, Chu Changfeng shouted, "Red Line Iron Centipede. What else do you have to say now?" After recognizing the gray bead in Yin Su Dai's hand, the burly man surnamed Hai knew that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. With a quick thought, he took back the red line iron puppet he had hidden underground, his face flushing red as he ignored Chu Changfeng and glared towards Yin Su Dai with a venomous look. The scene instantly became tense, as if a fight could break out at any moment. Kacha. The sound of electric arcs flashing was extremely ear-piercing in this tense atmosphere. Looking in the direction of the source of the sound, Hai felt a chill in his heart. He had originally planned to rely on the powerful monster beast brought by his brother and the others to forcefully stay here. But now, he had no choice but to dispel this idea. Because the one who made the sound of lightning arcs exploding was actually Fang Tianzhong of Thunder Typhoon Sect. He slowly got up and looked towards Myriad Beast Mountain indifferently. Although he didn't say anything, everyone understood what he meant. Fang Tianzhong was obviously quite dissatisfied with the other party's sneaky tricks, so he joined forces with Chu Changfeng this time. Yin Su Dai had already made her attitude clear, so Hai Shan knew that if he insisted on remaining, he would become enemies with these three powerful sect elites. The monster beast he had brought with him was definitely not enough to cope with such a situation. His face becoming gloomy to the extreme, Hai Shan didn't say anything, simply taking a deep breath and taking back the 30 or so bitter monarch bees that had been flying around him. He then led his fellow sect members down the mountain and quickly left. After the people from Flame Shield Union were driven away, the 5 people from Myriad Beast Mountain also suffered the same fate. Sure enough, the words of the Flame Shield Union cultivator before he left were confirmed. Neither of these two forces was weak, but after committing such an outrageous act, they didn't dare remain. The red candle fruit was indeed precious, but their lives were naturally more important. After forcing the people from Myriad Beast Mountain to retreat, Yin Su Dai's mood was the most wonderful. Her charming smile was like a blooming peony, exuding a soul-sucking power, causing many male cultivator who caught a glimpse of her to feel greatly moved, all of them wishing they could rush forward to embrace her in their arms and savor her beauty. Myriad Beast Mountain and Colored Glass sect were close neighbors, so naturally, there was no shortage of battles between them. This time, Yin Su Dai had brought the form-revealing bead because she was worried that the people from Myriad Beast Mountain would use the monster beast to conceal themselves, but she hadn't used it until now it had come in handy. After reporting this matter to her honored master, she should be able to receive praise, right? Yin Su Dai thought so, intentionally or unintentionally glancing towards Dai Yuan, but seeing that the other party had not opened her eyes and was immersed in her own comprehension, Yin Su Dai couldn't help feeling a bit bored. At that moment, Yang Kai suddenly let out a muffled groan and his face turned pale, as if he had suffered some kind of injury. Around the mountain valley, all was quiet, with many cultivators' eyes darting left and right, and some of them even holding their breaths. None of them dared to speak loudly. Even the sound of their breathing was suppressed to the extreme, so Yang Kai's groan was extremely abrupt and immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Wei Guchang, on the other hand, asked with concern, "Brother Yang, what happened?" Yang Kai's pale face gradually returned to normal as he smiled lightly. "It's nothing, I just made a small mistake in my comprehension and was almost injured." Oh, although Wei Guchang still felt a little strange after hearing this, he didn't ask any more questions. Even if he made a mistake in his comprehension, he shouldn't have been injured. Not only was Wei Guchang puzzled, but even Dong Xianer and Dai Yuan were also puzzled. Dai Yuan, who had not opened her eyes all this time, even turned to look at Yang Kai. "Brother Wei, is everything all right on your side?" Chu Changfeng asked coldly. Just now, he had been showing off his strength, but Yang Kai's groan had interrupted him. Whether this First-Order Saint King cultivator had done so intentionally or not, Chu Changfeng was still very unhappy, so naturally his tone wasn't very good. What's more, he didn't like Yang Kai to begin with. He didn't know why, but every time he saw this guy, Chu Changfeng would feel a belly full of anger. It just so happened that Yang Kai often ran into him, and Chu Changfeng couldn't help wondering what kind of skill this guy possessed to be able to break into the third layer with such a low cultivation. "It's nothing, Brother Chu can continue," Wei Guchang grinned and said meaningfully. Chu Changfeng's face sank as he shot a deep look towards Wei Guchang, but tactfully didn't try to find trouble with him. Instead, he crossed his arms behind his back and stood atop his own mountain, loudly declaring, "Fire Shield Union and Myriad Beast Mountain only have themselves to blame." This Chu just said that he hopes everyone will abide by the rules and not try to tamper with the red candle fruit before it fully matures. Once the red candle fruit is ripe, everyone can compete for it. This Chu also believes that those two forces aren't the only ones who have tried to tamper with the red candle fruit. Heh, if any of you want to do so, please leave now, otherwise, when this Chu finds out who you are, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Hearing this, many people's expressions changed, realizing that they had underestimated Chu Changfeng's appetite. Previously, when he chased away the people from the Fire Shield Union and the 10,000 Beast Mountain, there was more or less a reason. He stood on everyone's side, and could be considered to be working for everyone's benefit. But now, when he said these words, there was something wrong. This guy clearly wanted to chase them away boldly. Thinking so, many of the forces who didn't have the confidence to remain turned their eyes to Thunder Typhoon sect, wanting to see how Fang Tianzhong would react. Everyone knew that Fang Tianzhong and Chu Changfeng didn't get along. Every time the two of them met, they were like fire and water. Just now, Fang Tianzhong and Chu Changfeng had joined forces once, but that didn't mean they would do so again. Perhaps Fang Tianzhong would put on a show against Chu Changfeng this time, and if that happened, they could fish in troubled waters. However, after seeing this scene, everyone's hearts sank. Fang Tianzhong was actually sitting there with his eyes closed, completely ignoring Chu Changfeng's domineering and arrogant actions. What did this mean? This clearly meant that Fang Tianzhong had secretly reached an agreement with Chu Changfeng, so he was simply ignoring the current situation. On second thought, many people shook their heads and smiled bitterly. There really was no such thing as an eternal enemy in this world, only eternal interests. For the red candle fruit, even Fang Tianzhong and Chu Changfeng had temporarily joined forces, so how could there be room for them to survive? For a time, several forces with only 2 or 3 cultivators left the mountain with gloomy looks on their faces. They believed that even if they insisted on staying, Chu Changfeng would find an excuse to drive them away. When that time came, there would be absolutely no benefit to them, so it was better to leave now and at least escape unscathed. Sure enough, some great forces couldn't stand Chu Changfeng's approach and insisted on staying, but they were all framed and slandered. This time, Chu Changfeng didn't ask any questions and simply took action, expelling several more great forces in a fit of murderous intent. When he dealt with Myriad Beast Mountain before, he had to look for evidence because he was afraid of the bitter monarch bees, but against others, he didn't have such scruples. Since his fists were bigger, he had reason. When Chu Changfeng showed his power, only the cultivators from the dozen or so forces remained calm, not showing the slightest concern, simply watching the scene in front of them with indifferent eyes, neither showing any intention of intervening, nor trying to stop it. Because everyone knew that if Chu Changfeng did this, he would more or less gain some benefits while Heaven Battling Union would have to bear the bad reputation. In any case, Heaven Battling Union had too many debts to worry about, so why not do it? Chu Changfeng cut the Gordian knot and drove away the originally bustling mountain valley. At least 70% of the forces who had come here were driven away by him. The remaining dozen or so forces each occupied a mountain. It wasn't that Chu Changfeng didn't want to drive them away, but because these forces weren't weak, he didn't dare to frame them casually. After some commotion, the scene quieted down again as the second red sun gradually approached its zenith. Yang Kai, on the other hand, stared at the back of a figure walking away with a cold expression. The cultivator who was walking away was the one Dai Yuan had just mentioned, Lu Yi of Flowing Cloud Valley. Yang Kai had long felt murderous intent and malice from the other party, but he had never expected that the other party would dare to attack him in front of so many people. What's more, the other party's methods were so profound that even he had failed to notice. When In Su Dai had used the form illumination bead before, Yang Kai had opened his eyes out of curiosity, wanting to see what was so special about this form illumination bead that even the big man from Myriad Beast Mountain was so afraid of it. But unexpectedly, when the light from the form illumination bead was released, he vaguely saw an abnormal energy not far in front of him that was spreading towards him. The source of this energy was none other than Lu Yi. Chapter 12:26. This was a wisp of spiritual energy that had been perfectly concealed. Even with Yang Kai's powerful divine sense, he hadn't been able to detect it when it approached him. If it weren't for a freak combination of factors and the help of the form-revealing bead, Yang Kai would likely have been ambushed. The moment he detected this spiritual energy, Yang Kai immediately counterattacked. What surprised him though was that his opponent's divine sense cultivation was not inferior to his own. After the invisible collision between their divine senses, Yang Kai suffered a slight loss while his opponent didn't fare much better. However, after this incident, Lu Yi immediately withdrew his divine sense and pretended that nothing had happened. On the other hand, Yang Kai's grunt attracted everyone's attention. After Chu Changfeng began driving people away, Lu Ye's expression became gloomy. After many cultivators from other forces were driven away, he had no choice but to take the initiative to leave. After all, he was the only cultivator from Flowing Cloud Valley who had come here. Chu Changfeng didn't put Flowing Cloud Valley in his eyes, so if he didn't leave, he would only be asking for trouble. There's something wrong with this Lu Yi. Yang Kai couldn't help thinking that if he hadn't obtained the soul-warming lotus by chance a few years ago, it would have been impossible for him to possess such a powerful spiritual energy. But how many supreme treasures like the soul-warming lotus could there be in this world? Even if there were other soul-warming lotuses, it would be impossible for them to be in the hands of a cultivator like Lu Yi. Lu Ye's divine sense cultivation was actually not inferior to his own, which was quite strange. Flowing Cloud Valley's forces weren't very strong and could only be considered mid-tier on Shadowed Star. It was impossible for the sect to possess a secret art that could temper one's soul, so how did this Lu Yi cultivate his spiritual energy to such a degree? Back in the stalactite cave, Yang Kai hadn't noticed anything special about this Lu Yi. He was just an ordinary third-order Saint King cultivator. Later, when he was soaking in the soul-cleansing divine water, Lu Yi had also entered, but the benefits he obtained weren't enough to cause such a drastic change. Such a powerful enemy had appeared out of nowhere, causing Yang Kai to feel extremely depressed. He didn't even know how he had provoked the other party. Yang Kai had to find an opportunity to kill him. Regardless of whether the other party's targeting him was a misunderstanding or not, being targeted by such a person was unsettling. With all kinds of thoughts intertwining in his mind, Yang Kai quickly made up his mind and let out a sigh of relief, no longer thinking about Lu Yi, instead closing his eyes and continuing to meditate. The second of the red sun rose up the divine water flower red's fruit's fragrances, and the various mysteries of this fruit fragrance. To Yang Kai, to Yang Kai. Yang Kai was still immersed in his own comprehension of Saint Chi control. He knew that using the fragrance of a world treasure like the red candle fruit would only allow him to comprehend it for a short period of time, so he didn't plan on comprehending the space principles at all. As long as he could comprehend how to control his Saint Chi in just 2 or 3 days, it would definitely be worth it. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of choice the others would make, but he believed he had made the right choice. When the second red sun rose to the middle of the sky and stopped moving, a layer of dark red energy spread out in the valley. The many masters who had experienced this situation twice naturally didn't care about it, but they still couldn't hide the excitement in their hearts and expressions. The appearance of this dark red energy meant that the third red sun was about to rise, creating a spectacle of 3 suns, which also meant that the red candle fruit was about to truly mature. Many impatient and unstable cultivators were disturbed by this and were no longer able to meditate calmly or comprehend anything. Instead, they opened their eyes one after another and stared at all the movements in the mountain valley, unwilling to miss a single thing. The dark red energy suddenly appeared and the earth trembled slightly. Soon, this energy erupted and spread out in all directions, causing the fruit fragrance in the air to become even stronger. The third red sun slowly rose in front of everyone's eyes, living up to expectations. A slight uproar sounded as traces of Saint Chi surged, some people seemingly unable to wait to rush down. Seeing this, Li Yunan of Medicine Pill sect kept wiping the sweat from his forehead and shouted, "Everyone, don't be impulsive. The 3 suns rising spectacle has not yet formed and the red candle fruit has not yet surfaced. Now is not the time to fight. Once we interfere with the ripening of the red candle fruit, even 10,000 deaths won't be enough to atone for our sins." Li Yunan knew the secrets of the red candle fruit and the signs before it matured better than anyone present, so naturally, he was duty-bound to warn everyone. At the same time, Li Yunan cursed in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that he was worried these people wouldn't be able to hold themselves back and would really interfere with the ripening of the red candle fruit, Li Yunan wouldn't have bothered to say such things. What did these people fighting to the death have to do with him? If they all died, his medicine pill sect would be able to monopolize this heaven-defying spirit fruit. After listening to Li Yunan's words, many people glanced at him coldly, remaining indifferent. Those who needed to be vigilant still remained vigilant, and those who needed to condense their Saint Qi continued to do so. On the other side of Shadow Moon Hall, Wei Guchang narrowed his eyes and secretly felt that there was still some time before he closed his eyes again and continued to comprehend the red candle fruit, not acting too aggressively. As time passed, the atmosphere near the small mountain valley became more and more tense. When the third red sun rose halfway, many of the cultivator who had been meditating finally couldn't hold back and stood up to pay close attention to the movement of the red sun. Not only the ordinary cultivator, but also the famous rising stars such as Wei Guchang, Chu Changfeng, Fang Tianzhong, Yin Su Dai, Tang Yongyi, Chu Minghai, no one could continue to maintain their previous indifference. While paying attention to the height of the red sun, these people whispered to the people around them, their expressions solemn. Junior brother Yang is still trying to comprehend. Dai Yuan's beautiful eyes flashed a look of surprise as she stared at Yang Kai, who was sitting motionless but whose Saint Qi was surging fiercely. Yang Kai was clearly at the most critical juncture of his comprehension and didn't even bother to pay attention to the ripening of the red candle fruit. It seems that big brother Yang's harvest this time is not small. Wei Guchang smiled bitterly, feeling a little envious of Yang Kai. He had also been meditating for a day or two, but because he had to check the situation of the red candle fruit from time to time, he hadn't been able to comprehend anything substantial. Although there were some benefits, they were still far from what Yang Kai was experiencing. There's another person who is also comprehending. Dong Xianer cast her beautiful eyes towards another mountain. Atop it, the indifferent young man from Star Emperor sect was in the same situation as Yang Kai, both of them sitting cross-legged with calm expressions, but the Saint Qi in their bodies was surging fiercely. I'm afraid this is the gap between us and them, Wei Guchang muttered to himself. Wei Guchang muttered to himself. He was a heaven-defying genius who had become famous early on and was known as the most dazzling star of Shadow Moon Hall, sharing the same fame as Fang Tianzhong, Chu Changfeng, and the others, so he had never felt he was worse than others. But after seeing the various methods Yang Kai displayed, he faintly realized his shortcomings. Now, in addition to Yang Kai, another disciple from Star Emperor sect had appeared, causing Wei Guchang to inexplicably feel a sense of crisis. He knew that if he didn't work hard, there would be no place for him on Shadowed Star in the future. Throughout the mountain valley, dozens of cultivator were standing on top of the mountain, paying close attention to the third red sun. As a result, the actions of Yang Kai and the Star Emperor sect disciple were very eye-catching. Yang Kai wasn't a big deal as no one knew his origins, but a mere first-order Saint King cultivator wasn't worthy of these elites' attention. On the other hand, the indifferent young man from Star Emperor sect continued meditating, causing everyone to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. They couldn't help but hope that the other party would continue meditating until the ownership of the red candle fruit was decided. Everyone truly understood what it meant to live like a year. Ever since the third red sun appeared, it had been as slow as a turtle crawling, slowly rising into the sky. Everyone wanted to rush forward and push the red sun to the top. This situation lasted for a full day, and when the third red sun rose to the sky and merged with the first two, forming a three-sun spectacle, the three red suns seemed to resonate with each other and suddenly released a brilliant red light that illuminated the entire third-layer territory of the Lu Yen sand field, causing all the cultivator on the third layer to lose sight of the light in front of them and involuntarily close their eyes. A shocking wave of energy fluctuation spread out from the sky, and when everyone opened their eyes to look, all of them couldn't help feeling shocked. This was because the three red suns had actually merged together and completely turned into an even larger red sun. That red sun was like a top, spinning and spinning. Every time it spun, it brought about an incomparably huge suction force. The world energy aura in the air suddenly became abnormal. The dense spiritual chi condensed into a solid substance, forming a gust of wind that madly poured into the red sun. The red sun was like a bottomless pit, swallowing all the spiritual chi. Over on Medicine Pill's sect side, Li Yunan's body trembled as he stared at the scene in front of him with wide eyes, unable to contain his excitement. It was exactly the same as recorded in the ancient book, without the slightest difference. Sure enough, the red candle fruit had matured. After a stick of incense worth of time, the world energy aura in the third layer of the Lu Yen sand field had been completely depleted, and the surrounding several hundred kilometers had suddenly become a dead land. The red sun seemed to become more and more solid, like a real sun hanging in the sky. Suddenly, it stopped rotating, going from extreme motion to extreme stillness in an instant. Not good. Seeing this, Li Yunan immediately broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly summoned a shield-like artifact. This shield transformed into a stream of light and directly formed a protective barrier around the mountain where the Medicine Pill sect disciples were standing, protecting them from all harm. Chapter 12:27. The moment Li Yunan took action, the other Medicine Pill sect disciples also took out their own defensive artifacts to protect themselves. Obviously, they had already discussed this beforehand, otherwise, their actions wouldn't have been so orderly. This bizarre action of Medicine Pill sect's disciples stunned all the other cultivator present, none of them understanding why they were acting like they were facing a great enemy. Although they didn't understand, everyone knew that the situation wasn't good. Li Yunan clearly had something he hadn't told them, so there was likely going to be some danger ahead. Otherwise, why would they act like this? There was no need for anyone to remind them, as all the other cultivators who saw Li Yunan and the others also summoned their own defensive artifacts. Over at Shadow Moon Hall, Wei Guchang coldly snorted as a surge of Saint Qi burst out from his body, creating a black light curtain that wrapped around the entire hill. Inside this light curtain, red lightning and fire flickered. Dong Xianer took out a token-like object and poured her Saint Qi into it, causing it to suddenly turn into a stream of light and fly around everyone. Dai Yuan also summoned her colored handkerchief artifact and sent out a cloud of pink mist to surround the hill. The only one who didn't move was Yang Kai, seemingly still immersed in his own enlightenment. He didn't need to take any action, as Wei Guchang and the other two were more than enough to protect him. The disciple from Star Emperor sect, on the other hand, didn't receive such good treatment. He had always been alone, dominating this hill, so after noticing everyone's strange actions, he immediately opened his eyes and stared at the red sun in the sky indifferently. Right at this moment, tens of thousands of rays of red light burst forth from the red sun, attacking in all directions. The red lights were extremely powerful and were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived in front of everyone. The guards that the cultivators had summoned shook and clanged incessantly. Only now did everyone understand why the people from Medicine Pill's sect had taken defensive actions in advance. When the indifferent cultivator from Star Emperor's sect saw this, his face couldn't help but turn solemn as he sent out a punch. This punch seemed to be able to stir up some kind of world principle, and wherever it touched, all the red rays of light disappeared. This made the expressions of Wei Guchang and the others, who were secretly observing him, change. Such a punch might seem casual, but anyone could see how tyrannical this Star Emperor sect cultivator was. The tens of thousands of red lights came and went quickly, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Because everyone was prepared, other than a few people who were unprepared and injured, everyone else was safe and sound. Seeing this, Li Yunan couldn't help showing a trace of disappointment. He knew that his actions just now had been too big, which had caused everyone to be on guard. If it weren't for that, the number of people injured definitely wouldn't have been limited to just these few people. But soon, Li Yunan smiled bitterly, because all the cultivators present were glaring at him angrily, obviously blaming him for not making things clear. He had actually wanted to take advantage of this situation to scheme against others. He really had ulterior motives. Li Yunan didn't bother trying to discern the various phenomena occurring before the red candle fruit ripened, so he had no need to tell others about them. Revealing the three suns rising sun phenomenon was only for his own benefit, so it was normal to conceal some information. He believed that these people wouldn't be stupid enough to blame him for such a trivial matter. Sure enough, everyone just glared at him and didn't say anything more. In fact, no one had time to bother with him because after the tens of thousands of red lights shot out, the only red sun in the sky suddenly fell rapidly towards the mountain valley. In just a few breaths of time, the red sun fell somewhere in the mountain valley and disappeared without a trace. "Get ready!" Dai Yuan suddenly shouted and waved her hand, causing the pink cloud to transform back into her colored handkerchief again. At the same time, her beautiful eyes stared towards the bottom of the mountain valley. "Should we wake up Brother Yang?" Dong Xianer bit her red lips and looked at Yang Kai with some hesitation. The Saint Qi in Yang Kai's body had been tumbling all this time. They hadn't disturbed him before for fear of disrupting his comprehension, but now that the red candle fruit was about to emerge, Dong Xianer didn't know if she should remind Yang Kai not to miss such a grand event. Wei Guchang frowned slightly and shook his head. "No, Brother Yang must know about the situation outside. If he is willing to participate in the competition, he will definitely take action. We shouldn't disturb him." Dong Xianer nodded gently. As soon as Wei Guchang's words fell, a series of cracking sounds rang out from the bottom of the mountain valley, as if the earth was splitting open. Everyone was unable to stand still and the small hill they were on began to crumble. An extremely rich red energy spread out from the cracks in the mountain valley and filled the entire mountain valley, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. But faintly, at the position where the red candle fruit had originally fallen, something was slowly rising and emitting a faint red light. This light was like a candle flame in a storm, ready to be extinguished at any time, but no matter how strong the outside wind or rain was, it always flickered and remained firm. After a while, under the watchful eyes of everyone, this candle-like light finally surfaced. It was a fist-sized dark red spirit fruit. Its skin was thin and tender, and it tasted extremely delicious. Its shape was very strange. It looked like a lit candle flame, and it was sparkling and translucent. One could vaguely see traces of pure energy swimming inside it like small snakes. The red candle fruit. Li Yunan saw this and couldn't help shouting. As soon as his voice fell, a ribbon-like artifact flew out from a nearby hill. This ribbon-like artifact was extremely flexible, like a woman's arm, and quickly spread out several dozen meters before wrapping around the red candle fruit and wrapping it up. Yin Su Dai had taken action. After waiting for several days, the spirit fruit had finally ripened and appeared, so she could no longer hold back and was the first to act. Almost at the same time, a lightning arc suddenly shot out from the side and with a cracking sound, struck the ribbon-like artifact and knocked it to the side, causing it to miss. Yin Su Dai cried out as she bit her red lips and glared at Fang Tianzhong with a look of resentment, stomping her foot as she called out, "Brother Fang." Fang Tianzhong's expression remained indifferent as he waved his hands, sending out bolts of lightning to block all the methods used by those who tried to snatch the red candle fruit, completely ignoring Yin Su Dai's coquettish actions. A trace of annoyance flashed across the pretty face of this colored glass sect's proud daughter as she secretly cursed in her heart. Not bothering to continue entangling with Fang Tianzhong, she continued to urge her ribbon-like artifact to join in the scramble. From more than a dozen peaks, several dozen cultivators took action almost instantly, all of them aiming for the ripe red candle fruit. At this moment, almost all of these rising stars of Shadowed Star were bringing out their best skills. In an instant, the light of martial skills and artifacts burst forth, illuminating half the sky as if it were daytime, causing the battle in the mountain valley to instantly turn into an abyss of suffering. However, no matter who it was, all of them were extremely careful when taking action, not daring to damage the red candle fruit in the slightest, all of them doing their best to keep the battle within a few meters of the red candle fruit. On one hand, they had to prevent others from snatching the red candle fruit, while on the other hand, they had to work hard to snatch it themselves. The cultivators of each force seemed to have discussed this in advance and divided into two groups. The force with fewer people would undoubtedly suffer a lot, and Shadow Moon Hall's side was no exception. Although Dai Yuan had come with Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer, she was acting alone and had no intention of joining forces with Wei Guchang because everyone knew that this heaven-defying spirit fruit was not something they could possess. Even if they managed to snatch it back, they would have to hand it over to their sect, and its ownership would be determined by their sect. Dai Yuan and Dong Xianer had a very good personal relationship, but when it came to the interests of their sect, neither of them dared to overstep their boundaries and could only refrain from becoming enemies. This was the limit of what they could do. After removing Dai Yuan, only Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer remained on Shadow Moon Hall's side. With one blocking and the other snatching the fruit, it was quite difficult for them to cope. On the contrary, the indifferent man from the Star Emperor sect, every time he made a move, it was earth-shattering and full of momentum, causing everyone to be secretly shocked and couldn't help but focus their attention on him. This was probably the first time this guy had left Star Emperor Mountain for life experience and didn't understand what it meant to be the tallest tree in the forest. Soon, his brow furrowed because every time he made a move, there would be at least a dozen attacks coming from all directions to stop him. On the other hand, the others didn't receive this kind of treatment at all. It seemed that everyone had reached an unspoken consensus that this guy must be stopped while the rest of them could do whatever they wanted. This time, the pressure on the indifferent cultivator from Star Emperor sect doubled. No matter how amazing his strength was, he was unable to compete with so many elites present and was forced into a difficult situation. Becoming angry out of shame, the indifferent man coldly snorted and stomped his feet on the ground. The fierce force behind his stomp seemed to cause the earth to tremble slightly as an astonishing energy fluctuation burst from his body. The remaining cultivators from the dozen or so forces all turned to look at this indifferent man in shock. What they saw was this indifferent man slowly throwing a punch, but in front of that punch, a huge column of energy visible to the naked eye shot out. "Not good, quickly stop this guy, he's crazy." Li Yunan shouted in horror again, his clothes instantly drenched in sweat and his face pale. The other party's punch was actually aimed straight at the red candle fruit. If such an attack really hit the red candle fruit, this heaven-defying spirit fruit would instantly be pulverized and disappear. How could Li Yunan not be anxious? Saying so, he immediately launched a fierce attack to block the huge column of energy from the Star Emperor sect disciple. The others didn't need him to remind them and quickly took action. Hong hong hong. A violent explosion rang out as the huge column of energy was blocked and weakened by one attack after another on its way forward, but what shocked everyone was that the column of energy didn't disappear and instead continued to bombard the red candle fruit. Chapter 12:28. Li Yunan's face went ashen and he almost fell to the ground. He thought that the red candle fruit was doomed and would definitely be poisoned. At that moment though, a bolt of lightning struck and the power of the energy column weakened significantly, but it was still not completely eliminated. Under everyone's horrified gazes, the energy column slammed into the red candle fruit, causing everyone's soul to fly out of their bodies. The red candle fruit, which had not been affected by the battle, was sent flying straight out of the mountain valley under the impact of the energy column. To everyone's surprise, this seemingly fragile and delicate heaven-defying spirit fruit was actually unscathed under that blow. Everyone was overjoyed and used their movement skills to rush out of the mountain valley. An even more dangerous battle was about to begin. Just now, when the red candle fruit was in the mountain valley, the red energy had filled the air. Everyone had simply stood on top of the mountain and used various methods to collect this spirit fruit, but now that the red candle fruit had left the mountain valley, the scene had become more and more chaotic. With so many sect elites colliding, there was bound to be a fierce battle. Over at the Shadow Moon Hall, Wei Guchang glanced over at Yang Kai hesitantly. Yang Kai still hadn't opened his eyes, making him feel quite depressed. Just as he was wondering if he should let Dong Xianer stay behind to protect him, Yang Kai suddenly said, "The three of you can go, don't worry about me." Hearing this, Wei Guchang smiled happily and nodded slightly before also flying out with Dong Xianer and Dai Yuan. As long as Yang Kai wasn't immersed in a deep state of enlightenment, there was no need to worry about him being ambushed or suffering an accident. After Wei Guchang and the others left, Yang Kai opened his eyes, a light flashing across them as a hint of joy flashed across them. He had finally managed to clear up his fuzzy thoughts at the last moment before the red candle fruit ripened. Although he felt that his control over his Saint Chi had reached a new height, now was not a good time to test it. Turning his head to look a few dozen meters away, Yang Kai couldn't help but frown at the scene before him, even though he had experienced great storms and waves. Several dozen elite third-order Saint King cultivator were desperately using their martial skills and artifacts, fighting in groups of 3 or 5, each of them ruthless and showing no mercy. Although the scene was extremely intense, almost every force had 1 or 2 people paying attention to the situation of the red candle fruit. Strangely enough, after the red candle fruit was blasted out of the mountain valley by the Star Emperor sect's cultivator, it had yet to fall. Every time it was about to land on a certain cultivator, some subtle energy fluctuation would sweep it aside at the right moment, allowing it to continue flying through the air. The performance of the indifferent cultivator from Star Emperor sect was particularly eye-catching. Fang Tianzhong, Wei Guchang, and Chu Changfeng formed a 3-pronged formation and completely restrained him, not allowing him to intervene in the red candle fruit's matter. This guy was also displaying great strength, not falling into a disadvantageous position even when fighting 1 against 3. Although this was not a life-or-death battle, being able to single-handedly fight against 3 rising stars was still amazing. Yang Kai was secretly shocked and immediately understood that this guy from Star Emperor sect was definitely not someone to be trifled with. After watching for a moment, Yang Kai knew that if nothing unexpected happened, this red candle fruit's ownership would not be decided in a short time. At the very least, a few people would have to die before everyone's strength could be fully unleashed. Only then would it be possible to settle this matter. But in the end, it was hard to say who would obtain it. It wasn't that Yang Kai wasn't interested in the red candle fruit. After all, this heaven-defying spirit fruit was an origin king grade high rank that even he had never seen before. If he used it in alchemy, it would definitely be of great benefit to his alchemy skills. On top of that, after being refined into a pill, it could help a third-order origin returning realm cultivator break through to the origin king realm. Such a spirit fruit, in the right hands, could create at least 4 or 5 origin kings. However, the scene of the battle was simply too chaotic. Yang Kai knew that even if he broke in, his chances of snatching the red candle fruit were less than 10%, so it was not worth it if he didn't get to eat the lamb meat and ended up getting scratched instead. What's more, this thing was also a hot potato. Only a few dozen elites would be able to obtain it, but if the red candle fruit fell into the hands of Yang Kai, who did not have a huge backer, it would only lead to disaster. As such, Yang Kai had long since made up his mind to not get involved in the struggle for the red candle fruit. It was precisely because he had such an idea that he had chosen to remain here and comprehend the situation, not showing the slightest interest. However, although he didn't want to get involved in the struggle for the red candle fruit, that did not mean Yang Kai had no other plans. Glancing around the mountain valley filled with red energy, Yang Kai grinned silently and mysteriously. Taking advantage of everyone's attention being attracted by the red candle fruit, Yang Kai's figure flickered and he slipped directly into the mountain valley, disappearing into the red energy. The red candle fruit was indeed precious and rare, but the rhizome that grew from it was also a rare treasure. The rhizome of the red candle fruit was called the red candle stalk. If it was placed in a place with rich world energy, it could absorb this world energy and then bear spirit fruits similar to the red candle fruit. Of course, the fruit born in this way was not a real red candle fruit, nor did it have the effect of helping an origin returning realm cultivator break through to the next realm, but it had the ability to help a cultivator temper their physique. What Yang Kai was interested in was precisely this ability of this spirit fruit. The benefits of having a powerful physique were self-evident. Yang Kai's physique was countless times stronger than that of a cultivator in the same realm. Even an ordinary origin returning realm cultivator could not compare with him in terms of physical strength. As his strength improved, and as the level of the cultivator he came into contact with increased, Yang Kai found that his physique was faintly holding him back. Over the past few days, he had been injured many times, which was enough to make him vigilant. Moreover, after using the power to tear space, Yang Kai needed an extremely strong physique to support him, otherwise, he would not be able to resist the strangling power of the void crack. If he could obtain the red candle stalk and take one of those spirit fruits from time to temper his physique, it would be perfect. As long as he was given enough time, he could improve the strength of his physique again. At that time, whether it was fighting or tearing space, it would be extremely convenient. The red candle fruit was not of any use to him for the time being, and Yang Kai believed that with his ability and everything he had now, breaking through to the Origin King realm should not be a problem. All he lacked was the accumulation of time. However, the red candle stalk was what he needed right now, so Yang Kai did not want to participate in the competition for the red candle fruit and instead planned to secretly take away the red candle stalk. Yang Kai's wishful thinking had never crossed his mind before, but unexpectedly, someone else had the same idea as him. When he sneaked into the mountain valley and searched for the red candle stalk in the red aura, he saw a vague figure happily putting something into his space ring. As for who this person was, Yang Kai did not know, but he knew that what this person was taking away was definitely the red candle stalk. Being able to stay behind and collect the red candle stalk at this time showed that this person had a very deep understanding of the red candle fruit. Dai Yuan was fighting outside while Li Yunan of Medicine Pill sect was also fighting outside, so it couldn't have been these two. Therefore, the person who stayed here was most likely a member of Medicine Pill sect who had received instructions from Li Yunan long ago, so he deliberately stayed behind. When Yang Kai discovered him, this person obviously also noticed Yang Kai. Shocked, he pushed his Saint Chi violently, but before he could use any kind of killing move, a puffing sound rang out and the man let out a brief scream before falling silent. A bloody smell filled the air, causing Yang Kai's eyes to shrink. Activating his wind and thunder wings, Yang Kai flew over to the person who took away the red candle fruit, snatched the other party's space ring, and quickly retreated. Kai Yang's movements were incomparably fast. Taking advantage of the moment he closed in, he saw a scene that made his blood run cold. The one who took away the red candle stalk was indeed a disciple from Medicine Pill sect, something Yang Kai had guessed correctly. However, from this disciple's chest, an arm was protruding out, and this arm was holding the Medicine Pill sect disciple's heart, which was beating powerfully. Moreover, this arm was very unusual. It looked extremely withered, like a piece of dead wood, but it was actually able to absorb the blood essence of this Medicine Pill sect disciple. Before Yang Kai retreated, he clearly saw the body of this Medicine Pill sect disciple rapidly wither and turn into a dried corpse. There was a third person. No matter who this third person was, being able to kill a third-order Saint King cultivator in an instant using such a strange method was absolutely extraordinary. Almost at the same moment he snatched the space ring, another hand also reached out, but after grabbing empty air, a light gasp rang out. Poo, the sound of something exploding rang out, and in front of Yang Kai, the corpse of the Medicine Pill sect disciple scattered, but there was no one behind him. The third person who had killed him before had strangely disappeared, as if he had completely blended into the surrounding environment. In this mountain valley filled with red energy, one's line of sight was blocked, making it impossible to see anything more than 3 meters away. Yang Kai released his divine sense without hesitation, sending out countless threads of divine sense to form an inescapable net around him, not letting go of a single inch of space or corner. However, to his surprise, the third person had really disappeared, and even his powerful divine sense was unable to detect the slightest trace of this person. However, Yang Kai knew that the other party had definitely not left. Since they had stayed here, they must be after the red candle stalk. The red candle stalk was now in Yang Kai's hands, so if the other party wanted it, they would definitely come looking for him. Suddenly, one of the threads of divine sense scattered around Yang Kai's body sent out some subtle movements. Normally, Yang Kai wouldn't have paid attention to it, but at this moment, all his hair stood on end. Quickly turning around, he condensed a ball of demonic flame around his fist and punched out. Chapter 1229. Kong, with a loud bang, the black demonic flame wrapped around Yang Kai's fist dissipated as if it had suffered a heavy blow. At the same time, Yang Kai was sent flying backwards by a powerful force. Somewhere in the originally empty void, a faint figure strangely appeared, and just as Yang Kai's figure retreated, the sound of bones breaking rang out as the figure let out a muffled snort, seemingly quite annoyed. "It's you!" Yang Kai shouted. After exchanging a few blows with this person, he instantly recognized who this person was. It was actually Flowing Cloud Valley's Lu Yi, who had left long ago. Yang Kai had seen him leave this mountain valley with his own eyes and quickly leave, but Yang Kai didn't know what method the other party had used to secretly remain here without anyone noticing. After the red candle fruit matured, this Lu Yi had infiltrated the mountain valley and targeted the red candle stalk just like Yang Kai. Needless to say, Yang Kai was certain that Medicine Pill sect's disciple had also been killed by this other party. While Yang Kai was shocked by the other party's methods, Lu Yi also seemed a little puzzled. The faint figure didn't disappear this time but instead stood in the red mist and observed Yang Kai for a while before saying, "You're a bit strange." Yang Kai sneered, "You're also very strange." Lu Yi never thought that a First-Order Saint King cultivator could survive his sneak attack and even exchange blows with him unscathed. Yang Kai also hadn't expected Lu Yi's methods to be so mysterious, almost impossible to guard against. If it weren't for Yang Kai's divine sense being far stronger than ordinary people's, his fate would have been no better than that of the Medicine Pill sect disciple who was killed. At this moment, both of them felt a trace of dread towards each other, increasing their determination to kill the other. "I haven't offended Flowing Cloud Valley, nor have I offended you, so why are you targeting me?" Yang Kai asked the doubts in his heart. He had provoked such an enemy for no reason, and although he wasn't afraid of him, Yang Kai still wanted to understand the whole story. "Humph, Flowing Cloud Valley." Lu Yi coldly snorted, a hint of disdain flashing in his tone, causing Yang Kai to be stunned, but he didn't say anything and simply said coldly, "You can only blame yourself for taking something you shouldn't have. If not for that, you would have been a much better talent than those vulgar people outside." Yang Kai's expression became strange, faintly feeling that this guy's tone was bigger than the heavens. The feeling Lu Yi gave him was completely different from Dai Yuan's description before, like a completely different person. Moreover, Yang Kai didn't know what he had taken that would cause the other party to be so concerned about him. In Lu Yan's desert, Yang Kai had obtained a lot of good things, several of which were no less valuable than the red candle fruit, some of which were even more valuable, but the other party didn't even try to compete for the red candle fruit. Obviously, he didn't need such a heaven-defying spirit herb, so what exactly was it that made him target him again and again? However, Yang Kai didn't intend to ask, because even if he did, given how important that thing was to him, the other party definitely wouldn't answer him. Now that there was only him and Lu Yi in this valley filled with red mist, a fight was bound to break out. Chi. A slight sound came from behind him, causing Yang Kai's hair to stand on end. Even though he had been mentally prepared, this unexpected sneak attack still caused him to break out in a cold sweat. Not even thinking about it, Yang Kai quickly condensed a layer of demonic flame around his body and turned his head in the direction of the sound. Inside the red mist, a vague figure strangely appeared and a giant hand that resembled a dead tree secretly stabbed towards Yang Kai like a sharp sword. A long sword covered in demonic flames appeared and Yang Kai slashed out with his profound heavenly sword. When the sword wave collided with the giant dead tree hand, the giant dead tree hand shattered and the vague figure disappeared, but the profound heavenly sword wave also collapsed. Your Saint Qi is quite interesting, actually possessing such power. I really didn't expect there to be a Saint King realm cultivator like you in this world. Lu Ye's voice came from behind again with a hint of mockery. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he turned around again, only to see that the other party was actually standing there without moving, as if the giant hand and the vague figure that had just attacked him weren't him at all. What kind of method is this? Yang Kai was shocked and no longer dared to act carelessly. Just as he was about to take the initiative to launch an attack, countless vague figures he had seen before suddenly appeared from all directions. These figures were all identical, as if they had been cast from the same mold, and all of them rushed towards Yang Kai from all directions, unleashing a series of powerful martial skills towards Yang Kai. Each of these martial skills was a real attack, without the slightest bit of illusory feeling. Yang Kai's face changed slightly as he directly summoned his purple shield and placed it beside him to protect himself. At the same time, he sent out a series of shocking sword waves to form an impenetrable defense around himself. Asterisk chi chi chi, star. Wherever the sword wave passed, the blurry figures were reduced to nothingness one by one, and all of their attacks were blocked. However, there seemed to be no end to the blurry figures around Yang Kai, as if there was no end to them, constantly attacking him one after another, causing Yang Kai to feel a headache coming on. Yang Kai had never seen such a strange method before, so he couldn't find a way to break it for a while. But after exchanging blows with his opponent for a while, Kai Yang also faintly felt that something was wrong. Each of these vague figures had Lu Ye's aura, making them seem like afterimages of Lu Ye's body, but at the same time, they also seemed like Lu Ye's, both real and illusory, making them difficult to grasp. Sending out another sword wave to stop these blurry figures from approaching, Yang Kai took advantage of this opportunity to bite his index finger and drip a drop of golden blood, which Yang Kai quickly smeared onto his left eye. The demon eye of annihilation reappeared, and an invisible majesty spread out from it. Yang Kai's left eye was no longer as hazy as before, instantly piercing through the red mist and allowing him to see everything clearly. The blurry figures around him also became clear at this moment. They were indeed Lu Yi, each of them was Lu Yi, but under the divine technique of the demon eye of annihilation, which could see through all illusions, these figures all gave off an abnormal faint red glow. Only one figure in the distance remained the same from beginning to end. Yang Kai's eyes instantly locked onto this figure, and if he wasn't mistaken, this was Lu Ye's real body. The previous figures were all created by him through some special method. Oh, a heavenly talent? A look of shock and anger appeared on Lu Ye's face as he stared fixedly at Yang Kai's left eye, as if he had discovered something incredible, a look of greed appearing on his face. With his knowledge and experience, he was naturally able to see that Yang Kai's left eye was not a result of some kind of secret technique, but rather an innate divine technique. This kind of innate divine technique was extremely rare, and even he had never possessed one before. The golden pupil was narrow and slender, and at first glance, it was obvious it was a precious treasure. After staring at it for a moment, Lu Yi actually felt his soul become turbulent in his knowledge sea, as if it was about to be sucked away. Panicking, he hurriedly stabilized his mind and calmed the tumbling of his knowledge sea. While feeling great fear in his heart, Lu Ye's expression also became excited. If he could seize Yang Kai's left eye, it would definitely be like adding wings to a tiger for him. He really hadn't expected that this first-order Saint King cultivator would give him so many pleasant surprises. Moreover, the other parties I seemed to be able to see through illusions, so Lu Ye's original plan could not be carried out. With a single thought, all the scattered illusory figures shook and transformed into streams of light that returned to his body. The next moment, a shocking burst of spiritual energy erupted from Lu Ye's body, transforming into a sharp spike that pierced towards Yang Kai's knowledge sea. Yang Kai only felt that the defenses of his knowledge sea were about to be broken at this moment, and in a great shock, he didn't dare to hold back, pushing his spiritual energy to the limit to block the other party's attack. Although he had managed to block it, Yang Kai still felt a little dizzy, and his divine sense had been slightly damaged in that instant. It seemed that before the red candle fruit ripened, Lu Yi had not used his full strength when he attacked him. This guy's soul cultivation was even higher than his own. The moment he felt dizzy, Yang Kai knew that the situation wasn't good and quickly waved his sword, sending out a burst of demonic flames that broke through the red fog and shot towards the void. A red curtain of light covered Yang Kai's head, one that was filled with a thick evil aura. Lu Ye's strange laughter rang in his ears, causing his blood to boil. He wanted to take advantage of Yang Kai's unguarded state to capture Yang Kai in one fell swoop so he could unearth all the secrets hidden on Yang Kai's body. But how could Yang Kai allow him to do as he wished? With a single thought, the demonic flames he had sent out before suddenly transformed into pitch-black beams of light that shot towards a certain point on the red light curtain like arrows released from a bow. Yuan control technique. Lu Ye's face sank as his expression became gloomy. Yang Kai's performance had always amazed him. Not only did he possess extraordinary talent, but his Saint Qi, spiritual energy, and spiritual energy were all different from ordinary people. Now, he was actually able to display Yuan control technique, which was far beyond Lu Ye's expectations. Although the other party's Yuan control technique seemed a bit crude, as if he had just comprehended it, this was not a skill that a Saint King realm cultivator could master. Only after reaching the origin returning realm and gaining a certain degree of understanding of Shi would it be possible to achieve this. Even so, there were very few origin returning realm masters who could control their Saint Qi outside their body, and each one of them was a shocking genius who would have great prospects in the future. The Yuan control technique that Lu Yi spoke of was something Yang Kai had painstakingly comprehended over the past few days. Before, Yang Kai's use of his Saint Qi was based on the foundation of some martial skills. Sometimes, Yang Kai would simply throw out his Saint Qi, but whether or not he could hit his target depended on both sides' reactions and their defensive abilities. But in the days before the red candle fruit ripened, Yang Kai had comprehended a deeper level of control over his Saint Qi. This not only required a deep understanding of Saint Qi but also a powerful spiritual energy to support it, otherwise Yuan control technique would be a joke. Chapter 1230. One of the foundations of Yuan control technique's use of divine sense was naturally not difficult for Yang Kai. Now that he was facing Lu Yi, Yang Kai intended to test the fruits of his comprehension over the past few days, and as a result, he was pleasantly surprised. Under Yang Kai's control, the burning black fireballs turned into sharp arrows that directly pierced a hole in the red curtain and shot up into the sky. At the same time, the evil Qi and demonic Qi which had been soaring to the sky seemed to have been greatly reduced due to the appearance of this hole. Yang Kai grinned as the sound of wind and thunder erupted from behind him. Without waiting for Lu Yi to react, Yang Kai appeared in front of him and swung his demonic flame sword in a beautiful arc towards Lu Yi's body. Lu Yi had already experienced the terrifying power of the demonic flame, so although he wouldn't be burned to death by it, it was best to avoid contact with it as much as possible. Lu Yi's cackling came to an abrupt end and he hurriedly retreated. At the same time, he began forming a series of inexplicable seals with his hands, causing the red curtain to squirm and transform into a giant red hand that slammed down towards Yang Kai. Unexpectedly, he also understood Yuan control technique, and the degree to which he was able to control it was not inferior to Yang Kai, who had just comprehended this divine ability. In fact, it was even superior. The moment the red hand slammed down, it was as if the world itself had been sealed, making it difficult to breathe. Yang Kai's movements even paused slightly. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan as he madly pushed the Saint Qi in his body, breaking free from this quagmire, not even bothering to look back as he sent out a palm strike. Similarly, a giant hand appeared, the Nine Heavens divine skills heaven-covering hand met Lu Yi's red hand. When the two palms collided, the world energy around them shook violently, causing the entire mountain valley to crack and crumble. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai leapt forward and swung his demonic flame sword. Under the influence of his Yuan control technique, the black flames transformed into a variety of attacks that madly shot towards Lu Yi. Yang Kai could see that this Lu Ye's divine sense was stronger than his own, but there was a limit to it. As long as Yang Kai was vigilant enough, this Lu Yi wouldn't be able to pose much of a threat to his divine sense. However, Lu Ye's Saint Qi wasn't as pure and vigorous as his own, and his physical strength was far inferior. This was why Yang Kai chose to engage in melee combat, as it was his greatest strength. Not only that, but in order to prevent Lu Yi from escaping, Yang Kai also poured his Saint Qi into his purple shield. After absorbing enough Saint Qi, the purple shield immediately released a yellow aura, Yang Kai's hand's Qi, and a massive sandstorm in the mountain valley. This was one of the powers contained within the purple shield that Yang Kai was using for the first time. The purple shield was refined from the shell of the scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion. Yang Kai had deliberately integrated the monster core of this ninth-order monster beast into the purple shield, giving it one of the scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion's abilities when it was alive. The sandstorm was one of the purple shield's abilities. As the sand and dust swirled around, Yang Kai's figure became more and more unpredictable. Under this violent sandstorm, Lu Yi had no choice but to divert a part of his attention to resist this strange attack, allowing Yang Kai to take the initiative and suppress him. Lu Yi was annoyed. He had never expected that after regaining his freedom after tens of thousands of years, the first enemy he would encounter would be so powerful. This wasn't an existence he could easily deal with. This made him feel like he had lost a great deal of face, causing him to become angry out of shame. The Yuan control technique of the two was almost the same. Yang Kai had only just comprehended it and was unable to control it to perfection, while Lu Ye's Saint Qi wasn't pure enough, so he couldn't display his full strength. As a result, the Saint Qi he used to control was always at a disadvantage when fighting against Yang Kai's demonic flame. His Saint Qi was at a disadvantage, his spiritual energy was unable to suppress his opponent, and his physical body wasn't as strong as his opponent's. After only a short exchange, Lu Yi was already riddled with scars and was on the verge of collapsing. Yang Kai didn't say a word and simply continued to frantically suppress his opponent, the demonic flame sword in his hand causing some damage to his opponent from time to time. However, what made Yang Kai extremely depressed was that even when his demonic flames touched his opponent's body, they would be extinguished by a flash of blue light. Yang Kai didn't know what this blue light was, but it was actually able to restrain his demonic flames and only caused him superficial injuries. Since he had made up his mind to kill this inexplicable enemy, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't hold back. Yang Kai didn't use his space force. His self-created space blade had yet to reach the grand accomplishment stage, so it was best to use it for a surprise attack. If he missed and allowed his opponent to be on guard, it would no longer be effective. Yang Kai was looking for the right opportunity to give Lu Yi a big surprise. As long as Lu Yi was hit by his space blade once, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai's frantic suppression also aroused Lu Ye's anger. After being wounded again, Lu Yi roared, "Junior, you court death." Saying so, Lu Yi suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. The smell of this blood was extremely pungent and nauseating, and it seemed to contain a terrifying amount of power. It seemed to be his blood essence. This blood essence turned into a blood mist that suddenly condensed into a single point and burst open. Immediately after, Lu Yi raised his hand and summoned a short black ruler into his grasp. This short ruler was only about the length of 2 palms and was about as thick as a fist. It seemed inconspicuous, but when it appeared, Yang Kai's heart jumped as an inexplicable sense of crisis suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. He rarely felt this way, but every time this feeling appeared, it meant that an unimaginable danger was approaching. A fierce grin appeared on Lu Ye's face as he madly poured his Saint Qi into the short black ruler, causing the world around him to dim. It was as if all the light in the world was being absorbed by this short ruler, making it impossible for Yang Kai to see anything around him. Even with his demon eye of annihilation, he was unable to see anything. The sandstorm that had been filling the mountain valley was suddenly cut off and the sound of the wind came to an abrupt end. Yang Kai's face changed drastically. At this moment, he noticed that the Saint Qi in his body was unable to circulate freely. No matter how he tried, he couldn't use much strength and even his knowledge sea was blocked. In the darkness, something seemed to be smashing towards him and a deathly aura rushed towards him, one that seemed capable of destroying everything in its path. I can't catch it. I can't block it. At this moment, Yang Kai's mind flashed with all kinds of methods and ideas, realizing that whether he used his Saint Qi or spiritual energy, he would not be able to block this shocking blow. Even if he wanted to escape, with both his Saint Qi and spiritual energy completely suppressed, he couldn't move or tear space. In the blink of an eye, a drop of golden blood condensed at Yang Kai's fingertip and a shocking vitality aura spread out. Immediately after, the drop of golden blood turned into a streak of golden light and pierced into the darkness. The aura of vitality and world annihilation collided with each other, but unexpectedly, there was no sound at all. Only the golden light and the black light collided in the mountain valley, seemingly evenly matched. How is this possible? Lu Ye's complexion finally changed. Although he had been suppressed by Yang Kai before, he hadn't used all of his means and hadn't panicked, but now that he had used such a powerful artifact, he was determined to kill Yang Kai and believed that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to block his blow. To Lu Ye's surprise though, the scene of flesh and blood being splattered did not appear as he had imagined. Instead, Yang Kai's blood force surged like a sea and blocked his attack. This boy must be killed as soon as possible. Lu Yi thought to himself and his face became extremely fierce. This boy was just a first-order Saint King cultivator, yet he was already able to compete with him. If he was allowed to grow, wouldn't he be invincible in this world? Nipping all dangers in the bud was Lu Ye's experience over the past 10,000 years and his code of conduct. At this moment, he really regarded Yang Kai as a thorn in his side, a thorn in his flesh that he had to get rid of. A trace of ruthlessness flashed across Lu Ye's eyes as he spat out another mouthful of blood essence to contend with the golden light. The black light, which had been evenly matched with the golden light for a while, suddenly soared and overshadowed the golden light. It seemed like this black light was about to sweep towards Yang Kai and swallow him whole. Yang Kai flicked his finger and another drop of golden blood sputtered out. The golden light once again shone fiercely and pierced through the black light's blockade. Ah! Lu Yi cried out in surprise as the black light collapsed inch by inch and light reappeared. Inside the mountain valley, both Yang Kai and Lu Yi stood in place, but at this moment, Lu Ye's body was swaying and his face was extremely pale, as if his Yuan Qi had been greatly injured. Yang Kai's expression, on the other hand, was quite ugly, but he was unscathed and still full of energy. Through the red mist, Yang Kai stared at Lu Yi, a cold light flashing across his eyes, like the cold wind blowing from a snowy mountain. Lu Yi couldn't help but shiver. A dark blade-like attack suddenly struck from the front, and before Lu Yi could react, it had already reached him. Lu Yi panicked and hurriedly twisted his body to avoid being hit, but at the same time, a slight tingling pain suddenly came from his left arm. Turning his head to look, Lu Ye's soul nearly left his body as he discovered that one of his arms had been cut off by the attack just now. What kind of attack was this? Even he hadn't noticed it or felt any aura at all, yet how could it be so powerful? What frightened Lu Yi even more was that his severed arm, which had fallen to the ground, was obviously missing a bit and couldn't fit perfectly with his wound. He didn't know what was going on. While he was still in shock, Yang Kai's murderous intent surged like a tide and was about to take advantage of his heavy injuries to kill him when Lu Ye's figure flickered and he suddenly turned into a red light and sped away. Lu Yi didn't know what kind of secret technique he used, but by the time Yang Kai's divine sense detected him, the other party was already 35 kilometers away. Chapter 1231. In the sandy Luyan desert, where flight was impossible, Lu Yi was able to run 3 to 5 kilometers in an instant. This secret technique was quite impressive, but it wasn't over yet. Lu Ye's aura flashed as he ran another 3 kilometers. Yang Kai's face became gloomy as he was shocked by the other party's endless methods, but at the same time, he also felt a great sense of dread. Yang Kai had even used his space blade but had failed to cut the other party in half and had instead allowed him to escape with his life. Moreover, Yang Kai didn't know what kind of artifact this black ruler was, but just a casual wave of it had required 2 drops of his golden blood to resist. Origin-grade artifacts didn't have such power, so the only explanation was that the black ruler in Lu Ye's hand was an Origin King-grade artifact. Flowing Cloud Valley actually had an Origin King-grade artifact? And why was it being carried by Lu Ye? Although Yang Kai didn't understand why Flowing Cloud Valley would make such a choice, he had already made up his mind to kill Lu Ye while he was seriously injured. Otherwise, once Lu Ye recovered, it wouldn't be so easy to kill him. Thinking so, Yang Kai was about to use his wind and thunder wings to pursue when he suddenly heard the shouts of countless people, all of them filled with panic and inexplicable panic. These shouts were coming from the group of elites who were competing for the red candle fruit. Chu Changfeng's angry shout, Fang Tianzhong's attempt to stop him, Wei Guchang's scream, Yin Su Dai's cry, all sounded almost at the same time. Obviously, something terrible had happened. Immediately after, Yang Kai heard a soft sound, as if something had broken. Then, a red light flew straight from the battlefield towards the mountain valley, and the direction it was flying towards was Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't think much about it and directly reached out to grab it because he could feel that the energy contained in this red light was amazing, but it wasn't some kind of attack. As soon as he touched it, a rich fruity fragrance immediately filled his nose. Yang Kai raised his brow and looked carefully at the object in his hand before exclaiming, "The red candle fruit?" Yang Kai hadn't expected that the red candle fruit, which he hadn't even tried to snatch, would actually end up in his hands while everyone was fighting over it. But now, this red candle fruit was incomplete, as if it had been cut open by a sharp weapon. The one in Yang Kai's hand was only 1/6 the size of a whole red candle fruit. The fresh and tender flesh of the fruit was exposed, and a rich fruity aroma filled the air. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment. Immediately, Yang Kai was shocked and quickly released his divine sense to perceive the movements of others. Soon, Yang Kai's mood relaxed as he found that the elites who had been competing for the red candle fruit were still fighting over it, but they were no longer able to obtain the whole spirit fruit and were instead divided into groups of a dozen or so, each of them staring at a portion of the fruit. "You dare!" Chu Changfeng shouted angrily, but before he could finish his words, he was slapped shut by an attack. Immediately after, the indifferent man from Star Emperor sect made a feint and retreated, under everyone's shocked and angry gazes, calmly leaving and quickly disappearing. No one had any intention of stopping him. Firstly, there were still a few pieces of the fruit that had yet to be determined, and secondly, this man was too strong. 1 or 2 people wouldn't be able to stop him. At this time, who would bother with such a thankless task? Everyone turned their eyes to the few pieces of the fruit that had been cut open. Once again, a chaotic scramble ensued. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai's heart relaxed, and while feeling distressed over the loss of the red candle fruit's medicinal efficacies, he quickly rummaged through his space ring. This kind of heaven-defying spirit fruit couldn't be stored in an ordinary jade box. If he wanted to maintain its medicinal efficacies, he had to use a wood attribute box. Fortunately, Yang Kai had such a wood attribute material in his space ring, so after a while, he found a piece of azure spirit wood and used his Saint Chi to create a simple wooden box. Placing the red candle fruit inside, he closed the lid and breathed a sigh of relief. If he had known that such a situation would occur, he would have prepared a wooden box a long time ago and would not have panicked so much. Although the wooden box made of azure spirit wood was quite good, if it was left like this for a long time, the medicinal efficacies of the red candle fruit would inevitably disappear. Yang Kai needed to find some time to deal with it to prevent this from happening. But right now, he didn't have the time to do such a thing, so he could only wait until he had time. Moreover, after being delayed like this, Yang Kai had to give up on his plan to hunt down Lu Yi. The other party had long since escaped the range of his divine sense and was now hiding somewhere. Outside the mountain valley, the pieces of red candle fruit that did not belong to anyone eventually fell into the hands of several forces after a chaotic scramble. The elites who managed to snatch the red candle fruit were all overjoyed, while those who failed to do so thumped their chests inside, a fierce light flashing in their eyes. On the battlefield where the red candle fruit had originally been, 7 or 8 corpses were left behind, each of them in an incomparably miserable state. It was impossible to tell who had killed them in the process of snatching the fruit. The scene just now was so chaotic, with all kinds of artifacts and martial skills being used. Everyone was using their full strength and no one had the time to pay attention to the situation of others, so even though the forces that had just lost a few people knew that their enemy was right in front of them, they couldn't determine their target, so they didn't dare act rashly and could only grit their teeth and swallow the bitter pill in their hearts. After the pieces of red candle fruit were taken into their space rings, everyone rushed over to the mountain valley at the same time. It seemed that they had all seen the piece of red candle fruit that had just flown over, and only now did they find the time to continue scrambling. However, the mountain valley was filled with red mist, making it impossible to see anything with the naked eye. After releasing their divine senses, all kinds of divine senses intersected with one another, and from time to time, muffled groans could be heard, making it difficult for everyone to release their divine senses too far. After searching for more than half a day, until the red mist in the mountain valley gradually dissipated, no one had found the last piece of red candle fruit that had flown in, so they could only look at the others suspiciously, secretly feeling that every force other than themselves might have obtained the last piece of red candle fruit, but none of them dared to say anything. Yang Kai was secretly pleased. He had been considering how to escape after obtaining the piece of red candle fruit, but he hadn't expected that the red mist in this mountain valley would help him so much. Now that everyone who was still alive had gathered here, he could naturally fish in troubled waters. Dai Yuan, on the other hand, secretly glanced at Yang Kai and frowned secretly. She remembered that when they were fighting for the red candle fruit, Yang Kai had still been in the process of comprehending it, so if the red candle fruit had flown over here, the one most likely to obtain it would undoubtedly be Yang Kai. However, she didn't have any conclusive evidence, so it was impossible for her to betray Yang Kai, so she only glanced at him for a moment before withdrawing her gaze and standing there calmly. Dai Yuan wasn't the only one who had such suspicions, but like Dai Yuan, none of them could determine the truth of the matter. Although some of them wanted to inquire about Yang Kai, in the end, Yang Kai was with Wei Guchang, so none of them dared to act rashly. Everyone. Li Yunan of Medicine Pill Sect smiled bitterly and suddenly stood up, cupped his fists, and said, "Everyone, please listen to this Li's words." Everyone looked at him indifferently. Those who had obtained the red candle fruit wore vigilant looks, while those who hadn't obtained any benefits remained indifferent, but they all wanted to know what Li Yunan was going to say now, so the scene remained silent. "Everyone, the red candle fruit is different from other spirit fruits in that it cannot be placed in a jade box, and now that the red candle fruit has been cut into several pieces by that bastard, it can't be placed in a jade box. Once it is placed in this jade box, its medicinal efficacies will quickly dissipate. I'm afraid that before you can leave the Lu Yen desert, this heaven-defying spirit fruit will lose its effect and become a pile of waste. It can't be placed in a jade box?" Chu Changfeng's face changed slightly as he quickly took out a jade box from his ring. As soon as this jade box appeared, many people immediately showed greedy eyes as they stared at Chu Changfeng. It seemed that this heaven's pride of heaven battling union really had some skill. Even with so many people fighting over it, he was still able to grab one of the pieces. Fang Tianzhong, Yin Su Dai, and a burly man with a rough appearance but an astonishing aura also heard this and stared at Li Yunan intently. If it can't be placed in a jade box, then what should be used? You should know, right? Chu Changfeng asked bluntly. Li Yunan showed a complacent expression and nodded lightly. Naturally, this Li knows. Please enlighten us, brother Li. Fang Tianzhong cupped his fists slightly. Li Yunan grinned meaningfully and returned the courtesy. This Li wouldn't dare, it's just that this Li has studied alchemy since childhood and knows more about alchemy than any of you here. Although I can tell you how to store it, in the battle just now, this Li's junior brother was seriously injured and almost lost his life. As for who was behind this Li knows in his heart, so I won't point it out here. Saying so, Li Yunan swept his eyes around, his posture clear and confident. Only then did everyone understand what he was up to. The several elites of Medicine Pill's sect hadn't obtained anything in this competition, so Li Yunan clearly wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to fish for some benefits, otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a big fuss about his junior brother being injured. Normally, no one would injure an elite disciple of Medicine Pill's sect for no reason, but that was then and this was now. When they were fighting for the red candle fruit just now, who cared if you were a disciple of Medicine Pill's sect? Not killing you was already being lenient, so it was only a minor injury, it wasn't as if you would lose your life. What's more, there really were 7 or 8 elites who had died in the battle. In comparison, the cultivator from Medicine Pill's sect was much luckier. Although they all snorted in their hearts, no one said anything at this time. Fang Tianzhong frowned slightly, but his heart was clear as he quickly said, if Brother Li is willing to tell this Fang the method to store it, after leaving the Lu Yen sand field, Thunder Typhoon sect is willing to pay 1,000,000 saint crystals as a reward. Chapter 1232. 1,000,000, heh. Li Yunan chuckled lightly before turning to Fang Tianzhong and saying, does Brother Fang think this red candle fruit is only worth 1,000,000? If that's the case, this Li will take his leave. 5,000,000. Fang Tianzhong's expression remained unchanged, but the price he offered directly increased 5-fold. Li Yunan's raised foot fell as he revealed a look of excitement. Although his Medicine Pill sect failed to grab the red candle fruit this time, if every great force that managed to grab the red candle fruit offered him 5,000,000, the harvest from this trip would not be small. What's more, the value of the red candle fruit that had been cut open was no longer as heaven-defying. As such, Fang Tianzhong hesitated for a while, wondering if he should continue to raise the price. While Yang Kai was lost in thought, Yin Su Dai suddenly turned her beautiful eyes towards Dai Yuan from Colored Glass sect side, her red lips moving slightly as if she was sending a message to Dai Yuan. Dai Yuan's brow furrowed as a look of displeasure appeared on her face, but she still sent a message back. The next moment, Yin Su Dai's charming face filled with a happy expression as she giggled and said, several brothers, please continue your discussion, this junior sister will take her leave first. Saying so, he quickly left with several of Colored Glass sect's elites. Everyone was extremely surprised because just now, Yin Su Dai had also used her ribbon-like artifact to snatch a piece of the red candle fruit, so no one had expected that she would actually leave without obtaining a method to preserve it. But soon, everyone felt relieved. In terms of proficiency in the Tao of alchemy, besides Li Yunan, an elite disciple of Medicine Pill sect, there was also Dai Yuan. It seemed that Yin Su Dai had learned some information from Dai Yuan, which was why she had simply retreated. With such a precious treasure in hand, Yin Su Dai naturally did not want to remain in this dangerous place. For a time, several people cast burning gazes towards Dai Yuan, seemingly wanting to learn from her how to properly preserve the medicinal efficacies of the red candle fruit. Seeing this, Li Yunan knew that if he didn't agree now, he wouldn't get his share of the 5,000,000. He had been so depressed before that he had completely forgotten about Dai Yuan's existence. Although this woman was from Colored Glass sect, for some special reason, she had been studying medicinal herbs, so she definitely knew how to preserve the red candle fruit. Feeling annoyed, Li Yunan quickly nodded to Fang Tianzhong, good, 5,000,000 it is, we'll do as Brother Fang says. Fang Tianzhong gently nodded, not showing any intention of going back on his word. Li Yunan quickly sent a few words to Fang Tianzhong, causing him to ponder for a moment before silently leading Thunder Typhoon sect's group away. On the other side, Chu Changfeng and the burly man with an astonishing aura hesitated for a while before also sending Li Yunan a message, both of them contentedly leaving. "Let's go too." Wei Guchang grinned. He had also obtained a piece of the red candle fruit. Although very few people had come to Shadow Moon Hall this time, only he and Dong Xianer had come, his luck was simply unstoppable. Originally, he didn't have much hope, but when the Star Emperor sect disciple cut open the red candle fruit, a piece of fruit flew over to him and he immediately collected it. It could be said that this was an extremely simple and easy process. Compared to the others who had to fight for a piece of the red candle fruit, Wei Guchang's luck was simply off the charts. It was as if the bad luck he had felt since entering Lu Yen Sandfield's third layer had suddenly dissipated. Dai Yuan and Dong Xianer had a close relationship, so naturally, she wouldn't be stingy with telling him how to preserve this fruit, so there was no need for him to make any kind of deal with Li Yunan. "Brother Wei, please wait." Li Yunan saw that he was about to leave and quickly stopped him. "What's wrong? Does Brother Li have something to say?" Wei Guchang's footsteps paused as he suddenly turned around, his expression becoming cold as he secretly condensed his strength, preparing to attack at a moment's notice. Seeing him act like he was facing a great enemy, Li Yunan immediately knew that the other party had misunderstood him and waved his hand. "Brother Wei doesn't need to be so nervous. Although this Li and Brother Wei haven't had many dealings, this Li is not a scheming person. Brother Wei should be clear about this." Wei Guchang heard this and the vigilance on his face relaxed slightly as he gently nodded. "This Wei naturally understands Brother Li's character, but, this place is not a good place to stay for long." Saying so, he swept his eyes around. All around, the many cultivator who had failed to obtain anything from the red candle fruit this time were all staring at Wei Guchang, seemingly considering whether they should make a move to keep him here. Seeing this, Li Yunan raised his voice and said, "Everyone, please calm down. If it was a complete red candle fruit, it would be worth fighting over, but now that the red candle fruit has been cut into several pieces, and Brother Wei has only obtained a single piece, it is unknown how much medicinal efficacy it will have. Don't tell me you want to provoke a powerful enemy over something so uncertain." Li Yunan actually spoke up for Wei Guchang, pulling him out of this whirlpool of right and wrong, causing Wei Guchang's expression to become extremely strange. "Brother Li, I just want to ask, can a cut red candle fruit have the effect of allowing an origin-returning realm master to break through their shackles?" A young man in white robes frowned and asked. On the chest of this young man's white robes was embroidered a white cloud. This was the symbol of Floating Mist Palace. "Good question, Brother Tang." Li Yunan nodded. "However, I cannot answer this question because this Li has only heard of the red candle fruit and has never seen it before. I believe that even my master cannot give an exact answer to this question, but the medicinal efficacy of the red candle fruit itself is enough to allow an origin-returning realm master to break through their shackles. It is only a possibility, but now that it has been cut into several pieces, this possibility. I don't think this Li needs to explain, but Brother Tang should be clear about it." The Floating Mist Palace youth surnamed Tang frowned and pondered for a while before nodding. "I understand, farewell." Saying so, he immediately left with the disciples of Floating Mist Palace. The cultivator from the other forces saw that Tang Yong of Floating Mist Palace no longer had any ideas about the red candle fruit and could not help sighing in their hearts before leaving one after another. Soon, only the people from Medicine Pill sect remained in the mountain valley. Wei Guchang looked at Li Yunan with a faint smile. From beginning to end, he did not say anything, but his smile was full of meaning. He did not believe that Li Yunan would help him for no reason. The other party obviously had some ulterior motive, but since the other party did not say anything, Wei Guchang was not stupid enough to ask. "Now can Brother Wei have a good talk with this one?" Li Yunan looked at Wei Guchang with a smug look on his face, as if he felt that his ability to send everyone away with just a few words was quite amazing. "If Brother Li has something to say, please speak." Wei Guchang nodded slightly. This one would like to ask if Brother Wei has any intention of selling that piece of red candle fruit? Li Yunan did not beat around the bush and asked directly. Sell? Wei Guchang's eyes narrowed. Brother Li wants to buy it. Li Yunan nodded seriously. Wei Guchang grinned meaningfully and said, didn't Brother Li just say that the value of this piece of red candle fruit is not as good as before? Why does Brother Li want to buy it? Li Yunan shook his head and said solemnly, even if the value of this piece of red candle fruit is not as good as before, it is still a heaven-defying spirit fruit that only appears once every 10,000 years. My medicine pill sect has always been dedicated to the research of various spirit grasses and spirit medicines as well as the refinement of pills. Now that such an opportunity has presented itself before this Li, if this Li doesn't do something, I'm afraid he will be punished by the elders of Medicine Pill sect after returning to Medicine Pill sect. After buying this piece of red candle fruit, perhaps the elders of Medicine Pill sect will be able to research something that will greatly improve my alchemy skills. Of course, if Brother Wei is willing to sell that piece of red candle fruit to this Li can guarantee that not only will Medicine Pill sect provide sufficient compensation to Shadow Moon Hall, but also that the 5 elders of Medicine Pill sect will agree to Brother Wei's request to refine pills 5 times for free. Wei Guchang originally had a disapproving look on his face, but after hearing the last condition, his expression changed immediately and he couldn't bring himself to refuse. After all, the efficacy of the red candle fruit was only rumored, and no one knew what its true value was. Perhaps it was worthless after being cut open, but an opportunity for the 5 elders of Medicine Pill sect to refine pills for free was extremely rare. Over the years, the 5 elders had rarely acted in alchemy, and every time they did, other great forces would have to pay a huge price to invite them to do so. Comparing the two of them, Wei Guchang found it a little difficult to choose. But soon, he said, Brother Li, even if this Wei doesn't say it, presumably you know that this is not a decision I can make. If you really want to buy this piece of red candle fruit on behalf of Medicine Pill sect, you might as well wait until we leave the Lu Yen desert and let the elders of Medicine Pill sect come to Shadow Moon Hall in person to discuss the matter. Whatever the two of us say here is useless. Naturally, this Li understands. Li Yunan saw that Wei Guchang didn't immediately refuse and seemed to have a lot of room for negotiation, so he couldn't help smiling and saying, since that's the case, this matter will wait until the Lu Yen desert closes and the elders of our sects can discuss it. That would be best. Wei Guchang nodded with satisfaction. If Brother Li has nothing else to say, this one will take his leave first. Brother Wei, please. Li Yunan smiled warmly, naturally not stopping him. After there was no one else in the mountain valley, Li Yunan's expression gradually became dignified as he stared towards a certain spot in the mountain valley. There, he saw a withered corpse that seemed to have died many years ago. This was the junior brother he had sent to secretly collect the red candle stalk, but at this moment, this junior brother seemed to have suffered some kind of vicious attack and died so miserably that even his space ring had disappeared. Li Yunan's face became extremely gloomy, but he didn't mention this junior brother and instead just stomped his foot and said, let's go back to the sect. Brother Li, we're going back now? There are still 2 to 3 months before the Lu Yen desert closes. One of the women looked at Li Yunan in surprise. There's no need to stay, the second layer's treasure area has been rummaged through countless times by those people, and the third layer is filled with danger. I'm afraid all the good things have already been taken. We should go back now and report the matter of the red candle fruit. Let's see if our martial uncles can go to those great forces to discuss the purchase of the red candle fruit. Li Yunan sneered softly, even if the red candle fruit is taken away by them, in the end, I'm afraid they will ask our Medicine Pill sect for it. Besides our Medicine Pill sect, no one else knows much about this kind of treasure, so they won't dare use it rashly, so we still have the advantage. Hearing what he said, the disciples of Medicine Pill sect who had failed to grab any benefits from the red candle fruit all wore looks of shock, all of their previous frustration and gloominess thrown away, all of them smiling happily, as if they had suddenly found the great value of their sect's existence. Chapter 1233. About 100 kilometers away from the mountain valley, in a desolate and secluded place, a group of 4 came to a stop. It was none other than Wei Guchang, Yang Kai, and the others. After walking out of the gorge, Wei Guchang had his divine perception envelop the surroundings at all times, and he was extremely vigilant. But after walking for over 50 kilometers, he didn't see any ignorant person come looking for trouble with them, and it allowed him to finally heave a sigh of relief. From beginning to end, Dong Xianer, Dai Yuan, and Yang Kai did not say a single word as they continued onwards in silence. Only after arriving here did Wei Guchang stop, touch his space ring, and turn around. "Brother Yang, what do you plan to do next?" He did not ask Dai Yuan but instead asked Yang Kai. Yang Kai immediately understood that Wei Guchang suspected that he had also obtained a piece of the red candle fruit. Because the two of them were now in the same situation, Wei Guchang had asked him this question. Yang Kai naturally would not reveal anything through his words. Although he still appreciated Wei Guchang, the red candle fruit was of great importance, so it was best to be careful. Hearing this, Yang Kai thought for a moment and said, "I don't have any plans, I'm just going to explore the 3rd layer and see if I can find anything good." "Brother Yang still wants to go deeper?" Wei Guchang's complexion changed slightly as he felt quite strange. It stood to reason that if Yang Kai really obtained the last piece of the red candle fruit, he should be extremely cautious and not take any risks to explore any deeper, but Yang Kai actually wanted to continue exploring. Not only did Wei Guchang feel strange, but even Dong Xianer showed a strange expression. Yang Kai observed their expressions and knew what they were thinking, but on the surface, he remained calm and simply said, "No one has ever entered the 3rd layer flame area before, and even a heaven-defying spirit fruit like the red candle fruit has appeared. Perhaps there will be even better things beyond this layer." When Wei Guchang heard this, most of the suspicions in his heart disappeared, thinking that perhaps Yang Kai really did not obtain any pieces of the red candle fruit, which was why he was acting so unscrupulously. Nodding slightly, he said, "Since Brother Yang has made such a choice, this way will not say anything more. I only hope that Brother Yang remains cautious in all matters and returns with a full harvest. Xian and I will not stay here for long, we will be leaving Lu Yen sand field soon." Wei Guchang's choice did not surprise Yang Kai at all. The red candle fruit was too important, and anyone who carried such a spirit fruit with them at all times would feel uneasy. Wei Guchang definitely wanted to bring the piece of red candle fruit out of Lu Yen sand field as soon as possible. It wasn't just Wei Guchang who thought so. Yang Kai estimated that Fang Tianzhong, Chu Changfeng, Yin Su Dai, and even the burly man would all think so. Moreover, they would not let others handle this matter and would definitely take the piece of red candle fruit themselves and leave Lu Yen sand field directly. This was good news for Yang Kai. With so many of the sect's elites leaving at once, there would naturally be fewer people remaining. With fewer people, there would be less competition. And, Brother Wei and Sister Xian, should also be careful. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Wei Guchang then turned his eyes to Dai Yuan and asked, "What about you, little sister Dai Yuan?" "Me?" Dai Yuan smiled, "I didn't get anything good this time, so I'm not in a hurry to leave. Naturally, I'll stay and see if some good luck happens in the next few days." "In that case, you should also be careful." Wei Guchang naturally would not persuade Dai Yuan to leave with him. Dong Xianer stepped forward and said a few words to Dai Yuan before bidding farewell to Wei Guchang and Xian and hurrying back. After Lu Yen sand field opened, it wasn't impossible to leave, but no one had done so before. After all, even if one's strength was low, they could still hunt for fire spirit beasts in the 1st layer flame area and harvest some fire crystal stones. However, the appearance of the red candle fruit this time had caused several of Shadowed Star's most powerful sect elites to leave early. This was something that had only happened once in 10,000 years. After the figures of Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer disappeared from sight, Dai Yuan quietly glanced over at Yang Kai. Just like Wei Guchang, she had suspected that Yang Kai had obtained the red candle fruit, but now that Yang Kai had chosen to stay and even continue to explore deeper, she was no longer sure of her guess. Just as she was contemplating though, Yang Kai suddenly turned his head to look at her and said, "Since this matter is over, I will take my leave. I hope Sister Dai Yuan will have good luck in the next few days." "Wait." Dai Yuan felt anxious and immediately called out. She had never expected that Yang Kai would actually want to part ways with her so directly. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai didn't have any malice towards Dai Yuan. Although the other party was congenitally deficient, she had a pure heart. After getting along with her for so long, Yang Kai had a good impression of her, but he didn't understand why she had still called out to him after he had made himself so clear. Dai Yuan bit her red lips as a trace of hesitation flashed across her face, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Junior brother Yang, I also want to continue exploring. I wonder if I can accompany you?" "With me?" Yang Kai was stunned. Although he didn't know much about Dai Yuan, from the first time he met her, Yang Kai felt that she was a woman who liked to travel alone. This may have something to do with her appearance, so Yang Kai had never thought that she would actually ask to accompany him. This made Yang Kai feel a little awkward. He wanted to continue exploring the third layer because he wanted to find a suitable place to refine the profound Yin sunflower water, but if he were to travel with Dai Yuan, it would inevitably interfere with his plans. Seeing Yang Kai frown, Dai Yuan also seemed a little embarrassed, knowing that her proposal had made things difficult for him, but for some reason, she really didn't want to give up this opportunity to be alone with Yang Kai. What's more, she really did want to explore the third layer. The third layer was very different from the first layer, so Dai Yuan wasn't confident that she would be able to survive alone. If she could accompany Yang Kai, they would be able to take care of each other even if they encountered danger. So even if she felt embarrassed, Dai Yuan still looked at Yang Kai with sincere eyes, secretly praying that he wouldn't be unreasonable and refuse her. She couldn't remember how long it had been since she had been so worried. Since a long time ago, she had never forced anyone to do anything, nor had she begged anyone. She had made up her mind to only rely on herself, but this time, she had broken her own perseverance. After a while, Yang Kai's brow relaxed and he grinned, "Good." Hearing this, Dai Yuan's face filled with joy and a look of gratitude flashed across her beautiful eyes. "But there are some things I need to make clear." Yang Kai's expression became solemn. "I presume Sister Dai Yuan is aware of the situation in the third layer. If we really encounter some kind of barrier or danger that even I can't deal with, you and I will have to find our own ways to deal with it. If Sister Dai Yuan dies here, don't blame me for not lending a helping hand." "Of course." Dai Yuan gently nodded. "If we really encounter that kind of fatal danger, it can only be said that Dai Yuan's fate is not good." Seeing her agree so readily, Yang Kai was satisfied and said, "There is one more thing I need to do in the third layer. When I do that, I will have to separate from you. I can't stay with you until the Lu Yen sand field closes." Dai Yuan showed a look of surprise, but she quickly reacted and smiled. "What kind of secret technique does junior brother want to use here to practice?" She took it for granted that this was an environment that couldn't be found outside, so if Yang Kai had to come here to do something, it was naturally related to this. "You can say that." Yang Kai didn't comment. "If you don't have any problems with this, we can travel together." Naturally, Dai Yuan readily agreed. The 2 points Yang Kai raised weren't really requests, so there was no reason for her to refuse. "In that case, I'll have to trouble Sister Dai Yuan to take care of me for the next few days," Yang Kai grinned. "It's Dai Yuan who is bothering junior brother Yang." After making this decision, Yang Kai took out his Yuan magnetic compass, checked the direction, and together with Dai Yuan, they headed deeper into the third layer. The heat of the third layer was so fierce that Yang Kai had to constantly circulate his Saint Qi to resist the invasion of the fire poison, but Dai Yuan's situation was much simpler. She seemed to be wearing an artifact armor underneath her clothes, and all she needed to do was slightly push the power of this artifact armor to release a faint blue halo around her body. This halo gave off an icy aura that prevented the fire poison from getting within 3 meters of her. Along the way, Dai Yuan was secretly shocked. Although from the first time she saw Yang Kai, she knew that he had been using his Saint Chi to resist the fire poison and wasn't wearing an artifact armor like the elites of other sects, she still couldn't help feeling shocked. She didn't know how much consumption Yang Kai had to consume from using his Saint Chi so recklessly, but even now, he didn't show the slightest sign of fatigue. Dai Yuan really wanted to know how much Saint Chi Yang Kai had stored in his body for him to be able to squander like this. Fortunately, after walking for a day, Yang Kai proposed that they meditate to restore themselves, allowing Dai Yuan to feel much better. Using Saint Chi like this, it would be strange if they didn't need to restore themselves. Even if Yang Kai hadn't suggested it, she would have taken the initiative to ask. So, the two of them found a secluded place and each found a suitable place to meditate. Of course, Yang Kai didn't need to meditate to restore himself. The small amount of Saint Chi he consumed to resist the fire poison was nothing more than a drop in the bucket for him. He just wanted to find an opportunity to deal with the red candle fruit he had obtained. Although he had hurriedly made a spirit wood box to store the red candle fruit in the mountain valley, time was of the essence at the time and the crafting was a bit rough, so he couldn't completely guarantee that the medicinal efficacies would not dissipate. 2 hours later, Yang Kai finished processing the red candle fruit and threw it into the black book space before leisurely getting up and walking over to where Dai Yuan was meditating. Chapter 1234. Not long after, Yang Kai arrived in front of her. After adjusting her breathing, Dai Yuan's spirit had improved significantly. When Yang Kai walked over, she happened to open her eyes, obviously sensing his presence, but she showed a hesitant look on her face, making Yang Kai very curious. "Junior brother Yang, I've used up all of my recovery pills, do you have any extra? I can buy some for Saint Crystals." When Dai Yuan opened her mouth to speak, her beautiful eyes flickered slightly. Yang Kai didn't care about this point. Although it was strange that this woman had actually used up all of her recovery pills, thinking about it for a moment, he figured that she probably hadn't expected him to enter the third layer, so it was reasonable for her to consume so many pills. So without any suspicion, Yang Kai took out a bottle of pills from his space ring and tossed it over, smiling lightly as he said, "There's no need for Saint Crystals, it's just a bottle of pills, they aren't worth much." Dai Yuan caught the bottle and showed a look of gratitude, nodding, "Then Dai Yuan will thank junior brother Yang." "Good, let's continue on our way," Yang Kai said before leading the way. After Yang Kai left, Dai Yuan opened the bottle of pills and swept her gaze over them. After seeing the appearance of the pills inside clearly, her tender body couldn't help trembling slightly as a look of ecstasy appeared on her face. When she raised her head and stared at Yang Kai's back again, her pair of beautiful eyes flashed with excitement and fanaticism, and she immediately put away the pills without saying a word before hurriedly following after him. The third layer flame area was indeed countless times more dangerous than the first layer. Although the environments of the two layers were similar, the dangers lurking inside were completely different. When Yang Kai walked through the first layer, with the exception of encountering a large number of fire spirit beasts in the strange mountain valley where he had to spend some effort to resolve the situation, he was basically taking a leisurely stroll through the second layer without any burden, not even needing to circulate his Saint Chi to protect himself. However, in the third layer, Yang Kai had to constantly circulate his Saint Chi to resist the heat waves and fire toxins. Not only that, but the fire spirit beasts here weren't low in grade, all of them being 7th order or 8th order existences. In addition to these fire spirit beasts that could emerge from underground cracks, there were also various strange barriers. These fire spirit beasts didn't pose much of a threat to Yang Kai and Dai Yuan. As long as there weren't too many of them, the two of them could easily kill them and harvest some fire crystal stones. However, after witnessing Wei Guchang's group fall, Yang Kai had become more vigilant towards some seemingly dangerous places. Once he discovered such places, he would avoid them as far as he could, and if he couldn't, he would secretly use his demons of annihilation to see if there was any danger. Along the way, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. If it weren't for his demon eye of annihilation, a divine technique that allowed him to see through illusions, he and Dai Yuan would have fallen into at least 5 different barriers over the past few days. These barriers were extremely well hidden and weren't something a Saint King realm cultivator could discover. Once these barriers were triggered, Yang Kai estimated that his end wouldn't have been any better. Because Yang Kai had been secretly using his demon eye of annihilation to lead Dai Yuan through these dangerous places, this woman from Colored Glass sect didn't notice anything, but she secretly felt that the third layer flame area didn't live up to its name. She didn't understand the dangers here at all and simply followed behind Yang Kai with ease. However, although the demon eye of annihilation was great demon god's divine technique, Yang Kai had only obtained it later and refined it for his own use, so it wasn't omnipotent. The two of them eventually fell into a barrier that even Yang Kai hadn't noticed. As soon as this barrier was triggered, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. The originally extremely hot territory of the flame area suddenly became bitterly cold and howling winds blew past them while large snowflakes began to fall from the sky. The environment suddenly became completely different from before. Inexplicably formed icicles attacked from all directions. There were also wind dragons gathered in the surroundings. They spat out cold chi that could freeze one's entire body. They hid the cold chi in their wind blades, making it very difficult to deal with. Fortunately, Yang Kai and Dai Yuan were both alchemists, one of whom cultivated a yang attribute secret art while the other cultivated a fire attribute secret art, so their Saint Chi was able to restrain the barriers here. However, it still took them 2 to 3 days to forcefully break the restriction and escape from it. During this process, Dai Yuan suffered some injuries, and if it weren't for Yang Kai saving her at a critical moment, her injuries would have been much more serious. Being injured in this place, unable to advance or retreat, was basically no different from waiting for death. After this incident, Dai Yuan no longer dared to underestimate the mysteries and dangers of this third layer and carefully followed behind Yang Kai. Yang Kai was also injured, but compared to his restorative ability, these injuries were not worth mentioning. After leaving this barrier, Yang Kai immediately took Dai Yuan to a nearby mountain wall and opened up a cave. Inside this cave, the two of them silently licked their wounds like wounded beasts. It wasn't until 3 days later that Dai Yuan's injuries were completely healed that the two of them continued their journey. The various methods Yang Kai displayed and the combat effectiveness he displayed made Dai Yuan finally understand that this First-Order Saint King was indeed different from the ones she had met before. His true combat power was not below hers, and the various methods he had displayed were already not something she could contend with, so what was there to say about what he had yet to show? No wonder Wei Guchang, who was so proud and arrogant, was so polite to him. It was likely he already knew that Yang Kai was extraordinary. Along the way, Dai Yuan occasionally encountered a few rare fire attribute spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Every time this happened, Dai Yuan would take the initiative to pick these spirit grasses and spirit medicines and store them with the most suitable materials. Yang Kai didn't know why, but he found that this woman seemed to be very interested in these herbs. Every time she came back from picking them, she would talk endlessly about them, from their medicinal properties, pill recipes, methods to condense medicinal liquids, and even the use of spirit arrays in alchemy. It was as if there was nothing she didn't know, and she didn't shy away from anything. It was as if she was a completely different person from her usual taciturn self. At this time, Yang Kai remained silent and listened quietly. If it were any other time, he would really be interested in discussing alchemy with Dai Yuan. He could also see that this woman was very skilled in the alchemic way, and although her alchemy level was not as high as his, there was no harm in communicating with her. Unfortunately, at this moment, his mind was focused on refining the profound Yin sunflower water and he really wasn't in the mood to talk about these things, so he could only miss the opportunity to exchange alchemy with this woman. Yang Kai's silence made Dai Yuan feel a little disappointed. She secretly thought to herself, could it be that things weren't as she thought? Otherwise, how could Yang Kai not say a word to these spirit grasses and spirit medicines, or even show any signs of excitement? She even deliberately misstated some information about these herbs, but Yang Kai didn't show any intention of correcting her, causing her to hesitate. Dai Yuan naturally didn't monopolize the spirit grasses and spirit medicines she picked, and she was also very self-aware that if it weren't for Yang Kai, she wouldn't have been able to safely travel so far, so when distributing the herbs, she took the initiative to keep a small portion for herself while giving the majority to Yang Kai. In this regard, Yang Kai didn't refuse. He and Dai Yuan didn't have a deep friendship and had only cooperated on this trip to the third layer, so naturally, he would accept the benefits that were given to him with a clear conscience. The two of them traveled all the way to the third layer for about 10 days, and by this time, Dai Yuan was already struggling to move forward. The intense heat all around her was like someone was using a fire attribute attack, constantly bombarding her tender body. Even with the protection of her artifact armor and the pink veil she had formed around her body, Dai Yuan was still sweating profusely, her clothes sticking tightly to her body, perfectly outlining her exquisite figure. If it wasn't for the fact that she was using the Li Bai handkerchief to cover her figure, at this moment, she feared that her body would have already been exposed. Fortunately, there was only her and Kai Yang here, and Kai Yang was walking in front, so he didn't have any intention of looking back. With every step she took, she had to expend a huge amount of energy. Her delicate body trembled slightly, and there was a faint layer of black gas lingering around her. This was the unique fire poison of Lu Yan's desert, and Dai Yuan couldn't completely resist this fire poison. Now that some of it had already invaded her body, the situation would only worsen if she continued forward. After reaching this point, Dai Yuan already had thoughts of retreating, secretly regretting that she had come so far. However, she also had difficulties she couldn't voice out. She and Yang Kai had already been in the third layer for more than 10 days, and even if she wanted to retreat now, she didn't know if she could do so safely. In the current situation, she was riding a tiger. She could only stand strong and follow behind Kai Yang without saying a word. Although Yang Kai's situation wasn't as difficult as hers, he wasn't feeling very good either. His skin was burning as if it was on fire, and the heat and fire poison were pressing down on him from all directions, making him feel like his bones were being crushed. If it weren't for the massive amount of Saint Qi in his body, Yang Kai would have had to find a place to quickly restore himself. Walking in front, Yang Kai's divine sense was constantly monitoring Dai Yuan's movements. This woman's difficult appearance naturally couldn't escape his perception, so Yang Kai didn't rush to help her. The environment here was extremely harsh, but by walking in this harsh environment, one could temper the purity and density of one's Saint Qi, which was of great benefit to a cultivator. Helping her resist the heat and fire poison was only a small matter, but if he lost this opportunity to become stronger, the gains wouldn't be worth it. Moving forward bit by bit, the pair's speed was now as slow as a turtle's crawl compared to a few days ago, and the deeper they went, the harsher the environment became. Yang Kai's eyes gradually showed some excitement because he needed this kind of hot environment, so naturally, he couldn't wait for it to get worse. Yang Kai secretly thought to himself. According to his observations over the past few days and the changes in the environment, he should only need to walk forward for another 5 days to find a suitable location. At that time, he could begin refining the profound Yin sunflower water. The only problem was how to deal with the woman behind him. Chapter 1235. Yang Kai hadn't expected that after going so far, he wouldn't be able to find a suitable place to separate from Dai Yuan. Abandoning her now was tantamount to taking her life. It seemed that Yang Kai would have to find a suitable place for her to stay for a while. Taking advantage of this time, he would do his own thing. As long as that place was safe enough, it should be enough for her to wait until the Lu Yan sand field closed. At that time, the world principles here would naturally teleport her out. Just as Yang Kai was thinking this though, Dai Yuan's tender cry suddenly came from behind him. Yang Kai swept the area with his divine sense and his expression changed slightly. His figure flashed over to Dai Yuan's side and caught her in his arms. This woman was already an arrow at the end of its flight, and the Saint Chi in her body had dried up to the point where it was almost completely depleted. The power of the artifact armor that had been guarding her could no longer be exerted. The moment the artifact armor lost their effectiveness, the scorching heat waves began pressing down on her from all directions. If Yang Kai hadn't taken action now, she would have been reduced to ashes in the next moment. Dai Yuan really couldn't hold on any longer. After being picked up by Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes blinked weakly as her face turned extremely pale and she fainted without a sound. She had actually overdrawn herself to this extent. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. He hadn't carefully examined the situation inside Dai Yuan's body before and thought that since she was able to hold on, she definitely hadn't been pushed to her limit, so he had taken the lead. If he had known this would happen, he would have taken action long ago. Dai Yuan's body was soft and supple to the touch, and there was a seductive fragrance wafting from her body. What's more, after the colorful handkerchief disappeared, this woman's sweat-drenched body was suddenly exposed in front of Yang Kai, a sight that was somewhat breathtaking. This woman, if it weren't for her face, she would definitely be a femme fatale. Slowly shaking his head, Yang Kai pushed his Saint Chi to form a protective shield around her before picking her up and carrying her towards the depths of the third layer. Dai Yuan woke up slowly, but before she even opened her eyes, she felt that she was immersed in an environment rich in world energy. The Saint Chi in her body, which had been depleted, seemed to have recovered significantly at this moment, and the air around her was fresh and pleasant. There was even a faint medicinal fragrance in the air. Violet fine jade fruit. Dai Yuan's heart skipped a beat and she immediately determined the source of this medicinal fragrance, quickly opening her eyes and looking around. Her beautiful eyes were instantly attracted by a purple spirit tree that looked like a grapefruit not far away. The vine-like spirit tree was entwined in the middle of several large trees. Between the vines, there were a few strings of light purple, sparkling and translucent berries that were as fragrant as grapes. It's not ripe yet. Dai Yuan showed a slightly disappointed look. The purple fine jade fruit was a genuine origin king-grade low-rank spirit fruit, so if it was ripe, it should have been covered in a purple glow and looked like a piece of exquisite purple jade. Whether it was used for alchemy or directly consumed, it would be of great benefit to a cultivator. What was even rarer was that this kind of spirit fruit was similar to grapes and was produced in bunches. Once it appeared, there would be a large number of them. So, the moment Dai Yuan smelled the fragrance, she woke up. After all, this kind of thing was extremely rare. Taking a closer look, Dai Yuan found that there were clear signs that some of the vines had been recently harvested. Thinking about it for a moment, Dai Yuan immediately understood that it was Yang Kai who had harvested them. At the same time, she remembered what happened before she fell unconscious. Turning her head, Dai Yuan found Yang Kai standing not far away from her. Unfortunately, for some reason, Yang Kai's expression was a little gloomy at the moment, as if he was very unhappy. His brow was furrowed and he seemed to be lost in thought, not even noticing that she had woken up. Junior brother Yang. Dai Yuan slowly got up and greeted Yang Kai. You're awake. Yang Kai turned his head, the gloomy look on his face converging greatly, but there was still a trace of unhappiness on his brow. This place is. Dai Yuan looked around suspiciously. What she saw was a lush green landscape filled with the sound of birds chirping and flowers blooming everywhere. All around her were rolling mountains that towered into the clouds, with no end in sight. The rich world energy aura mixed with the clouds and covered the mountain peaks, making it seem as if this was the base of some great sect. Dai Yuan was secretly shocked. The place where Colored Glass sect was located was also a treasure trove, but compared to the environment in front of her, it was like a small wizard meeting a great wizard. If there really was a power that set up their foundation here, then what kind of heavenly and geographical advantages would their disciples have to cultivate in? How could there be such a treasure trove in this world? Moreover, looking at the mountains, there didn't seem to be any trace of human activity, as if this treasure trove had never been used before. However, when Dai Yuan looked up, she found that the sky was covered by a red curtain, making it impossible to see any stars, sun, or moon, making her a little confused. "There's no need to doubt, this is still the Lu Yen Desert," Yang Kai said faintly. Dai Yuan frowned as she seemed to understand. "Have we returned to the second layer?" "The second layer?" Yang Kai glanced at her for a moment before suddenly smiling and shaking his head. "No, this is the fourth layer." "What?" Dai Yuan exclaimed, "The fourth layer?" The fourth layer, treasure area." Yang Kai's voice became much more serious. "Ah." Dai Yuan couldn't help covering her mouth. After recovering from her shock, her beautiful eyes trembled violently as she couldn't help muttering, "There really is a fourth layer treasure area." Yang Kai tilted his head and asked, "Did you know there was such a place?" Dai Yuan froze for a moment before shaking her head. "I didn't know, I just had some speculations before. Since the first layer flame area leads to the second layer treasure area, after the third layer flame area, there may be another treasure area, but the current situation confirms my previous speculations." Yang Kai listened to her and nodded lightly. Not only did Dai Yuan have such suspicions before, he also had them, but when he really set foot in this place, his mood became extremely delicate. Unlike Dai Yuan's excitement and joy of discovering a new world, Yang Kai, after experiencing the initial surprise, felt more of a sense of loss than anything else. Because he didn't get the environment he wanted the most. After Dai Yuan fainted a few days ago, Yang Kai had carried her deeper into this place and was just about to meet his requirements, but unexpectedly, they had passed through the third layer and rushed into the fourth layer. Originally, Yang Kai had some thoughts of taking things as they came, thinking that this place wasn't bad and that refining the profound sunflower water wasn't something he was in a hurry to do. But to his great disappointment, the treasures of the heavens and earth contained in the fourth level were actually extremely scarce. He'd searched continuously for a few days, yet he'd only found a violet jade fruit tree 2 hours ago and plucked 2 strings of violet jade fruits. This made him very angry and vaguely made him feel like he had been deceived. Without finding a suitable environment and with so few precious treasures here, it would be strange if he felt happy. The only thing that made him feel gratified was that he could finally part ways with Dai Yuan. Making up his mind, Yang Kai said, "Sister Dai Yuan, I've been wandering around here for several days now and have investigated the environment slightly. I've found no traces of any monster beast here, nor are there any barriers, so this place is very safe." Dai Yuan was taken aback, but after thinking about it for a moment, she smiled understandingly and asked, "Junior brother Yang, are you going to act alone?" Having his thoughts seen through by Dai Yuan, Yang Kai didn't conceal anything. "Is that so?" Dai Yuan gently nodded. "Good, I was just looking for a certain kind of spirit grass here. Since this place is so safe, Dai Yuan won't trouble junior brother any further. I've also wasted a lot of your time along the way. It's fine, then we'll part ways here. I hope Sister Dai Yuan can find what she's looking for," Yang Kai said before simply walking off into the distance. The day before Lu Yen sand field closed was not far away, so he had to pick up his pace. After walking a short distance, Dai Yuan suddenly called out from behind, "Junior brother Yang. Is there something else?" Yang Kai turned around and asked. Dai Yuan gently bit her red lips and smiled slightly. Dai Yuan would like to visit junior brother Yang to express her gratitude. "I wonder if junior brother Yang would welcome me?" Yang Kai's expression flashed for a moment before he quickly nodded. "Naturally, as for where I live, you can ask Wei Guchang when you arrive." "Good." Seeing Yang Kai agree, Dai Yuan smiled, seemingly relaxed. "That's right." Yang Kai suddenly remembered something. Although the elite disciples of the various great forces have all left early and there may not be anyone else who will enter the fourth layer, you still need to be careful. I feel that guy from Star Emperor sect will also come here. That person. The image of the indifferent man suddenly appeared in Dai Yuan's mind and she lightly said, "If it's that person, then it's not a big deal. The people from Star Emperor sect never take the initiative to provoke others, so as long as I don't provoke him, I'll be fine." Yang Kai nodded lightly and didn't say anything more, his figure flickering a few times before disappearing from Dai Yuan's sight and plunging into the rolling mountain range ahead. He wants to go deeper. Dai Yuan waited until Yang Kai left before muttering to herself thoughtfully, "It seems that the secret technique junior brother Yang wants to cultivate is extraordinary, he actually wants to go deeper." With her intelligence, she could naturally see at a glance that Yang Kai wanted to go deeper to see if there was a fifth layer flame area. Even the environment of the third layer couldn't meet his requirements, so he could only hope to enter the fifth layer. Standing in place and watching for a while, Dai Yuan's mouth curled into a wry smile. She had always felt that her strength was extraordinary, and even if she wasn't as strong as Fang Tianzhong, Chu Changfeng, and the others, she was still stronger than the average third-order Saint King, but now compared with Yang Kai, she finally understood that she had been a frog in a well. In this world, there was actually such an amazing character. There was also that guy from Star Emperor sect who was a monstrous existence. When they were snatching the red candle fruit, Dai Yuan couldn't help feeling a little apprehensive every time she saw him take action. The combat power he displayed was simply terrifying. Dai Yuan didn't know who would be stronger and who would be weaker if these two met. Chapter 1236. Through the rolling mountain range, Yang Kai's figure moved like a bolt of lightning. Although he was still suppressed by some kind of inexplicable world principles and was unable to fly, without Dai Yuan holding him back, Yang Kai was able to use his wind and thunder wings to quickly move forward. Yang Kai had no intention of staying in the fourth layer for long. Although he knew that there were likely to be some rare spirit grasses and spirit medicines here, searching for them was simply a waste of time. Yang Kai wanted to see if there was a fifth layer flame area. If there was, the biggest purpose of this trip would be achieved. The mountain range was extremely large, and as soon as Yang Kai entered, he felt that the world energy aura here was incredibly rich. It was far better than any of the stars he had been to before, even faintly comparable to the mysterious floating continent. The mountain range was shrouded in clouds, and large clusters of snow-white clouds floated in the depths of the mountain range like cotton, leisurely drifting about halfway up the mountain. Compared to Dragon Cave Mountain, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth, there was simply no comparison. Yang Kai's eyes filled with shock and excitement as he secretly thought that if this was not the Lu Yen Desert, a restricted area on Shadowed Star, this rolling mountain range alone would be enough for all the great forces and great sects to fight over. Which of those great forces and great sects was not located in a place with rich world energy aura? Even the foundation of each of these great forces had a massive earth vein beneath it. Only the world energy emitted by these earth veins could allow a sect to last for thousands of years without collapsing, allowing its disciples to achieve twice the result with half the effort. For example, Tongxian Realm's Nine Heavens Holy Land. As far as Yang Kai knew, Nine Heavens Holy Land had a large earth vein beneath its 9 peaks, which was why the world energy aura between its 9 peaks was so dense. Soaring Heaven sect was the same. Soaring Heaven sect also had earth veins beneath its 108 peaks. The ancestral founder of any sect would not choose to set up their sect in a place with barren world energy aura. The first condition for setting up a sect was that there must be an earth vein, and the larger and higher the quality, the better. And this continuous mountain range in front of him was definitely the best place to establish a sect. If he let his disciples cultivate here, they would have the best time and place, and they would grow faster than ordinary people. Yang Kai was certain that there must be at least one or more high-grade earth veins under this mountain range. Unfortunately, this was the Lu Yen Desert. It would only open once in a while, and it would close again in less than half a year. No one could build a sect here, and no one could stay here for long to cultivate. Yang Kai sighed again and again. Although he was alone now, he still had many relatives and friends left behind in Tongxian realm. If he could go back one day and bring them to Tongxian territory, this mountain range would definitely be a good place to settle down. Of course, before that, he needed to have the strength to protect himself, otherwise, it would only bring disaster to his family. Shaking his head and dispelling all the distracting thoughts in his mind, Yang Kai continued on his way. The mountain range was extremely quiet and elegant, with no birds or beasts in sight. It seemed that in this fourth layer, Yang Kai was the only living person. As he expected, even if there were spirit grasses and spirit medicines in this place, they were extremely rare, because along the way, Yang Kai didn't encounter any more spirit grasses or spirit medicines, and there wasn't even the slightest medicinal fragrance in the air. 10 days after Yang Kai entered this mountain range, just as he was hurrying along, his expression suddenly changed and he came to a stop, frowning as he listened carefully, his expression changing greatly. He heard some violent sounds coming from somewhere in front of him. Was someone there? What's more, that person had actually arrived before him. A cold and indifferent face flashed across Yang Kai's mind as he secretly wondered if it was that person who had entered this place. Listening to the sounds, it didn't seem like there was any kind of battle taking place, but rather that the person in front of him was bombarding something. Violent energy fluctuations were coming from that direction, creating a huge commotion. Yang Kai suddenly became curious. He had entered this mountain range for 10 days and hadn't encountered anything, so now that someone had arrived before him and was making such a strange noise, it naturally attracted his attention. Holding his breath, Yang Kai quietly moved forward, wanting to see what was going on. Although Yang Kai hadn't cultivated any kind of chi concealment secret art, his divine sense was extremely powerful, so as long as he didn't make any obvious movements, as long as the other party's cultivation wasn't much higher than his, they shouldn't be able to detect him. Quietly approaching, the closer he got to the source of the sound, the more Yang Kai could feel how terrifying this person's methods were. After advancing a few dozen kilometers, Yang Kai stopped and looked forward, his heart couldn't help trembling as a look of horror appeared on his face. 1,000 meters in front of him, a man with a sword-like figure and a chiseled face appeared. It was none other than the man from Star Emperor sect who had cut the red candle fruit into several pieces in front of everyone's eyes. At this moment, shocking Saint Chi fluctuations were pulsing from this man's body. Using some kind of unknown secret technique, this man was actually floating a meter above the ground, but his burly body was trembling slightly and his face was flushed red as he desperately pushed his Saint Chi. Holding an inconspicuous silver flood dragon spear in his hand, he sent out a barrage of spears towards the void in front of him. What made Yang Kai feel inexplicably horrified was not the shocking methods displayed by this man. This man's methods were truly extraordinary. The silver flood dragon spear he sent out transformed into giant silver flood dragons that madly rushed forward. Each of these silver flood dragons was so powerful that even Yang Kai would have to avoid them in the face of such a violent attack. However, there seemed to be an invisible barrier in the void in front of this man. All the silver dragons that pounced over were blocked by this barrier. In mid-air, there were only layers of ripples that constantly spread in all directions. The silver dragons returned again and again without any success. A barrier? No, it's a mountain defending array. Yang Kai's heart clenched. He had once served as the Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land, and when Nine Heavens' Holy Land was besieged by powerful enemies, he had personally activated the mountain defending array to protect the 9 peaks, so at this moment, he was naturally able to see through it. In such a desolate mountain range where not even insects or birds could be seen, there was actually a mountain defending array. What's more, this mountain defending array was extremely profound. No matter how the indifferent man from Star Emperor sect attacked, it remained motionless, showing no signs of damage. Yang Kai's face was filled with amazement. Lu Yen Sand Field had existed for at least 10,000 years, and from the 3rd layer onwards, no one had ever set foot on it. The same was true for the fourth and fifth layers, which meant that this mountain defending array had existed for at least 10,000 years. Even after 10,000 years, it still had such a powerful defensive function, so one could only imagine how strong it must have been. Why was there a mountain defending array here? This kind of thing was generally arranged by a sect at great expense of manpower and financial resources. Yang Kai's eyes swept past the Star Emperor sect disciple and gazed further into the distance, his eyes narrowing in shock. In the distant mountain range, there were thick clouds and mist, and countless treasured lands were protected by the mountain defending array. Although he couldn't see how high these mountains were or what the situation inside was like, Yang Kai could vaguely see some vague traces of buildings in the clouds. There seemed to be jade palaces, pavilions, and waterside pavilions, giving off an otherworldly appearance. However, when Yang Kai took a closer look, he found that there was nothing there, only clouds drifting slowly through the clouds. Occasionally, a building would appear from the clouds. There really was a sect here. Although Yang Kai had always regretted that this place could not be used as the foundation for the establishment of a sect, when he confirmed that there really was a sect in this mountain range, he was shocked. Who could build a sect in such a place? What kind of people lived in it? However, after thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai faintly felt that something was wrong. That guy from Star Emperor sect had made such a big commotion, so if there really was someone inside, they would not have just stood by and watched and would have come out to teach him a lesson. It seemed that there was no one in this sect, just a ruin. After understanding this, Yang Kai's heart beat wildly. A sect ruin, and judging from the corner of the jade palaces that were occasionally exposed, this sect ruin seemed to be well preserved. If he could go inside, he might be able to find many good things. Being able to build a sect in such a place and arrange such a powerful mountain defending array, this sect was definitely not an unknown existence tens of thousands of years ago. How could there not be many good things inside? Who is it? A low shout resounded in Yang Kai's ears, waking him from his shock. At the same time, his knowledge sea trembled, as if an invisible thorn had broken into it. Yang Kai's face became cold and he quickly urged his spiritual energy to resist the attack that was trying to break through his knowledge sea's defense. At the same time, his figure flickered and disappeared, reappearing more than 100 meters away. Huh! The indifferent man from Star Emperor sect had at some point stopped what he was doing and landed on the ground, holding the silver flood dragon spear in his hand as he looked at Yang Kai with a slightly surprised expression. Yang Kai smiled bitterly, knowing that because he had discovered the sect ruin just now, he was a little excited, which was why he had been discovered by the other party. Since he had been discovered, Yang Kai simply showed up openly. In any case, he didn't have any evil intentions towards this guy, so naturally, there was no need to feel embarrassed. It's you. The cultivator from Star Emperor sect wore a strange expression. He had met Yang Kai twice, once in the stalactite cave and once when they were snatching the red candle fruit, but from beginning to end, he had not noticed that Yang Kai had hidden his strength so deeply. Just now, his soul attack had been silently resolved by the other party, which showed just how powerful he was. This made the indifferent man re-evaluate Yang Kai, wanting to see if he was hiding his cultivation. Chapter 1237. However, to the indifferent man's disappointment, no matter how he observed, he couldn't see any trace of Yang Kai hiding his cultivation, as if he really was just a first-order Saint King cultivator. He didn't intend to delve deeper into this though. He himself was from Star Emperor sect and was a peerless genius, so even if Yang Kai really was hiding his cultivation, he wouldn't be afraid of him. What's more, the other party might have cultivated some kind of secret technique or worn some kind of mysterious artifact that allowed him to display his cultivation as a first-order Saint King. He simply didn't want to believe that Yang Kai was only at this level. Friend, please don't misunderstand. Yang Kai frowned. I just heard some movement here, so I came over to take a look. He explained slightly, not because he was afraid of this person, but because the other party was obviously not someone to be trifled with. Yang Kai didn't want to fight with him in this damned place because of some small misunderstanding. To his surprise, the other party just gently nodded, the vigilance on his face greatly reducing, not showing any intention to attack, even taking back his silver flood dragon spear. Without asking anything, the indifferent man suddenly asked, "How should I address you?" Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before reporting his name. Ling Qing. The other party also reported his name. Yang Kai frowned inadvertently. He didn't believe this other party would come to get acquainted with him for no reason. This person had never said a word when facing Fang Tianzhong, Chu Changfeng, and the others, so he was obviously a proud and arrogant person who didn't put anyone in his eyes, but now that he had actually introduced himself here, Yang Kai couldn't help being vigilant. Glancing thoughtfully towards the looming jade palaces inside the mountain defending array, Yang Kai's brow furrowed even more. Sure enough, as he had worried, this man named Ling Qing said, "Are you interested in joining forces to break this mountain defending array?" "Sorry, not interested." Yang Kai didn't even think about it and immediately shook his head. Ling Qing was startled, as if he hadn't expected there would be someone in this world who would refuse his proposal. Moreover, in this situation, wasn't he interested in the sect ruins inside? Thinking quickly, Ling Qing said lightly, "Do you think we can't break this spirit array with our ability?" I don't think there's any hope, so I don't want to waste my energy." Yang Kai's calm and honest. When this guy had broken the mountain defending array, Yang Kai's efforts had been thoroughly examined, SSSSSSS's. And the outermost layers, SSS, was only the first layers. Yang Kai was Yang's efforts. SSS. Of course, if one wasn't stingy with the consumption of golden blood and directly used a dozen or so drops of golden blood, it was possible to achieve such a feat, but so what if he could break through the outer layer of the protective shield? Yang Kai didn't need to use his toes to think to know that there were many barriers and dangers lurking inside. There were definitely more powerful barriers waiting to be broken through, but Yang Kai didn't have that much confidence, nor did he have the time to waste here. The mountain defending array of a great sect from tens of thousands of years ago was best avoided. So, Yang Kai rejected Ling Qing's proposal without any hesitation, not even bothering to try. "What makes you think I can't break it?" What Yang Kai didn't expect was that this man, who had always had a cold expression, after hearing Yang Kai's frank admission, actually showed a fierce expression, as if he was annoyed that he had been underestimated, and a dangerous aura slowly exuded from his body. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he said indifferently, "If you think you can break it, feel free to do so. I'll take my leave first." Saying so, he turned around and left, disappearing into the jungle with a few leaps. Ling Qing stared at Yang Kai's back as he disappeared, his expression uncertain. He didn't know why, but this cultivator called Yang Kai actually didn't panic when facing him, not even showing the slightest hint of fear. In fact, at that moment, he even gave him a sense of danger. Although this feeling only appeared for a moment, it was enough for Ling Qing to be vigilant. This kind of feeling only appeared on extremely powerful people. Could it be that this Yang Kai had the ability to hurt him? Shaking his head, Ling Qing decided not to think too much about this matter. He decided to wait until he returned to Star King Mountain before he went to ask those old farts if there were any other hidden experts in this world who could nurture such a strange disciple. After Yang Kai ran for 30 kilometers, he once again heard a series of violent rumbling sounds behind him. Obviously, that guy called Ling Qing was attacking the mountain defending array again. Since others were willing to do such a thankless task, Yang Kai didn't care, as long as he didn't do it himself, it was fine. Originally, Yang Kai had warned Dai Yuan not to run into this cultivator called Ling Qing, but now it seemed that the two of them wouldn't meet face to face. As long as Ling Qing continued attacking the mountain defending array, it wouldn't be surprising if he ran out of time. Dai Yuan, on the other hand, was looking for a certain kind of spirit grass, so she shouldn't foolishly run into Ling Qing. Because of the obstruction of the mountain guarding array, Yang had no choice but to take a long detour. Occasionally, he would catch a glimpse of some buildings between the numerous peaks. 10 days later, Kai could still feel the existence of the mountain defending array, causing his heart to become even more shocked. The mountain guarding formation covered an area of at least a few thousand miles, and the space within this range was filled with the ruins of the sect from tens of thousands of years ago. One could imagine how magnificent this sect was tens of thousands of years ago, and how many disciples there were in this sect. However, what was even more surprising was that such a huge sect was now completely empty. Along the way, Kai didn't obtain any harvest, but after 10 days, he finally left the range of the mountain defending array. At the edge of the horizon, there was a faint trace of bright red light. When this ray of light entered his eyes, Yang couldn't help but grin. His guess was right, there really was a 5th layer deeper into the 4th layer. And this 5th layer was the flame area. Kai didn't know what was going on with this Lu Yen sand field, but counting the flame area he had yet to reach, Kai had already passed through 2 similar layers of territory. Thinking about it for a moment, Kai discovered that if he were to look down at the Lu Yen sand field from a high altitude, he would definitely see it as a layered structure, as if someone had placed 3 extremely hot rings on the ground to separate it from the rest of the world. Thinking so, Kai's heart clenched. Since this was the case, there should definitely be a 6th layer. After gawking for a moment, Kai couldn't help laughing. He hadn't even reached the 5th layer yet, so he didn't know if he could break through, so for the time being, he didn't want to think about the 6th layer. If possible, Kai was willing to investigate, but time was of the essence. The deeper one went into the Lu Yen sand field, the less space one could move around. 2 days after Kai discovered the red light, he arrived at the edge of the 5th layer. Before even entering, Kai could feel the scorching heat radiating from the 5th layer. The power contained in the 5th layer was far from what the 3rd layer could compare to. While Kai was overjoyed, his expression also became dignified. Pushing his Saint Chi to form a protective shield around himself, he cautiously took a step forward. With just a single step, Kai seemed to have stepped into a completely different world. All around him was a sea of red, and from all directions, there was a violent heat wave. The extremely rich fire attribute aura had actually condensed into a tangible substance, like tiny snakes that wrapped around Kai and attached themselves to his body. In an instant, Kai felt pain all over his body, as if he was about to burst into flames. Even the Saint Chi flowing through his body showed signs of boiling. Kai's face changed as he hurriedly pushed his Saint Chi to release his demonic flame. However, his demonic flame was unable to resist the invasion of the heat wave. The tiny snakes of fire attribute aura and the demonic flame began fighting fiercely on Kai's body, one side invading while the other obstructing, creating an extremely fierce scene. The Saint Chi in Kai's body was like a broken dam, bursting out fiercely. Kai was secretly shocked as he calmly took out 2 pieces of high-rank Saint Crystal, holding one in each hand as he madly absorbed the energy from them. At this level of consumption, if Kai didn't supplement himself, the Saint Chi in his body would be exhausted sooner or later. Once it was exhausted, he would have to explode his golden blood and transform it into Saint Chi. On this trip to Lu Yen sand field, Kai had used several drops of golden blood and had witnessed its power, so naturally, he didn't want to waste it. Step by step, Kai had no choice but to increase the output of his Saint Chi every time he went deeper. The Saint Crystals he held in his hands were replaced one after another, and in just half a day, he had consumed more than 10,000 Saint Crystals and absorbed all of their energy, turning them into dust. Only Kai's intrepid physique could support such an unscrupulous absorption of Saint Crystal's energy. If it were any other cultivator with a weaker physique or meridians, they would definitely explode and die. The restorative pills Kai had prepared earlier finally came in handy at this moment. Kai even used his myriad drug liquid, which he hadn't used for a long time. Although the consumption was terrifying, Yang Kai didn't panic at all, because even if his golden blood was exhausted, he could still borrow the power of the divine tree. However, the divine tree was still in a deep sleep and seemed to be on the verge of evolving, so unless it was absolutely necessary, Yang Kai didn't want to disturb it. After a day, Yang Kai had no choice but to stop. Although the further he went, the hotter the environment became and the more helpful it was for refining the profound sunflower water, this was almost his limit. If he continued, even his life would be in danger. Yang Kai frowned and pondered for a while, but just as he was about to find a place nearby to begin refining the profound sunflower water, a rumbling sound suddenly rang out in his ears and the earth began to tremble violently. Yang Kai's face sank as he stood motionless, releasing his divine sense to investigate his surroundings. Chapter 1238. As soon as his divine sense left his body, it was distorted by the scorching heat. Although Yang Kai's speed was extremely fast, a small portion of his divine sense was still burned away. This caused him to let out a muffled groan. Fortunately, his divine sense was extremely powerful and he had the soul-warming lotus to nourish his soul, so he didn't take this loss seriously. In this moment of investigation, Yang Kai had already locked onto a certain location. Looking over a distance of several thousand meters, he saw a red heat wave erupting from a certain spot on the ground. This heat wave was like a flood dragon emerging from the sea, spiraling straight up, as if it wanted to smash a hole in the red curtain covering the sky. However, Lu Yen Sand Field's barrier was not something this heat wave could resist. The heat wave simply rushed into the sky and merged with the red curtain before disappearing like a clay ox entering the sea. An extremely pure fire attribute aura slowly spread from the place where the heat wave appeared, sweeping past Yang Kai's position before continuing to spread out. In an instant, the sand and stones in the fifth layer of Lu Yen Sand Field were sent flying, as if doomsday had arrived. Yang Kai's heart trembled as he stood in place and waited for a long time, waiting for the movement to subside before he struggled to move forward. After a full 2 hours, Yang Kai arrived at a place a few thousand meters away and stared at the giant pit in front of him with a gloomy expression. This was a huge pit. Standing at the edge and looking down, one could only see red lava flowing like water. At this moment, it looked extremely stable, and it was not as terrifying as before. Pure fire attribute spirit energy escaped from the bottom of the pit and merged into the environment of the fifth floor, strengthening the power of the fifth floor little by little. Occasionally, some gravel would fall into the pit and turn to ash as soon as they fell into the lava. The terrifying temperature inside could be imagined. This place looked like a volcanic crater, but in fact, it wasn't a volcano because it was just a huge pit in the ground. There was no trace of lava erupting and forming a volcano. What's more, Yang Kai was keenly aware that the bottom of this pit extended in all directions. There seemed to be countless branching paths, and from time to time, he could hear a rhythmic breathing sound coming from the bottom of the pit. Yang Kai's thoughts turned sharply as he blurted out a name, Earth Lung Fire Pond. After saying this, Yang Kai was stunned on the spot, seemingly unable to believe his own ears. The Earth Lung Fire Pond was an extremely rare underground fire vein. It was the favorite of refiners because when refiners were refining, they could use the power of this underground fire vein to refine materials. It could save refiners a lot of energy and time. However, there were very few sects that had this kind of Earth Lung Fire Pond. Yang Kai hadn't come into contact with many great forces and didn't know much about the secrets of these sects, but he was certain that on all of Shadowed Star, there were no more than 3 sects that had Earth Lung Fire Ponds dedicated to artifact refining. One of the criteria for judging an Earth Lung Fire Pond was its breathing pattern, as if the lungs were expanding and contracting. It was very obvious, so Yang Kai was able to recognize it at once. Judging from the purity of the fire attribute aura emanating from this Earth Lung Fire Pond, this fire pond was the best of the best. Any artifact refiner here would be able to display their abilities to the fullest extent and refine artifacts that they would normally be unable to refine, allowing them to display the full potential of their artifacts. All kinds of thoughts flashed across Yang Kai's mind as a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. Although he couldn't take this earth-lung fire pond away with him, it was the best place for him to refine the profound Yin sunflower water. Yang Kai hadn't expected that he would actually find such a place. Originally, he was planning to find a place nearby to begin refining the profound Yin sunflower water, but now he decided to go down and take a look. Although it was dangerous, the more dangerous a place was, the greater the benefits. A cultivator could never be afraid of any kind of danger when cultivating. Considering all this, Yang Kai's expression became firm and he didn't dare to show the slightest neglect. Pushing his demonic flame to its maximum level, Yang Kai summoned his purple shield and condensed a small sandstorm around himself. Not finished yet, Yang Kai didn't hesitate to use his Saint Chi to condense several dozen grand heavenly shields around himself. After doing all this, Yang Kai took a deep breath and jumped directly towards the hole. Mid-air, Yang Kai's expression was extremely focused as he swept his eyes around and immediately found a good foothold. Twisting his body mid-air, Yang Kai arrived above this foothold and stepped lightly on the ground, landing lightly on another foothold he had chosen before. Asterisk chi chi chi, asterisk the lava below was very unstable and would erupt from time to time. The sputtering lava would shoot out in all directions, riddling the walls of the cave with thousands of holes. The lava here was much more powerful than the lava in the ancient spirit array that Wei Guchang and the others had fallen into before. A lot of lava smashed towards Yang Kai, shattering his grand heavenly shields upon contact. In the blink of an eye, the several dozen grand heavenly shields flying around Yang Kai were exhausted. The power of the sandstorm protecting Yang Kai swept the magma aside, and the occasional magma that managed to break through the sandstorm was blocked by Yang Kai's demonic flame, allowing him to focus on finding a suitable foothold instead of worrying about it. As he descended, Yang Kai replenished his damaged grand heavenly shields. About 30 breaths later, Yang Kai's eyes lit up and his figure shot off to the side, directly entering a cave in the wall. As soon as he entered the cave, Yang Kai felt that the surrounding heat had eased a lot, as if it had been blocked by an invisible force, causing Yang Kai to become curious. Turning around to look outside, Yang Kai's expression froze, a look of disbelief on his face. The reason for that was because he saw countless caves on the opposite wall that were similar to the one he was in. Those caves were clearly not formed naturally, because there were numbers engraved at the entrances of the caves, in order of A, B, C, and D. These holes in the wall were actually created by someone. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before immediately coming to a realization and hurriedly turning around to investigate the cave he was in. The cave was very deep, about 300 meters in length. After being burned for such a long time, even if it was a precious material, it would likely have been scrapped, let alone a material that had been quenched with an origin-grade low-rank artifact refining furnace. How high could its grade be? However, this was just one stone room. There were many more outside. Since he had entered a treasure mountain, he could not return empty-handed, so Yang Kai began to investigate the stone rooms one by one. After spending 2 full days and searching through at least 300 stone rooms, Yang Kai only managed to find some artifacts piled up in the stone rooms that hadn't been refined yet. However, he didn't find anything that made his eyes light up. The crafting furnaces were all damaged. Unexpectedly, this stone chamber was the same as most stone chambers. Except for a huge artifact refining furnace in the middle, there was nothing else. The spirit array in the stone chamber was still operating, extracting the purest fire energy from the earth-lung fire pond and roasting this huge furnace for tens of thousands of years without stopping. When Yang Kai's eyes swept over this artifact refining furnace, his eyes lit up and he grinned widely. He found that this artifact refining furnace was actually not damaged and was in fact very well preserved. He had found hundreds of artifact refining furnaces in the stone chambers before, but no matter how high grade or quality these artifact refining furnaces were, after tens of thousands of years, they had all become scrap and useless. Many of them were even Origin King grade furnaces, which made Yang Kai feel quite distressed. But now, he actually found an intact artifact refining furnace here. Whether it was a coincidence or not, the quality of this artifact refining furnace was definitely not low, definitely an Origin King grade artifact. Only an artifact refining furnace of this grade could possibly be preserved. While Yang Kai was overjoyed, he quickly began searching for the control center of the stone chamber's spirit array. Unlike the other stone chambers, which only had a single stone pier as the control center of the spirit array, there were a total of 4 stone piers in this stone chamber. Yang Kai had to expend a great deal of effort to completely stop the spirit array. Yang Kai did not cultivate an ice attribute secret art, nor did he have an artifact with such an attribute, so he could only wait for the temperature inside the artifact refining furnace to slowly dissipate. After about a day, the crimson light on the artifact refining furnace gradually subsided. Although it still looked extremely hot, Yang Kai was confident in his strength, so he wasn't afraid. Quickly walking over to the artifact refining furnace, Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate it and found that, as he had guessed, this artifact refining furnace was really Origin King grade, but as for its grade and quality, Yang Kai couldn't judge it for the time being. It should not be lower than Origin King grade mid-rank. The entire artifact refining furnace was about 15 meters tall and had the same 3-legged, 2-eared design. Unlike the artifact refining furnaces Yang Kai had seen before, this one did not have a dragon or phoenix pattern carved on it, but instead a strange bird. Yang Kai looked around the artifact refining furnace and found that he did not recognize this strange bird. It looked like a phoenix, but it also had some resemblance to a crane. Its beak was long and pointed, its claws were powerful, and it had 3 long tail feathers. Its body was elegant and slender, and its feathers were beautifully carved. It looked extremely lifelike, as if it would rush out of the artifact refining furnace at any moment. Looking at this strange bird carefully, Yang Kai secretly recalled the ancient book he had read from Zhong Ao. Just as he was thinking about what kind of monster beast this strange bird was, his expression suddenly changed as he narrowed his eyes and stared into the strange bird's eyes. At that moment, Yang Kai actually felt like he was being spied on by the other party. But when he looked carefully, he found that this strange bird was exactly the same as before, completely devoid of vitality, causing him to be stunned. However, with such a warning sign, Yang Kai didn't dare to take it lightly. Who knew if there was something strange inside this artifact refining furnace? Constantly releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai carefully examined the interior of the artifact refining furnace. After confirming that there was nothing inside except for a pile of burned materials, Yang Kai relaxed. This artifact refining furnace was a good thing and couldn't be missed. He didn't need such a huge furnace for alchemy. Since his Saint Chi had been transformed into his demonic flame, Yang Kai no longer used his Saint Chi for alchemy and instead used his conflagrated knowledge C. However, this artifact refining furnace could be brought back for Yang Yen to use. Although she had the stone mongoose to assist her and didn't need to worry about quenching materials, the final step of refining an artifact still required an artifact refining furnace. Yang Yen had helped him a lot. These days, she had done her best to arrange spirit arrays and refine artifacts for him. The two of them also shared the secrets of the stone mongoose and space spirit crystal, so even if this artifact refining furnace was an Origin King grade artifact, Yang Kai wouldn't be stingy in giving it away. After making this decision, Yang Kai released his divine sense and wrapped it around this huge artifact refining furnace, wanting to put it into his space ring. At that moment though, a sudden change occurred. The artifact refining furnace, which had already cooled down, suddenly buzzed and a cluster of flames appeared around it. These flames seemed to have the power to set a prairie ablaze as they madly burned towards Yang Kai's divine sense. Yang Kai was shocked and quickly withdrew his divine sense, but even so, he still suffered a loss as half of the divine sense threads he released were burned away. His face turning pale, Yang Kai was greatly shocked. His divine sense possessed the magical properties of a conflagrated knowledge sea and was incomparably hot. Even before discovering this earth-lung fire pond, the heat of the fifth layer should not have been able to destroy his divine sense so quickly, but the flames bursting out from this furnace were actually so powerful. Didn't this mean that these flames were countless times more terrifying than the heat of the fifth layer? Moreover, these flames were faintly alive. After repelling Yang Kai's divine sense threads, they flickered and disappeared, as if everything just now was just an illusion. Yang Kai naturally knew that this was not an illusion. He had lost so many of his divine sense threads and had a splitting headache, so how could this be an illusion? Before he could figure out what was going on though, the strange bird carved on the surface of the artifact refining furnace suddenly came to life, its elegant body flying out from the artifact refining furnace and transforming into an exceptionally beautiful crimson firebird. An astonishing amount of firepower radiated from this strange bird, and after circling in the air for a moment, it shot directly towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face became extremely ugly as he exclaimed, "An artifact spirit." He immediately understood why these flames were so intelligent and understood that being spied on by the strange bird just now was not an illusion, but real. It was just that the other party wasn't made of flesh and blood, so Yang Kai hadn't been able to detect it. This was an artifact spirit born from this artifact refining furnace. Yang Kai didn't know whether this artifact spirit had existed since birth or had been slowly formed after being burned by the earth-lung fire pond for tens of thousands of years. But when he remembered that this was the artifact spirit of an origin king-grade artifact, Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. He had fought with many people and had seen all kinds of artifacts, both high and low grade, but he had never seen an artifact with such a ferocious artifact spirit. Artifact spirits were extremely rare to begin with. Firstly, the conditions for their birth were very harsh and required a great deal of luck. Secondly, the time it took to create one was quite long. Any artifact with an artifact spirit would take at least 1,000 years to form. Yang Kai instantly decided to retreat. As the black fireballs were sent flying, Yang Kai released his divine sense and activated his Yuan control technique, transforming them into a series of fire snakes that shot towards the firebird. The two strange snakes quickly collided, one red and one black, constantly gnawing at each other, seemingly in a stalemate. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai wanted to withdraw. He did not want to fight with such an artifact spirit here. However, the firebird's mind was extremely flexible. As soon as it saw Yang Kai's movements, it understood what he wanted to do. Tilting its head, it spat out a washbasin-sized fireball from its mouth. The fire attribute aura contained in this fireball was extremely violent and fierce, causing Yang Kai to be startled. If he was hit by this thing, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured, so he hurriedly dodged to the side. The strange bird seemed to have known that Yang Kai would have such a reaction, and the ridicule in its eyes became even stronger. The fireball rushed into the passage Yang Kai had entered and exploded, but the fire attribute aura did not dissipate and instead turned into a bright red light curtain, sealing the passage. Yang Kai's face sank. This scarlet firebird actually wanted to trap him here, as if it wasn't willing to let him leave. If it were any other time, such a simple barrier would naturally not be able to stop Yang Kai, and he would only need to spend a little effort to break through it, but with an artifact spirit in front of him, how could Yang Kai have the time to break through this red light curtain? Once he did so, it would only give the artifact spirit an opportunity. Stupid bird, you're courting death. Yang Kai's face darkened and he no longer wanted to retreat. Demonic flames surged endlessly around his body, making him look like a raging black fireball. This black color seemed to be able to burn everything, even one's line of sight. No one here could see Yang Kai's true face. Seeing Yang Kai become angry, the look of ridicule on the strange crimson bird's face disappeared, seemingly understanding that it had done something wrong. The person in front of it was not some soft persimmon it could pinch at will, forcing him to stay was not a wise move. However, it was just an artifact spirit, so although it had gained a lot of sentience, it did not consider this too much. With a sharp cry, an invisible shockwave tore through the defenses of Yang Kai's knowledge sea and rushed towards his soul. Inside his knowledge sea, the situation was chaotic. Yang Kai coldly snorted and suppressed the abnormalities in his knowledge sea before waving his hands, causing the entire stone room to fill with a black light. Streams of demonic flames continued to pour out from Yang Kai's body and soon occupied half of the room, competing with the pure fire aura of the scarlet firebird. The situation in the stone room suddenly became extremely strange. In the distance of the passage, the artifact spirit had transformed into a mass of red light and was chasing after him, unwilling to let him leave. The entire passage was extremely hot, and before the firebird's main body had even arrived, the rich fire attribute aura had already filled the air and melted the stone walls around the passage. Yang Kai didn't stop and even sped up a little, but compared with this artifact spirit that was born without a physical body, his speed was still somewhat lacking. Seeing the exit of the passage in sight and the distance between him and the artifact spirit growing closer and closer, Yang Kai's eyes flashed fiercely, and just as he was about to turn around and attack the artifact spirit, a strange cry came from the firebird behind him. This cry contained unwillingness and anger, and at the same time, the fire attribute aura that filled the entire passage quickly receded like a receding tide. Yang Kai was surprised and turned around again, a look of pleasant surprise flashing across his face. Not only did he stop running, but he also stopped and stared at the firebird with great interest. About 500 feet away from him, the firebird was fluttering in the air. However, at this moment, chain-like energy strips appeared on its body. The runes on the chains flowed. At first glance, one could tell that it was a kind of restriction technique. It wrapped around the firebird's body and tightly bound it. The firebird only let out a few cries before the chains tightened and tightened around the firebird's body. The unwillingness in the firebird's eyes became even stronger, but with a loud bang, its body burst open, turning into specks of fluorescent light and disappearing. Was it destroyed? Yang Kai frowned, but after thinking about it, he quickly released his divine sense and probed the stone room. Inside the stone room, the artifact refining furnace, which had been suspended in the air, fell back down again and returned to the state it was in when Yang Kai first entered. However, the strange bird pattern on the artifact refining furnace was still there, but unlike before, the strange bird pattern seemed to be irritable and restless, constantly flying around the surface of the artifact refining furnace, refusing to leave. Yang Kai's heart relaxed and he grinned. It turned out that this thing couldn't leave the artifact refining furnace too far. Once it was too far away, it would definitely be taken back by the artifact refining furnace. This was not surprising though. After all, the firebird was the artifact spirit of the artifact refining furnace, so there was naturally some connection between the two. After determining that the artifact spirit couldn't do anything to him, Yang Kai secretly breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The battle just now was really the most dangerous one he had ever encountered. Although this artifact refining furnace was damaged, it was still an Origin King grade artifact, so Yang Kai decided to take it back and let Yang Yen take a look at it to see if she could repair it. If she could, he could use it, but if she couldn't, it didn't matter. Yang Kai had already collected several damaged Origin King grade artifact refining furnaces before this. After collecting the artifact refining furnace, an open space appeared in the center of the stone room. This open space was also engraved with an independent spirit array. Although this spirit array was small in size, it was extremely complex. Although Yang Kai wasn't proficient in the Tao of spirit arrays, after entering and exiting hundreds of stone rooms and closing so many spirit arrays, he could understand that this spirit array was one of the ways in which the pure fire energy from the earth-lung fire pond was transformed into an artifact refining furnace. Moreover, the 4 stone benches around the stone benches also played a big role. Depending on the number of spirit arrays activated, the speed and power of extracting earth-lung fire would vary greatly, with the two having a proportional relationship. In other words, activating the spirit arrays on 4 stone benches was completely different from activating a single one. This design made Yang Kai very satisfied and secretly felt that the master who had arranged this method was truly extraordinary. Having been delayed long enough, Yang Kai didn't intend to delay any longer. His figure flickered and he arrived at the original location of the artifact refining furnace and sat down cross-legged. The crimson firebird cried out angrily, seemingly annoyed that it had been underestimated. Opening its sharp beak, it spat out a large wave of flames towards Yang Kai with monstrous momentum. Yang Kai sneered. He had no intention of dodging at all. The heaven-punishing spear that he threw out directly tore a hole in the wave of fire. At the same time, the spear twisted and transformed into a pitch-black dragon. It opened its black mouth and spat out a large amount of demonic fire, blocking the heat wave in an instant. After several battles, Yang Kai had gained some experience in using Yuan control techniques and could now easily control the Saint Chi he shot out and transform it into a variety of attacks. It had to be said that the Yuan control technique he had comprehended with the help of the red candle fruits ripening was of great help to him in battle. This move alone had increased Yang Kai's combat power by at least 20%. Before it hit the ground, the huge amount of fire spirit chi in its mouth had already exploded with a loud bang, causing its entire head to explode. However, this was not enough to take the artifact spirit's life. It was not a physical entity and was naturally proficient in fire attribute principles, so the backlash just now was not enough to kill it. Even so, its huge body quickly shrank, and after falling to the ground, it once again returned to its original size when Yang Kai first saw it. Its newly grown head was also much dimmer and it stood up shakily, looking very weak. It stood there quietly, looking at Yang Kai with fear and resentment, its 2 small eyes rolling around, not knowing what it was thinking. Suddenly, it spread its wings, turned into a flame, and rushed towards the artifact refining furnace. It actually wanted to return to the vessel that gave birth to it. How could Yang Kai allow it to do as it wished? After this battle of wits and courage, he had finally managed to force the artifact spirit into a disadvantageous position. If he could not subdue it now, then everything he had done before would have been in vain. Black demonic flames gushed out from Yang Kai's body, one after another, floating in front of Yang Kai. These seemingly inconspicuous black fireballs were just a little strange in color, but under the control of Yang Kai's divine sense, they all exuded an astonishing chill. Looking at the incoming red light, Yang Kai flicked his finger towards one of the black fireballs. The black fireballs immediately flew towards the red light with a chilly aura. Whether it was because the artifact spirit had not yet recovered or because its Yuan Qi had been seriously injured, the red light transformed from the artifact spirit did not dodge and was directly hit by the cold flames. With a loud bang, the collision of cold and hot fiercely spread out, and the artifact spirit's body once again appeared, constantly tumbling in midair before it was directly knocked into the cave wall, and the red light outside its body dimmed a lot. Staggering to its feet, the artifact spirit once again turned into a red light and rushed forward. Yang Kai coldly snorted and once again controlled a mass of cold flames to meet it. Hong hong hong, inside the stone room, the artifact spirit was suffering inhumane torture. Every time it was hit by the cold flames, its body would dim a little. After 7 or 8 times, it was barely able to maintain its complete form. Its 2 wings had shrunk a lot, and the 3 long feathers on its tail had disappeared. Its vessel had been frozen, and it had suffered the backlash of the world Yuan Qi, so under its anxiety, the originally majestic and insufferably arrogant artifact spirit could no longer compete with Yang Kai and had completely become a punching bag. However, this guy was really amazing. After being eroded by the cold flames so many times, its body still did not dissipate and its spirituality was not lost. You will meet in the future, so communicate with it more often and you will understand what kind of person I am. The artifact spirit let out another cry, but this time, there was a hint of docility in it. Yang Kai grinned and nodded. Good, if you are willing, you can release your spiritual energy defenses. I will place a few barriers on your body first, but you can rest assured that it won't harm you, it's just a precaution. The artifact spirit hesitated for a long time before reluctantly releasing its spiritual energy defenses. Yang Kai immediately burst out with his spiritual energy, invaded its spiritual energy, and used some small tricks. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he took out the artifact refining furnace again. He remembered that the artifact spirit could fly just now, and although it was only flying around the stone room, it didn't seem to be bound by the world principles of this place. After communicating with it, Yang Kai was overjoyed. The artifact spirit could really fly out, so he didn't hesitate and allowed it to carry him. A moment later, somewhere in the 5th layer, a red light shot up into the sky. Below this red light, Yang Kai's hands were covered in cold flames as he grabbed the artifact spirit's claws and rushed out. As soon as it rushed out of the earth-lung fire pond, the artifact spirit let out a high-pitched cry, as if it had been reborn and was about to spread its wings and fly away. How could it have known that after only flying 100 meters, its body would come to a halt and it would crash to the ground, its face covered in dust? Seeing this, Yang Kai immediately understood that the artifact spirit wasn't unbound by the world principles here, it was just that its restrictions were much smaller than his own, but it still couldn't fly too high. Strangely, these seemingly incomparably powerful Yin souls were like the moon in a mirror or flowers in the water, unable to withstand a single blow. As the demonic flames passed through them, they howled miserably and disappeared from Yang Kai's sight. At the same time, a series of anxious and angry cries rang out in Yang Kai's ears. Yang Kai froze for a moment and when he looked up again, he saw the artifact spirit still holding the crystal in its mouth, its wings flapping rapidly as it flew, crying out incessantly, seemingly cursing at Yang Kai. Just now, Yang Kai's sudden attack had given it a fright. Ignoring it, Kai Yang's brow furrowed. At this moment, he also realized that those souls just now weren't real at all. In other words, they were his own illusions. Because when those souls appeared, the demon eye of annihilation had broken through some illusions, allowing him to see through them. That crystal can actually make me hallucinate? Yang Kai was shocked. Normally, they could suppress them, but at the critical moment of a breakthrough, they would silently emerge and affect a martial artist's advancement. It was common for a cultivator to die tragically or be seriously injured by their own heart demons. Yang Kai had not encountered any heart demons for the time being, because he did not have many regrets or pain. The only thing he cared about the most was being separated from the women he loved for so long. However, he had always believed that he could reunite with them, so he did not encounter these problems. However, there was no guarantee that there would be something that he could not forget in the future. Once he broke through to a great realm, the consequences would be worrying. Now that he had this piece of 10,000-year incense, this problem could be easily solved. He could recognize this 10,000-year incense because it had something to do with alchemy, because this 10,000-year incense had to be refined by an alchemist. Yang Kai was overjoyed and quickly put the small incense burner and the 10,000-year incense into his space ring with a satisfied expression. This 10,000-year incense alone was enough for him to take the risk of breaking into the loft to investigate. Yang Kai was happy because he now had a lot of time to use, but he was also worried because he didn't know what kind of danger he would encounter when he left. After all, while Lu Yen sand field was open, the dangers of the flame area had been reduced countless times, but once it closed, the dangers of the flame area would increase exponentially. If Yang Kai wanted to leave, he would have to pass through the 6th floor by himself. Thinking about this now was useless as he had been left behind by a freak combination of factors, so Yang Kai had to think about how to take advantage of the situation in front of him. Yang Kai didn't dare to take back the 2-star Emperor tokens. Who knew what would happen once he took them back? He could only keep them close to him. Chapter 1250. In the first layer flame area of Lu Yen sand field, Yang Kai strode out as a pale blue light bloomed from his chest. This light dispelled all the threats around him, and even the heat waves and fire toxins of the flame area were unable to penetrate his body. Yang Kai didn't even need to use his Saint Chi to protect himself. At this time, more than half a year had passed since Lu Yen sand field closed, and during this time, Yang Kai had been staying in the 6th layer. It wasn't that he was looking for treasures, as all the valuable things in the loft had been taken away by him, so there was nothing left to search. Yang Kai had only stayed there to chop down a few stalks of bamboo. His original plan was to chop down a few stalks and then leave, but how could he have known that these stalks of bamboo were far tougher than he had expected? Using his space blade, Yang Kai spent a full 20 days cutting down a single stalk of bamboo the thickness of a thumb. During these 20 days, because he had constantly used his space blade, Yang Kai found that his understanding of it had improved greatly and the power of his space blade had also increased. Overjoyed, Yang Kai no longer cared about the time he had spent. For the next 6 months, Yang Kai spent his time in the bamboo forest, competing with the stalks of bamboo. After such a long time, he was only able to chop down 20 stalks of bamboo. If it weren't for the fact that he had delayed for so long and worried about Yang inflammation and Wu Yi, Yang Kai wouldn't have come out so early. A month ago, Yang Kai had left in a hurry and it had taken him an entire month to reach the 1st layer of Lu Yen sand field. During this time, Yang Kai had kept the 2-star Emperor tokens close to his body, not daring to leave them for even a moment. After the flowing flame sand field was completely closed, the dangers it contained had become countless times more ferocious. The second and fourth layer treasure areas weren't so bad, but the third and fifth layer flame areas had more than 10 times the intensity of the heat they contained. Yang Kai estimated that even his own cold flames would not be able to resist the scorching heat. Fortunately, he had the Star Emperor token to protect him, allowing him to travel without any worries. He didn't know why the Star Emperor token was able to restrain the environment of the flame area, but he vaguely felt that this Lu Yen desert should be related to the legendary Star Field's great emperors. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been a second Star Emperor token on the 6th floor of the loft. If someone were to enter at this time, they would indeed die. No wonder the cultivator on Shadowed Star chose to enter when the power of the Lu Yen sand was weakened. That time was undoubtedly relatively safe. At this moment, not far in front of him, there seemed to be a thin layer of dark red energy shield blocking him. That dark red energy shield contained a terrifying burning power. Anyone who approached it would be melted into a pool of blood in an instant. When Yang Kai saw this thin layer of dark red energy shield, not only did he not panic, but instead showed a look of joy as he rushed forward to meet it, as if he didn't know the difference between life and death. However, just as his body came into contact with the dark red energy shield, the energy shield seemed to sense something and split open on its own, allowing Yang Kai to pass through it calmly. After Yang Kai passed through, the energy shield healed itself and returned to its original state. After Yang Kai passed through the dark red energy shield, the scenery in front of him changed. Although the surroundings were still filled with a scorching heat and the ground beneath his feet was still dry and cracked, the scenery in the distance was different from the flame area. Finally, he was out. This Lu Yen desert was really big. Yang Kai had been using his wind and thunder wings all the way here, but it had still taken him an entire month to reach the outside from the innermost layer. Yang Kai estimated that the entire Lu Yen desert covered an area of at least a few 100,000 kilometers. No one knew about it before because no one had been able to reach the third layer and beyond, so it was impossible to guess. The moment he came out, Yang Kai put the 2 Star Emperor tokens he had been hiding in his sleeve into the black book space for safekeeping. But in the next moment, Yang Kai felt a little awkward because he didn't know where he was now. Although he had the Yuan magnetic compass to determine his direction when he came out, it only pointed towards the center of Lu Yen desert. As long as he walked in the opposite direction, he would be able to leave Lu Yen desert. But now, he couldn't tell where he was. After all, he was still on Shadowed Star, so Yang Kai felt a little relieved. Just as he was about to release his divine sense to investigate his surroundings, he suddenly frowned and looked to the side. Not far away, a figure was quickly flying over, and when their eyes met, this person showed a look of astonishment. Because it had been half a year since Lu Yen desert closed and all the large and small sects had evacuated half a year ago, this man had not expected to meet someone alive here. However, at a glance, this man let out a soft cry of surprise, seemingly recognizing Yang Kai's appearance. Yang Kai was also speechless. This person had recognized him, but how could he not recognize him? Although he didn't know this guy's name, Yang Kai had indeed met him once. It was the cultivator who had invited Yang Kai to cooperate with him when Lu Yen desert had just opened. At that time, 2 people had been sent to Yang Kai's vicinity, one was a disciple of Dawning Moon Hall and the other was this cultivator. However, at that time, Yang Kai had flatly refused this man's invitation. The moment he saw Yang Kai, a look of joy appeared on this man's face. He immediately turned around and rushed straight towards Yang Kai, but before he could get close, his face changed and he hurriedly came to a halt. Another figure quickly passed by this cultivator and intercepted him. Immediately after, another figure appeared behind him and formed a pincer attack with the cultivator in front of him, trapping him in the middle. This man's face couldn't help but sink as he glanced over at Yang Kai, seemingly wanting to say something, but in the end, he didn't. The two people who were blocking this cultivator saw that he had finally been intercepted and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They secretly used their divine senses to investigate Yang Kai not far away and found that he was just a second-order Saint King, so they didn't take him too seriously. What's more, with junior brother An's means, big brother won't go looking for trouble. Anji pondered for a while with a gloomy expression, as if he had come to a decision, his expression immediately becoming firm as he nodded, "Good, then junior brother will join forces with big brother once more." Saying so, he turned around and stared at Yang Kai coldly. At that moment, a flame rushed out from Lu Yen's sand and into Yang Kai's chest, causing Anji, who saw this scene, to frown and ask, "What was that?" "Nothing." Yang Kai sighed lightly, thought about it for a moment, and said, "If I said that I had nothing to do with that junior brother of yours and that I wasn't his helper, would you believe me? Do you think I wouldn't believe you?" Anji coldly snorted. "If it were me, I wouldn't believe you either." Yang Kai said helplessly. Without mentioning Deng Ning's happy expression when he saw him and the fact that the two of them seemed to know each other, this was the Lu Yen sand field. Although it was still in the periphery, it was still extremely hot. For Yang Kai to appear here, if he wasn't Deng Ning's helper, how could he have come here to play? Except for when the Lu Yen sand field was open, no one was willing to approach this place at any other time. If Yi Yang Rong and Anji weren't chasing Deng Ning this time, how could they have come to this place? As for Deng Ning, he was also at his wit's end, so he came here hoping to get away from his two senior brothers. How could he have known that the temptation of the blood fusion pill was too great for them to give up? By chance and coincidence, Kai Yang had been drawn into this dispute. "Do you want to end it yourself or do you want me to do it for you?" Anji didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes at all and glanced at the battle inside the blood cloud, not in a hurry to attack Yang Kai. On the contrary, the more intense the battle was, the better it would be for him. He couldn't wait for Deng Ning and Yi Yang Rong to fight each other so that he could take advantage of the situation. "What's the difference?" Yang Kai grinned, not showing any fear. "The difference is very big. If you end it yourself, you can die a quick death, but if you want me to do it, heh. I don't think there's any difference." Yang Kai slowly shook his head, a trace of ridicule appearing on his face as he said lightly, "You're going to die anyway." Anji was startled, but after understanding what Yang Kai was saying, his expression suddenly became fierce. "You talk big, no wonder Deng Ning asked you for help. I want to see how you're going to kill me." As he spoke, a blood-red light burst from his body and his originally ordinary aura began to fill with a bloody smell. Yang Kai frowned. Although he had never dealt with this demon blood temple cultivator before, judging from the Saint Chi fluctuations coming from Yi Yang Rong and Anji, he could tell they both cultivated some kind of evil secret art, otherwise, there wouldn't be such an astonishing amount of malevolent chi. When this kind of aura was cultivated to the extreme, once it was released against an enemy, it would cause one's soul to tremble. Those with weak minds were likely to be affected by this kind of malevolent chi, causing them to lose their will to fight. It could be said that this kind of aura was a great advantage when fighting. But at the same time, this kind of malevolent chi could be easily restrained. As long as one's Saint Chi was strong enough to suppress it. The unyielding golden skeleton in Yang Kai's body used to store this kind of evil chi, so he naturally had some understanding of this kind of thing. After Anji released his aura, he didn't attack and instead just stared at Yang Kai with interest, as if he wanted to see how frightened he would look under his own malevolent chi. The other party's cultivation was lower than his by a minor realm, so Anji was naturally confident he could suppress him. Once he made his opponent lose their will to fight, he could play with him like a cat playing with a mouse and kill some time. Contrary to his expectations, the young man's expression didn't change at all after he gathered his evil chi and blasted it at the young man opposite him. Instead, he revealed a disdainful expression. He didn't have the comical expression of those people he had met before. Ji couldn't help but be surprised. He nodded and said, "Good, good, good. You really have some skills. I underestimated you." As he spoke, he withdrew his aura and a bloody light burst out from his body, as if blood was gushing out from his body. Soon, it condensed into a blood mist that twisted and transformed into a bloody hand that pushed straight towards Yang Kai. Azura Blood Hand. A secret technique of Demon Blood Temple that only disciples of Demon Blood Temple could cultivate. Although its power wasn't great, the malevolent chi contained in this bloody hand was extremely strange and impossible to guard against. Once infected, one's blood would boil, making them suffer a fate worse than death. All the secret techniques of Demon Blood Temple generally had this kind of effect that was difficult to guard against, so on Shadowed Star, an average cultivator who encountered someone from Demon Blood Temple would either be too lazy or afraid to fight them, because there was no telling when they would suffer a big loss. At the same time as the Azura Blood Hand was pushed out, Ji flicked his 10 fingers and sent out a red beam of light that transformed into a blood red all hidden behind the bloody hand, preparing to launch a sneak attack. Ji didn't expect to be able to kill Yang Kai with a single blow. From the other party's performance just now, it was obvious he wasn't weak, so Ji's plan was to test Yang Kai's depths. As the bloody hand flew towards him, Yang Kai simply threw out a punch, the black flame surrounding his fist giving off a scorching aura. When the two collided, the bloody hand was like a snowflake under the scorching sun, instantly being broken apart by the black flames. Even the blood-red light was suppressed by the black flames. The blood-red alls that followed the bloody hand also failed to hurt Yang Kai and were easily blocked by the several grand heavenly shields he condensed. Seeing this situation, Ji's expression froze for a moment before he immediately realized that the combat power of this second-order Saint King was not inferior to his own. Not daring to hesitate, he immediately waved his hand and summoned out a blood-red short axe. This short axe had a strange shape, somewhat resembling an axe but more like a machete. Chapter 1252. As soon as Yang Kai summoned his shield, the countless blood blades had already arrived in front of him. The crescent-shaped blade slammed into the shield with earth-shattering sounds, the force of the collision even forcing Yang Kai back. Seeing this, Ji's expression not only did not show the slightest joy, but instead became much more dignified. Because his opponent's purple shield looked dim, but it was actually able to block his blood blades, it was obviously a high-grade origin-grade artifact. Seeing this, Ji began swinging his short axe even harder. As he swung his short axe, there seemed to be a mysterious force emanating from it, pulling the blood blades blocked by the purple shield back towards Yang Kai from all directions. Yuan control? Yang Kai's brow furrowed, but he quickly rejected this idea, because this Ji obviously didn't understand any Yuan control techniques. The fact that this blood blade could be manipulated by him to change direction should be the power of an artifact. Understanding this, Yang Kai sighed softly. Yang Kai had been defending all this time because he wanted to see what kind of shocking means this Demon Blood Temple disciple had. After all, he still had to live on Shadowed Star in the future and would have to fight against these native cultivators in order to prepare himself if he ever encountered a cultivator from one of these forces in the future. But how could Yang Kai have known that although this Ji was a third-order Saint King, his Saint Chi was impure, and although the methods he used were somewhat strange, they didn't pose any threat to him. Immediately, Ji lost all interest in probing and put away his purple shield, exposing himself to the countless blood blades. Seeing this, Ji was overjoyed. Although he didn't understand why Yang Kai had given up on defending, he knew that this opportunity was now or never, so he waved his short axe fiercely, directing the countless blood blades to surround Yang Kai in an attempt to inflict serious damage. Yang Kai stared at him indifferently. The moment the blood blades touched his body, a jet-black demonic flame burst from his body. This demonic flame was extremely hot, and as soon as it appeared, the temperature within a radius of several dozen meters rose sharply. As soon as the blood blades touched the demonic flame, they immediately melted. It couldn't cut into the demonic flames at all. Anji was shocked, but before he could make a move, Yang Kai had already rushed to his side like a bolt of lightning. For a moment, the power of the pitch-black demonic flames surged. It directly wrapped Anji in it. Sounds of fighting and screams could be heard. Anji's screams were mixed with panic and fear. This opponent's dark flames seemed to restrain his evil Saint Qi. Being shrouded in his opponent's aura, Yang Kai couldn't display much of his strength. If it weren't for his 1-2 defensive artifacts, Yang Kai would have been killed in an instant. A second-order Saint King? Anji was completely dumbfounded. Could this be a return to Void Stage Cultivator in disguise? While Yang Kai and Anji were fighting, Yi Yangrong and Deng Ning were also engaged in a life-or-death battle. Deng Ning was wrapped in the blood cloud and using all of his means, he was barely able to protect himself, but he could only delay his opponent for half a stick of incense worth of time. After half a stick of incense worth of time, Deng Ning felt that he was doomed. His junior brother's demon god transformation blood secret technique had reached an extremely high level and was not something he could resist. Just as Deng Ning was panicking, Yi Yangrong suddenly withdrew some of the power of the blood cloud, greatly reducing the pressure on Deng Ning. Overjoyed, Deng Ning immediately used all of his means to regain some of his momentum. Chapter 1253. Yang Kai understood the principle of cutting weeds and pulling up roots better than anyone else. If possible, he wanted to kill this Deng Ning as well, but Deng Ning's declaration that even if he died, he would drag Yi Yangrong down with him had somewhat moved Yang Kai. A guy who didn't even care about his own life and death could be trusted. Asking Deng Ning for a reward was just an excuse. After all, Yang Kai didn't want to act for no reason. Just now, he had killed Anji because someone else had attacked first. As for what Deng Ning wanted to pay, whether it was expensive or cheap, Yang Kai didn't care. However, after hearing Yang Kai say this, Deng Ning's face lit up and he thought about it carefully for a moment before quickly saying, "Demon blood thread secret technique, I wonder if this friend is interested?" Deng Ning. Before Yang Kai could answer, Yi Yangrong roared like he had lost his mind, his face filled with disbelief. "You dare spread our temple's secret technique? Do you know what will happen to you if the elders learn of this?" Deng Ning turned his head and smiled coldly at him. "It's nothing more than refining one's soul, what's there to make such a fuss about?" Deng Ning's indifferent expression left Yi Yangrong speechless for a while. Deng Ning shook his head again and sneered, "Besides, as long as Brother Yi dies here, who will know I spread our temple's secret technique?" Yi Yangrong's face suddenly went pale as he realized how much Deng Ning hated him, even going so far as to violate Demon Blood Temple's rules and use his Demon Blood Thread secret technique to lure this person into helping him. If the other party really agreed, he wouldn't have any chance of survival. Thinking quickly, Yi Yangrong hurriedly turned to Yang Kai and said, "Friend, don't believe Deng Ning's words so easily. Although our temple's Demon Blood Thread secret technique is extremely powerful and only core disciples can cultivate it, you have never cultivated our Demon Blood Temple's secret technique, so it is useless to you. Moreover, if you obtain this secret technique, our temple's elders will definitely not sit back and watch. Once news of this leaks out, at that time, you will have no road to heaven or door to earth and will die." Saying so, Yi Yangrong's mind flashed. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. His face became even paler. Looking at Deng Ning, he said in a trembling voice, "So this is what you were planning?" Deng Ning chuckled. When he saw that Yi Yangrong had finally understood, he no longer concealed it. Instead, he turned to Yang Kai and said, "Friend, I don't know your name, nor do I know your background, but I only want to kill this person right now. Although revealing the demon blood thread secret technique is risky for you, it is also the same for me. Once this matter is exposed, I will only suffer thousands of times worse torture than you, so I will never betray you. Friend, can you rest assured now?" This Deng Ning's mind was extremely sharp and he seemed to have long since seen through Yang Kai's evil intentions of killing them all, so he used the demon blood thread secret technique to bind himself to Yang Kai. As long as Yang Kai agreed, he wouldn't betray Yang Kai, because betraying Yang Kai was equivalent to courting death. This could be considered a disguised gesture of goodwill. As for the fact that the demon blood thread secret technique had no effect on Yang Kai, how could he not have considered this? Seeing Yang Kai's hesitant look, Deng Ning steeled his heart and increased the price. "If friend is still not satisfied, I can, no need, the demon blood thread secret technique is fine." Yang Kai interrupted him. He also saw through Deng Ning's intentions, but he didn't care about such a small trick. He didn't comment on Deng Ning's desperate approach. Seeing Yang Kai nod, Yi Yangrong's face instantly turned ashen while Deng Ning was overjoyed. "Go ahead," Yang Kai suddenly said to Deng Ning faintly. Deng Ning was startled, thinking that Yang Kai wanted to help him from the side, so he didn't ask any questions. Turning around, his blood qi surged madly as he immediately bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a blood mist. This blood mist seemed to have a life of its own, twisting and transforming into a short spear. Deng Ning grabbed this short spear in one hand and rushed in front of Yi Yangrong, stabbing it forward with a ferocious look on his face. What happened next shocked him greatly. He clearly saw that Yi Yangrong wanted to dodge, but for some unknown reason, a look of pain appeared on his senior brother's face and his Saint Chi stagnated for a moment before his figure froze in place, unable to move. Deng Ning's short spear easily pierced through Yi Yangrong's heart and came out of his body. Blood spurted out as a look of horror appeared on Yi Yangrong's face. Holding the blood-colored short spear in his hand, he seemed to want to pull it out of his body, but his strength was rapidly draining away and in the blink of an eye, his vitality was completely drained. Deng Ning was once again stunned on the spot until Yi Yangrong's body fell from the sky, making a loud noise as it hit the ground, waking him from his daze. Deng Ning was certain that the reason why his brother was unable to fight back when facing his blow just now was because this second-order Saint King young man had done something. Does he really have such ability? Deng Ning didn't think he was too weak, but he hadn't even figured out when this young man had done something, or what he had done, yet he had still managed to win this battle. Didn't this mean that if this young man wanted to kill him, he could kill him in the blink of an eye? Thinking so, Deng Ning couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat as his heart began to tremble. When he saw Yang Kai kill Ji, Deng Ning understood that the other party was an elite from some great force, but it wasn't until now that he realized that this young man was simply a monster. All kinds of thoughts flashed across his mind, but after a moment, Deng Ning turned around, his face calm as usual, only his eyes revealing a deep sense of dread. Laughing heartily, Deng Ning flew down from the sky and took the initiative to arrive in front of Yang Kai, cupping his fists and saying, "Friend, many thanks. When I saw you in Lu Yan's desert, I thought you were extraordinary, and now it seems I was right." Yang Kai nodded faintly but didn't say anything. Unable to see Yang Kai's mood, Deng Ning's heart was in turmoil. He didn't know what this young man's temperament was like, but he was afraid that he would say something that would make him unhappy. Brother Yang must be joking. Deng Ning's mouth twitched, because our temple's secret art encourages more killing. Moreover, internal strife may greatly increase the strength of those who survive. After each internal strife, countless disciples of our temple will break through their shackles and break through to the next realm, so the annihilation of our temple has never happened before. Deng Ning smiled reluctantly as he patiently explained. Yang Kai was confused and didn't bother to continue asking, instead asking, "So, this is your Demon Blood Temple's territory?" "Yes." "How far is it from Heavenly Fate City?" "Heavenly Fate City?" Deng Ning was startled when he heard this but immediately understood, "So Brother Yang is a disciple of Shadow Moon Hall. No wonder your methods are so profound, this one admires you greatly." Chapter 1254. Hearing Yang Kai ask about Heavenly Fate City, Deng Ning obviously misunderstood and thought he was a disciple of Shadow Moon Hall. Yang Kai neither confirmed nor denied. After a few words of flattery, Deng Ning changed the subject. "Heavenly Fate City is quite far from here. If we fly by star shuttle, it would take at least half a year to arrive." "So far?" Yang Kai frowned. He knew that Shadowed Star was quite large because when his golden blood had just formed, he had driven a drop of golden blood to fly around the entire Shadowed Star. Even with his golden blood, it had taken him a long time to make a round trip, but now, it would take him half a year to fly back to Heavenly Fate City from here. With half a year's time, he could do a lot of things. Seeing Yang Kai's expression, Deng Ning immediately fell silent, but soon a trace of struggle flashed across his brow as he grit his teeth and said, "However, if we use the space array in Demon Blood City, which is 10,000 kilometers away, we can save a lot of time." Demon Blood City's space array is not directly connected to Heavenly Fate City, but it can be used to teleport to a place called Bluestone City, which is the territory of Grand Fire Temple. From Bluestone City to Heavenly Fate City, it would only take about a month. Of course, if Brother Yang knows a core disciple of Grand Fire Temple and can find a guarantor, you can directly use Bluestone City's space array to teleport to Heavenly Fate City. Demon Blood City's space array is connected to Bluestone City? Yang Kai raised his brow. Because our Demon Blood Temple and Grand Fire Temple have a lot of business dealings, the disciples of the two temples are usually quite close and often cooperate to go out for life experience, Deng Ning explained with a smile. Deng Ning then asked, "If it is convenient for Brother Yang, you might as well go to Demon Blood City with me. This one is also a core disciple of Demon Blood Temple, so it shouldn't be a problem for me to guarantee personal use of the space array." Hearing this, Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised, secretly thinking that sparing Deng Ning's life was still useful, but on the surface, he remained calm and asked lightly, "What is the price for using your space array?" Deng Ning quickly waved his hand. "Brother Yang must be joking. This time, I owe Brother Yang a life-saving grace." This Deng was worried about how to repay him, but now that this Deng has a use for him, this Deng is overjoyed. "How could I ask Brother Yang to pay any price? What's more, it's only using the space array once. It's not a big deal. If Brother Yang, you can't, this Deng Ning will." Deng Ning patted his yangs. It seemed that Yang Kai killing Ji and helping him kill Yi Yang Rong had really made him want to make friends with him, so he didn't put on any pretentiousness when he spoke these words, instead seeming quite heroic. "You're too polite." Deng Ning saw that Yang Kai's attitude towards him had changed and was also in a good mood, secretly feeling that this transaction was not a loss. Not only had he repaid the other party's favor, but he had also profited somewhat. "Brother Yang, please wait a moment, I'll go deal with that shameless man's body," Deng Ning said before hurriedly rushing out. After killing someone, it was natural to destroy the body and all evidence. Yang Kai was familiar with this kind of thing, so of course he wouldn't say anything. However, after Deng Ning left, Yang Kai rubbed his chest with a strange look on his face. On his chest was the small artifact refining furnace, but now, inside the originally empty artifact refining furnace was a crimson pill that exuded a towering blood chi. "We're here, this is Demon Blood City Space Array," Deng Ning stopped and pointed ahead to Yang Kai. Chapter 1255. Yang Kai looked up and found that the defensive power here was much tighter than the main hall where Heavenly Fate City's space array was located. Outside the hall, there were 7 or 8 Demon Blood Temple disciples wearing blue artifact armor standing guard, each of them a 2nd or 3rd order Saint King. Inside the hall, there were also some Origin returning realm masters. Brother Yang, please wait a moment while this Deng goes in to inform them. When the discussion is complete, Brother Yang will be welcomed inside, Deng Ning said politely. Yang Kai nodded before walking straight into the hall under the gazes of the Demon Blood Temple disciples. The 7 or 8 Demon Blood Temple disciples guarding this place seemed to be very curious about the relationship between Deng Ning and Yang Kai, and after Deng Ning walked in, they kept glancing at Yang Kai, trying to guess his identity. But that was all, none of them had any intention of coming forward to ask. About half an hour later, Deng Ning's figure appeared from the main hall, but at this moment, his expression was one of extreme pain, and his expression was unreadable. Seeing this, Yang Kai immediately knew that his previous guess was correct. Guaranteeing a person's use of their sect space array was definitely not a simple matter. Deng Ning had obviously paid a great price for it. The other party being so dedicated made Yang Kai feel a little embarrassed. After all, just half a day ago, he had been considering whether or not to kill this man to silence him, but now, this man had gone to such great lengths to ensure he could use the space array. It seemed that this person from Demon Blood Temple was worth making friends with. Yang Kai thought to himself. Walking out of the hall, Deng Ning's expression had returned to normal. Smiling to Yang Kai, he said, "I've made Brother Yang wait a long time, please come with me, everything has been taken care of." Good. Yang Kai nodded warmly, his attitude this time really improving. Since someone had given him a peach, of course he would reciprocate. Yang Kai secretly decided that if he ever met this Deng Ning again in the future, he would help him if he could. Under Deng Ning's lead, the two of them entered the inner hall without any obstructions. Within the hall, a spatial array that was basically the same as the one in Tianyun City stood there quietly. Several grooves at the base of the array were inlaid with high-rank saint crystals, waiting for someone to come and open them. Sure enough, everything was ready. Inside the palace, there were a total of 3 Return to Void stage powerhouses. There were more than a dozen other Saint King realm masters. The 3 Return to Void stage powerhouses standing on either side of him didn't look weak at all. 2 of them were sitting on both sides of the hall, meditating with their eyes closed. They didn't care about the arrival of Yang Kai and Deng Ning. A red-faced old man with silver-white hair stood at the edge of the spirit array. His eagle-like eyes swept over Yang Kai before he turned to Deng Ning and asked, "Martial Nephew Deng, is this the person you want to vouch for?" "Yes, Martial Uncle Lu. This is a good friend of mine." Deng Ning hurriedly replied respectfully. "Good friend, heh heh." The old man surnamed Lu smiled wryly, as if the word "good friend" had touched a nerve in him. From Shadow Moon Hall? Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent. He knew that this old man surnamed Lu had probably inquired about him from Deng Ning, so he didn't deny it and cupped his fists. "Greetings, Senior Lu." The old man surnamed Lu saw that Yang Kai understood etiquette and nodded slightly. "Although my Demon Blood Temple doesn't have much contact with Shadow Moon Hall, since Martial Nephew Deng is acting as a guarantor, using our temple space array isn't a big deal." However, Martial Nephew, in order to vouch for this person in Blue Stone City, paying 30 contribution points, is that really worth it? Do you know that you may have to risk your life several times to earn back these 30 contribution points? Deng Ning's face changed slightly as he glanced over at Yang Kai. Seeing no reaction from him, he quickly smiled and said, "Martial Uncle Lu is wise, but Big Brother Yang has saved Martial Nephew's life, so 30 contribution points are nothing." A life-saving grace? The old man surnamed Lu's eyes flashed and suddenly became cold as he shouted, "A mere second-order Saint King saved your life? Could it be that your third-order Saint King realm is fake?" Deng Ning's face went pale as sweat dripped from his forehead, not daring to say a word. "And as far as I know, you haven't had the opportunity to make friends with any disciples of Shadow Moon Hall except for that one time when you went to Heavenly Fate's city to participate in the auction. Heh, could it be because of that time?" The old man surnamed Lu seemed to be very suspicious and asked several questions in succession. Deng Ning didn't know how to answer for a while. Yang Kai saw that Deng Ning was being embarrassed by his martial uncle, so he couldn't help but explain, "Senior, please understand, Brother Deng and I didn't meet in Heavenly Fate's city, but in Lu Yen Sand Field. I just happened to save him once, it has nothing to do with strength. Junior greatly admires Brother Deng's strength." Lu Yen Sand Field. You also went to Lu Yen Sand Field? Why didn't you go back with Qian Tong and the others? Why did you stay here until now? The old man surnamed Lu was surprised. Junior had some reasons for not being able to return with Elder Qian and the others, Yang Kai replied faintly. Oh. The old man surnamed Lu smiled meaningfully and said, "It seems you gained a lot in Lu Yen Sand Field." Yang Kai's face changed slightly. Although he was vigilant in his heart, he wasn't too nervous, thinking about it for a moment before saying, "There were some gains, but I'm afraid they couldn't enter Senior's eyes." As he spoke, he waved his hand and 5 fire crystal stones the size of pigeon eggs appeared in his hand. He handed them over to the old man surnamed Lu. "This is Junior's first time meeting Senior, so I didn't prepare anything. These are just a few trivial things, I hope Senior will kindly accept them." When the old man surnamed Lu saw the fire crystal stones, his eyes immediately lit up, thinking that Yang Kai was really smart. He had deliberately made things difficult in order to obtain some benefits from Yang Kai, and the other party had seen through him so quickly. His expression instantly became much more amiable, and with a wave of his sleeve, the 5 fire crystal stones disappeared. A warm smile appeared on his ruddy face as he nodded, "Not bad. No wonder Martial Nephew Deng would befriend you. It seems this boy is also a generous person, and will surely become a great person in the future." Chapter 1256. After some investigation, Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised. This blood fusion pill was indeed as Yang Kai had expected. Although it contained an extremely strong vitality, it also contained a massive amount of evil qi. If an ordinary cultivator obtained this pill, they would simply abandon it like a worn-out shoe, not daring to take it. Only a cultivator from Demon Blood Temple would use the evil qi contained in this blood fusion pill to enhance their cultivation. Yang Kai naturally didn't put this kind of evil qi in his eyes. After all, he had also possessed this kind of energy before. After carefully inspecting the materials used to refine this blood fusion pill, Yang Kai was secretly shocked. Although he couldn't identify all of the ingredients, only a general idea, the materials required to refine this pill were all extremely rare spirit grasses. No wonder Deng Ning and his brothers, who were already third-order Saint King cultivators, would still fight over this blood fusion pill. It was likely that even in Demon Blood Temple, there weren't many of these strange pills. Only when one made great contributions to the temple would they be rewarded. Deng Ning had obtained a lot of benefits from Lu Yan's desert and presented them to the elders of Demon Blood Temple in order to obtain this blood fusion pill. Yang Kai didn't know why this news had been leaked and he had become the target of Yi Yang Rong and Nji. Shaking his head, Kai Yang didn't think too deeply about their internal grievances. Instead, with a strange look on his face, he opened his mouth and threw the blood fusion pill into his mouth, swallowing it down. The demonic flame within his body instantly became a hot and young existence. As soon as the blood fusion pill's medicinal efficacies dissolved in his abdomen, a cold and yin energy rushed to Yang Kai's limbs and bones. However, under the refinement of the hot and yang demonic flame, this cold and yin energy was forced out of his body. Wisps of black aura escaped from Yang Kai's pores and disappeared into the air. Only the massive amount of vitality contained in the blood fusion pill remained, circulating through Yang Kai's body and fusing into his physique. Ignoring the efficacy of the blood fusion pill, Yang Kai turned his attention to the demonic blood thread secret technique that Deng Ning had given him. Yang Kai investigating this wasn't because he wanted to learn Demon Blood Temple's secret technique, but rather because he was preparing for the future. Because there was no telling when he would encounter the elders of Demon Blood Temple. If he fought with them and the other party used this secret technique, Yang Kai would be able to learn more about his enemy. But to his surprise, Yang Kai was immediately immersed in this secret technique, unable to extricate himself from it for a long time. As he continued to investigate, his expression gradually began to change, sometimes pleasantly surprised, sometimes frowning, and sometimes deep in thought. A month later, above Heavenly Fate City, a blue streak of light flashed and flew straight towards Dragon Cave Mountain 50 kilometers away. A moment later, this blue streak of light came to a stop at the foot of Dragon Cave Mountain and Yang Kai's figure emerged from it. Looking up in the direction of Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai was taken aback and for a moment, he forgot to continue onwards. It had only been a little over a year since Yang Kai left for the Lu Yen sand field and returned here, but during this time, the entire Dragon Cave Mountain had undergone earth-shaking changes. Looking from the foot of the mountain, the few peaks that originally existed were completely gone. All that could be seen was a beautiful scene surrounded by clouds and mist. Within the clouds and mist, there was an extraordinary fluctuation of world energy. Through the clouds and mist, one could vaguely see the cave that he used to meditate in. While walking, Yang Kai examined the changes around him. After a while, Yang Kai let out a long sigh. The changes in Dragon Cave Mountain were simply too great, so great that he did not dare to recognize them. Not long after, a number of figures rushed over from the front, led by Yang Yen, who was wrapped in a black robe. Because she was running so fast, her chest heaved up and down, creating an extremely eye-catching sight. The hood of her black robe that was originally wrapped around her head was also lifted behind her back, and her face was filled with a smile as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Following closely behind Yang Yen were Wu Yi, Yu Feng, and the others. Chang Qi and Haoan were also among them. Yang Kai even saw the figure of the First Order Origin returning realm cultivator Luo Qing from the Shadow Moon Hall. Everyone was grinning from ear to ear, unable to contain their joy. Everyone seemed to have put down a huge rock in their hearts, revealing a trace of relaxation in their smiles. It seemed that Lu Yen sand field had been closed for half a year, yet Yang Kai had still not returned, a fact that had greatly worried them. Yang Yen was worried about Yang Kai, but that was because of their friendship. If not for Yang Kai, she would still be in Heavenly Fate City's artifact refining pavilion, claiming that she was an origin-grade artifact refiner and then helping some cultivator refine some small items to make a living. How could she have had the opportunity to display her amazing talents? It could be said that Yang Kai had given her the space to display her talents and provided her with unimaginable funds. Wu Yi, Yu Feng, and the others were the same. As for Luo Qing, he should have been ordered by Qian Tong to stay here and inquire about Yang Kai. "You're back." Yang Yen ran over to Yang Kai with small steps, her pair of beautiful eyes sweeping over him to determine that Yang Kai was not missing an arm or a leg before patting him and calling out softly. Wu Yi, Yu Feng, and the others came up one after another, all of them happily greeting Yang Kai. Yang Kai's heart warmed as he suddenly felt a sense of accomplishment from being relied on and trusted by others. Since he entered the star territory, he had always felt empty in his heart, because in this huge star territory, no one cared about his safety. Even if he died, no one would know, no one would care about him. It was completely different from Tong Xian realm. But at this moment, he felt this feeling again, as if he had returned to Tong Xian realm and was facing his little senior sister, Meng Wuya, Ling Tai Su, Chu Ling Xiao, and the others. "I'm back," Yang Kai said lightly, but his empty heart felt a lot more full. "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Everyone was worried about you during this time. I really didn't know what kind of accident you had outside, but we couldn't even see you for so long." Wu Yi stepped forward and smiled, her beautiful eyes glancing towards Luo Qing as she said, "You don't know, but after Lu Yen Sand Field closed, Elder Qian ordered people to stand guard outside for half a year, but unfortunately, they never saw you come out. It wasn't until recently that you returned to Shadow Moon Hall." "Half a year?" Yang Kai's brow twitched. Didn't that mean he had come out of Shadow Moon Hall the moment he left? Seeing Qian Tong's concern, Yang Kai quickly cupped his fists to Luo Qing and said, "Greetings, Brother Luo. I must trouble Elder Qian for his concern, but I encountered something in Lu Yen Sand Field. When I came out, I wasn't with anyone else and had to immediately find a place to enter retreat, so I was delayed for so long and didn't have the time to send a message back, causing Elder Qian to worry." Luo Qing laughed, "Brother Yang, if Elder Qian knows you've returned safely, he will be very happy." Chapter 1257. Luo Qing had indeed been sent here by Qian Tong to inquire about Yang Kai's whereabouts. Now that Yang Kai had returned safely, Luo Qing naturally couldn't wait to pass this news to Qian Tong so Elder Qian could feel at ease. Yang Kai didn't try to keep him and after exchanging some pleasantries, politely sent him away. After Luo Qing left, Yang Kai said, "Let's go back as well. The changes here have been so great that you'll have to tell me about them, otherwise, I'll accidentally trigger some kind of spirit array in the future." Yang Inflammation smiled triumphantly, "Naturally, I'll tell you, but you can rest assured that the spirit array here won't affect you." The group chatted and laughed as they walked towards the interior of Dragon Cave Mountain. Outside the cave where Yang Kai used to meditate and cultivate, Yang Inflammation, Wu Yi, Yu Feng, Chang Qi, and Howen had gathered around a table upon which was placed a round disc. The scene displayed on this disc was a complete map of Dragon Cave Mountain, one so detailed that every tree and blade of grass could be seen. On this disc, there were also several dozen bright and dim points of light, some of which were constantly moving while others were stable, symbolizing the movements of living people inside Dragon Cave Mountain. This thing was the heavenly compass that Yang Inflammation had refined using his artifact refining techniques and spirit arrays. It was a special artifact that had no offensive or defensive capabilities and was only capable of monitoring the movements of Dragon Cave Mountain. It was by using this heavenly compass that Yang Inflammation was able to discover Yang Kai's return immediately. Yang Kai was like a country bumpkin who had just entered the city and was very curious about this heavenly compass. Constantly pointing at it and asking about the situation of Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Inflammation and the others also explained to him. In less than an hour, Yang Kai had gained a comprehensive understanding of Dragon Cave Mountain. While feeling shocked, Yang Kai was also shocked by the tremendous changes that had taken place in Dragon Cave Mountain over the past year. Dragon Cave Mountain now had both offensive and defensive capabilities and contained countless amazing spirit arrays. Even if an origin-returning realm cultivator broke into these spirit arrays, they would not be able to easily escape. According to Yang Inflammation, if one wanted to break through Dragon Cave Mountain's spirit arrays, without a dozen third-order origin-returning realm masters working together, it was absolutely impossible. Which third-order origin realm master would come to Dragon Cave Mountain to attack it? Furthermore, there were 7 to 8 of them at once. Only those who had nothing better to do would do that. Dragon Cave Mountain spirit arrays were only in their embryonic form. It wasn't perfect. If he had enough financial support, Yang Inflammation spirit arrays, he would be able to expand them again. After Yang Kai, Yang, Yang's, and Yang's, Yang. Bringing Yang Yen back from Heavenly Fate City was really a big gain. She had the ability to transform Dragon Cave Mountain, which no one cared about, into a place like this. If Yang Kai could bring his friends and family from Tongxian realm here in the future and establish his own sect, wouldn't she be able to play an even greater role? However, arranging these things really consumed a lot of saint crystals. Wu Yi frowned and complained to Yang Kai, "The 100 million saint crystals you left behind before you left have all been squandered away. Even the 30 million saint crystals foreign elder Chang brought back have been used up. We purchased a lot of materials from Shadow Moon Hall, so now our Dragon Cave Mountain is Shadow Moon Hall's biggest customer." "But I kept a third of them, hee." Yang Inflammation walked over with a grin and sat down cross-legged in front of Yang Kai. "What do you want these space spirit crystals for? Naturally they have a great use." Yang Inflammation smiled sweetly, keeping Yang Kai in suspense. Yang Kai didn't pursue the matter. In any case, since he cultivated the Tao of space, these space spirit crystals should be enough for him. "Why did you call me here? Is there something good you can't take out?" Yang Inflammation's eyes flashed with a sly light as she asked directly. "And, there are indeed some, but I don't recognize many of them." Yang Kai nodded, but did not rush to take out his harvest. Instead, he stared at Yang Inflammation and asked solemnly, "Yang Inflammation, I want to ask you a question, answer me honestly." Seeing Yang Kai so serious for the first time, Yang Inflammation couldn't help feeling a little dazed, but after thinking about it for a moment, she nodded, "Okay. Are you the owner of this body?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, his gaze deep, as if he wanted to look directly into Yang Inflammation's heart. Chapter 1258. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Yang Inflammation was stunned for a moment before covering her mouth and giggling uncontrollably. "What are you laughing at?" Yang Kai asked, somewhat depressed. Yang Inflammation kept waving her hands, but she still couldn't stop herself from laughing as tears began to form at the corners of her eyes. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and asked again, "Then you are proficient in beauty-enhancing techniques and are actually not as young as you appear on the surface, but rather an old woman who has lived for thousands of years?" Yang Yen, on the other hand, was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on and the smile on her face disappeared. Glaring at Yang Kai fiercely, she grit her teeth and declared, "I can answer you, I'm definitely not some old woman who has lived for thousands of years." "That's true." Yang Kai gently nodded. If Yang Inflammation had really lived for thousands of years, then her experience couldn't be so simple. Judging from all the contact he had with Yang Inflammation in the past, it didn't seem like she had lived for that long. Yang Yan's expression also became serious, and it was impossible to tell what she was thinking as a look of panic appeared on her face. After a long time, she asked, "You want to ask if I've seized this body, right?" Yang Kai nodded calmly. Only someone who had seized this body could explain why Yang Inflammation was so young yet so proficient in both artifact refining and spirit arrays. A person's energy was limited. Although Yang Kai's attainments in alchemy were not shallow, he didn't have much energy to study other things unless he gave up on his own path of cultivation. Yang Inflammation, on the other hand, had great attainments in both artifact refining and spirit arrays. The artifacts she refined and the spirit arrays she arranged were far superior to the overall level of Shadowed Star in terms of refinement and practicality. How did she accomplish this? There was no shortage of geniuses in this world, but even if Yang Inflammation was a genius, given her age, it was impossible for her to have reached such heights, which was why Yang Kai asked this question. "Have you been suspecting this for a long time?" Yang Inflammation looked at Yang Kai and asked. Ever since I found out that you're a formation grandmaster, I've been thinking that way. But don't worry, whether you're a possession or not has nothing to do with me. I know you. It's the soul in your body. I don't care about the souls from before, Yang Kai said calmly. Yang Yen smiled bitterly. After a moment of silence, he said softly, "You're not the only one who has such doubts. Sometimes I don't understand it myself, but I don't look like I've been possessed. Because of my childhood memories and my experiences today. They all existed in his mind without a single difference, and there was no second person's thoughts. That's impossible. Then which great master have you worshipped, so you're proficient in artifact refining and spirit arrays?" Yang Kai was surprised. He had no doubts about Yang Inflammation's words. Yang Yen slowly shook her head as she bit her red lip, her two small hands fiddling with her black robes uneasily, a look of hesitation and struggle appearing on her face. After a while, she suddenly raised her head and said in a deep voice, "If I told you that the reason I know artifact refining and spirit arrays is because I was born with them, would you believe me? How is that possible?" Yang Kai's expression was shocked. Yang Inflammation smiled bitterly, "But that's the truth, I really was born with this knowledge. These artifact refining and spirit arrays seem to have been sealed in my mind, and as I continue to refine artifacts and arrange spirit arrays, this sealed knowledge is slowly being unsealed, allowing me to understand more and more mysterious artifact refining and spirit arrays. Sometimes, when I see some rare artifact refining and spirit arrays, although I have never seen them before, I can recognize them and know their functions. Don't you think it strange?" Hearing this, Yang Kai was dumbfounded. This wasn't just strange, it was simply inconceivable. No one was born proficient in artifact refining and the Tao of spirit arrays for no reason, so there had to be a reason for this, one that even Yang Yen herself couldn't figure out. It was probably because of this reason that Yang Inflammation sometimes felt panic. There was no need for Yang Inflammation to lie to him, and she shouldn't be lying. Yang Kai couldn't help her with this kind of thing. Although he had long known that Yang Inflammation was a bit strange, he hadn't expected her to be strange to this extent, so he didn't continue to force her on this issue. For Yang Kai, whether or not Yang Inflammation had been possessed, or whether or not she was born with some knowledge of the territory that others could never master, all he knew was the current Yang Inflammation, nothing more. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai asked, "What kind of artifacts can you refine now? Origin grade high rank shouldn't be a problem. As long as I have a lot of materials to practice with, sooner or later I will be able to refine Origin King grade artifacts." When it came to her territory, Yang Inflammation suddenly recovered a lot of spirit, her beautiful face filled with pride. "Good, help me refine this." Yang Kai took out the purple shield with an embarrassed look on his face. The purple shield, which was originally flowing with purple light, was now dim and had lost a lot of its spirituality. When Yang Inflammation saw this, a look of worry appeared on her pretty face. Picking up the purple shield and gently stroking it, she asked, "Did you encounter some kind of fire attribute barrier?" An Origin grade mid-rank defensive artifact actually became like this with just a single blow. But at least I managed to turn danger into safety," Yang Kai grinned. "I know, with the materials you gave me, refining it into an Origin grade high-rank artifact shouldn't be a problem." The space ring on Yang Yan's hand flashed and the purple shield was stored away. Brushing her hair back behind her ear, her expression restored to her usual vigor, her beautiful eyes flashing with joy as she asked, "What good things did you obtain this time? Quickly take them out and let me see." "Wait a moment." Yang Kai nodded and began rummaging through his space ring. He had obtained a lot of good things on this trip. He had called Yang Inflammation here because he wanted to show her some of these things, but Yang Kai didn't know what they were or what they were used for. Soon, Yang Kai waved his hand and a piece of red crystal the size of a millstone appeared in front of the two of them, exuding a scorching fire attribute aura. "This is..." Yang Yan's eyes immediately flashed a strange light as her attention was drawn to the fiery red crystal. He believed that with so much world energy and spirit water, the red candlestalk shouldn't wither, not to mention, its vitality was already extremely tenacious. Next, Yang Kai took out the small piece of red candle fruit. Although he knew that this small piece of red candle fruit could not be restored after being cut, Yang Kai still placed it at the top of the red candlestalk, hoping that the roots of the red candle fruit would be able to maintain or even enhance its medicinal efficacies. Yang Kai couldn't use the red candle fruit now, nor could he refine it into a pill, but perhaps he would need it in the future. After doing this, Yang Kai used the token in his hand to open all the barriers in this stone room. As soon as the light curtain flashed, a ripple spread out and everything in the stone room suddenly disappeared. Not only was it impossible to see the pool of diluted myriad drug liquid, the red candlestalk, and the red candle fruit with the naked eye, even when using one's divine sense, there was no trace of them. Except for the abnormal world energy aura, there was nothing else suspicious about this place. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction, and after completely sealing off this stone room, he went to the next stone room. In the second stone room, Yang Kai took out the 10,000-year incense and the incense burner he obtained from the 6th layer of Lu Yen sand field and placed them inside. In an instant, the entire stone room was filled with a faint and clear fragrance. As soon as this fragrance entered his nose, Yang Kai suddenly felt his mind become tranquil, as if all his worries and unhappiness had disappeared. Even his knowledge sea had become calm and tranquil. The effects of the 10,000-year incense were well deserved. Meditating under this fragrance for a long time would be of great help to anyone. Using the token in his hand, Yang Kai also completely sealed off the second stone room. The fragrance of the 10,000-year incense could now only drift inside the cave mansion, but Yang Kai could think of a way to let this fragrance drift outside. This way, the cultivator living on Dragon Cave Mountain would be able to benefit from it. Secretly keeping this matter in mind, Yang Kai went to the third stone room. A moment later, Yang Kai placed the 9-branched jade crystal tree in the third stone room. This way, as long as someone entered retreat inside the cave mansion, they could use the 9-branched jade crystal tree to spy on the heavenly way and martial Tao, allowing them to break through bottlenecks. However, Changqi and Haoan both had the assistance of origin condensing pills and the 10,000-year incense, so they probably wouldn't need to use the 9-branched jade crystal tree. After finishing this, Yang Kai walked to the side and looked at a strange stone full of holes. This strange stone was the profound insect stone that Yang Kai had spent a lot of saint crystals to buy at the last auction. After buying it, Yang Kai had placed his soul-devouring insects inside it. Yang Yan had said that profound insect stones were the most suitable for growing exotic insects. Before Yang Kai went to Lu Yan's desert, he had told Yang Yan and the others not to touch this profound insect stone. Now, it was lying quietly in a corner just like before. However, under the investigation of Yang Kai's divine sense, he found that there were thousands of tiny soul-devouring insects, invisible to the naked eye, sleeping quietly inside this profound insect stone. The interior of the profound insect stone seemed to be empty. The soul-devouring insects were still growing and evolving, so they couldn't be used for the time being. Only when the profound insect stone completely disappeared would they be able to fly out. Moreover, the 6-colored soul-warming lotus in Yang Kai's knowledge sea was also evolving, so the soul-devouring insects had no place to settle down, so Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry to let them out. Yang Kai had great expectations for the evolving soul-devouring insects, wondering what kind of changes they would undergo after they finished evolving. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai put away the profound insect stone and placed it in the stone room where the 9-branched jade crystal tree was. Only then did Yang Kai walk out of the cave mansion and call Changqi and Haoan in, giving each of them an origin condensing pill and telling them to choose an empty stone room to enter retreat. Yang Kai believed that it wouldn't be long before Dragon Cave Mountain would have its first 2 origin returning realm masters. Although they would only be first-order origin realm masters, in the end, there would still be origin returning realm masters here. In the future, when Yang Kai wasn't here, they would be able to cooperate with Dragon Cave Mountain's many amazing spirit arrays to protect this place. Over the next few days, Yang Kai was constantly busy. No one knew what he was busy with, but soon, everyone was surprised to find that a golden sun fruit tree had appeared somewhere on Dragon Cave Mountain. Although the fruits on this tree had disappeared, this tree was still a spirit fruit tree, so in addition to being used to decorate the scenery of Dragon Cave Mountain, it also gave everyone a sense of anticipation. When it came to transplanting the golden sun fruit tree, Yang Kai was severely reprimanded by Yang Yan. After listening to her ramble on and on, Yang Kai realized that he had been too naive before. The golden sun fruit tree's requirements for its environment were too harsh. If Yang Kai hadn't possessed a heaven-defying treasure like the Black Book space, it would have been impossible to bring it out of the Lu Yen desert and would likely have died inside his space ring. Even if it was replanted here, the chances of the golden sun fruit tree surviving was less than 30%. Yang Yan had spent a great deal of effort to arrange a spirit array around it to gather world energy for it to use, but even so, no one could guarantee whether the golden sun fruit tree would survive or not. However, the blood sword grass seed had undergone a change that shocked both Yang Kai and Yang Yan. Originally, after Yang Yan took away the blood sword grass seed, she had simply found a random place to plant it. Because she hadn't provided it with any flesh, she hadn't expected the blood sword grass seed to sprout and grow at this moment. She had only intended to use it as a last resort. If anyone dared to attack Dragon Cave Mountain, as long as there were casualties near the blood sword grass seed, it would be able to absorb the energy from these corpses and break out of the ground, catching the enemy off guard. On a whim, Yang Kai dripped a drop of golden blood onto the spot where the blood sword grass seed had been planted. As a result, in the blink of an eye, the blood sword grass seed began to sprout and grow rapidly, only stopping after reaching a height of 10 meters or so. Chapter 1261. However, strangely enough, perhaps because of his golden blood, these blood sword grasses did not show any hostility towards Yang Kai. Even when Yang Kai passed through them, they did not react in the slightest. However, except for Yang Kai, any living thing that entered these blood sword grasses would be cut into pieces like a mad demon. The sharp blades of light golden grass exuded a chilling light that caused anyone who entered to shudder. After this incident, Yang Yan was both surprised and overjoyed. He immediately began arranging things around the blood sword grasses, preparing to turn this place into a restricted area and even use these blood sword grasses to create a large-scale trap. Even if an origin returning realm master broke into this blood sword grasses, even if they didn't die, they would at least lose a layer of skin. 3 days after Yang Kai's return, Shadow Moon Hall's Qian Tong personally brought Wei Guchang and Dong Xiener to Dragon Cave Mountain. After confirming that Yang Kai had really returned safely, the three of them felt relieved. Qian Tong also learned from Wei Guchang that Yang Kai had once saved his and Dong Xiener's lives in Lu Yen Desert. Without even mentioning his original intention of befriending Yang Kai, Qian Tong's assistance alone was enough to make Qian Tong deeply grateful. Wei Guchang and Dong Xiener were both Shadow Moon Hall's most talented disciples, so if the two of them were to fall in Lu Yen Desert, the loss would be immeasurable. None of them asked Yang Kai why he had only appeared so long after Lu Yen Desert closed, but all of them vaguely guessed that Yang Kai must have encountered some other opportunity. As a result, Qian Tong became even more optimistic about Yang Kai and treated him as if he were a family elder. Now, Dragon Cave Mountain and Shadow Moon Hall were cooperating closely. Yang Yan and the others continued to purchase a large number of materials from Shadow Moon Hall, allowing the Shadow Moon Hall to make a lot of money. For various reasons, Qian Tong had already regarded Dragon Cave Mountain as a partner and ally. After a long chat, Yang Kai learned about the gains and losses of the major forces after the opening of the Lu Yen Desert. The loss was not small. There were more than 10,000 cultivators who entered the Lu Yen sandy land, but less than 70% of them could return safely. A total of 30% to 40% of the elite disciples of various forces had lost their lives. It could be said to be disastrous. Although this kind of loss made every force feel sad, the harvest brought back by the surviving disciples was enough to make up for the losses. Almost everyone had more or less gained something, especially the sect's disciples who had brought out the red candle fruit. All of them were rewarded handsomely by their respective sections. And the appearance of the red candle fruit. Similarly, it set off a wave of heat across Shadowed Star. Several alchemy grandmasters from Medicine Pill sect frequently went to the various great forces, trying to purchase this red candle fruit at a high price, but to no avail. In the end, they put forward a request for them to refine pills. However, no one felt comfortable handing over this heaven-defying spirit fruit to another great force, not even Medicine Pill sect, so after half a year, the alchemy grandmasters from Medicine Pill sect could only return angrily. This was probably the first time that the great forces on Shadowed Star had refused to give face to Medicine Pill sect. This matter had caused a lot of turmoil half a year ago. Several traders from Shadow Moon Hall had even appeared and tried to steal the red candle fruit, but as a result, their whereabouts were exposed and they were all eliminated on the spot. The situation of the other sects was roughly the same, but after half a year, the storm caused by the red candle fruit gradually subsided. However, no one knew what to do with the red candle fruit. After talking about this, Yang Kai took the opportunity to ask Qian Tong a lot of questions about the cultivation of the Saint King realm. Qian Tong didn't hold back and immediately shared his cultivation experiences. Yang Kai, Wei Guchang, Dong Xiener, and the others listened attentively and all of them gained a lot. Half a day later, Qian Tong and the others bid farewell and left. Before leaving, Wei Guchang and Dong Xiener told Yang Kai that after they returned, they would enter retreat to break through to the origin returning realm. In Lu Yan's desert, both of them had made some progress, so now was the best time to break through to the origin returning realm. Yang Kai knew that if they hadn't been waiting for news from him, they would have entered retreat long ago. It was precisely because they couldn't determine whether he was dead or alive that they had delayed until now and missed the best opportunity to break through. Yang Kai was well aware of this, but he didn't point it out. Before leaving, Dong Xiener suddenly approached Yang Kai mysteriously and whispered, "Brother Yang, elder sister Dai Yuan has sent me many messages over the past 6 months asking about your situation, but unfortunately, you never showed up, so I couldn't tell her the exact news. Now that you've returned safely, I believe elder sister Dai Yuan will feel much more at ease." Dai Yuan. Yang Kai froze as an ugly face appeared in front of him, causing his expression to become extremely strange. Why was she so concerned about him? Although they hadn't known each other for a long time, Yang Kai felt that with Dai Yuan's personality, it was impossible for her to care about him so much for no reason. Moreover, when they parted ways in the 4th layer, Dai Yuan seemed to have said something that was quite intriguing. She said that she would pay him a visit to thank him in the future, so it seemed that she wasn't just saying it casually. Just as Yang Kai was thinking about this, Wei Guchang chuckled meaningfully, obviously misunderstanding something and thinking that something had happened between Yang Kai and Dai Yuan in Lu Yan's desert. Yang Kai didn't bother to explain. Not to mention that there really was nothing between him and Dai Yuan. Even if Dai Yuan was a beautiful woman, Yang Kai wouldn't be tempted. He had seen many beautiful women, and since entering Lu Yan's territory, he had always been thinking about the other two beauties in his heart, so how could he be in the mood to flirt with other women? Dong Xiener suddenly bit her lip and whispered, "Actually, elder sister Dai Yuan isn't what you think she is." After saying this, Dong Xiener quickly caught up with Wei Guchang and left with him. Yang Kai was left standing in place, completely confused. He had no idea what Dong Xiener was trying to say. After a moment of confusion, Yang Kai shook his head and returned to his stone room. Chapter 1262. Over the course of half a year, the two artifact spirits fought more than a dozen times, ending in a draw almost every time. Yang Kai naturally didn't bother to take care of them and never intervened in their battles. In the end, the two little creatures even began to appreciate each other and would sometimes gather together to discuss something mysteriously. During this half a year, in addition to consolidating his second-order Saint King cultivation and refining the artifact refining furnace, Yang Kai had also refined the dragon bone and dragon bead slightly. Now, both the dragon bone and dragon bead had been placed into the artifact refining furnace while the artifact refining furnace had been taken into Yang Kai's body. As a result, even if Yang Kai didn't deliberately refine them, the artifact spirit could use the Saint Qi in Yang Kai's body to stimulate the artifact refining furnace while using its own pure fire attribute energy to continuously refine the dragon bone and dragon bead. However, these two things were truly worthy of being materials from a true dragon. The artifact spirit had been refining them for 2 months but hadn't seen much change. The only difference was that they were slightly contaminated with Yang Kai's aura, but they couldn't be used by the artifact spirit. It seemed that it would take at least 3 to 5 years to completely refine them, unless Yang Kai specifically took the time to stimulate the power of the artifact refining furnace to speed up the process. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry though and took this opportunity to study the Demon Blood Thread secret art given to him by Demon Blood Temple disciple Deng Ning. Originally, Yang Kai had only wanted this secret technique to use as an excuse to deal with Yi Yang Rong while also ensuring that Deng Ning wouldn't betray him. However, after returning to Dragon Cave Mountain for a month, Yang Kai discovered that this Demon Blood Thread secret technique was extremely profound and was very suitable for him to cultivate. This came as a great surprise to Yang Kai. Demon Blood Temple was an extremely evil force that had many bad blood relationships with many of the great forces on Shadowed Star. On top of that, there would be a small internal strife every 5 years and a major one every 10 years. The reason why it had not been completely destroyed was mostly because of this Demon Blood Thread secret technique. The foreign elders and protectors of Demon Blood Temple had all cultivated this secret technique and were able to use it in battle, making it extremely difficult to defend against. As such, most people didn't bother to find trouble with them. As long as Demon Blood Temple didn't do anything that would incur the wrath of the heavens, there was no need to worry about its destruction. If one wanted to cultivate this secret art, one needed to use one's own blood essence as a foundation. Every cultivator's blood essence was extremely precious, and once used, it would cause severe damage to one's yuan qi. It could be said that using a single drop of golden blood would cause a cultivator to recuperate for several months to several years. However, in Demon Blood Temple, there was another secret art that complemented the Demon Blood Thread secret art and allowed its disciples to use their blood essence as a foundation to cultivate this Demon Blood Thread secret art without suffering any serious damage. Once one successfully cultivated this secret art and used it against an enemy, their combat power would soar. Because it was refined from one's own blood essence, it was much easier to use than any other artifact. The Demon Blood Thread was also known as an artifact that wasn't an artifact. Blood essence was also precious to Yang Kai and he didn't dare use it casually, but he had an endless supply of golden blood. On top of that, golden blood contained an unimaginable amount of vitality, making it the best foundation for cultivating the Demon Blood Thread secret art. When Yang Kai discovered this, he was overjoyed, but before that, he had been considering the pros and cons of cultivating the Demon Blood Thread secret art. It wasn't until some time ago that he finally decided to begin cultivating it. Because the more blood essence one used to cultivate this secret art, the more demon blood threads one could cultivate, and the more powerful it would be. This secret art was simply tailor-made for Yang Kai. How could he miss out on such an opportunity? Currently, when Yang Kai fought, he mostly relied on the Nine Heavens' divine skills as well as his own comprehension of Saint Qi, so he lacked some flexibility. If he could cultivate this demon blood thread secret art, he would be able to make up for this shortcoming. If Yang Kai cultivated this secret art, he would have another huge advantage, and that was that the demon blood threads he cultivated would be more powerful than those of Demon Blood Temple's disciples because the foundation of this secret art was blood essence. The more powerful one's blood essence was, the more terrifying the demon blood threads would be. During this half-year retreat, Yang Kai had spent most of his time cultivating the demon blood thread's secret art. Now, he was showing some signs of minor accomplishment. Inside the cave mansion, Yang Kai's thoughts flashed as an imperceptible golden light appeared at the tip of his finger. This golden light was like a silk thread, several dozen meters long, and under the control of Yang Kai's divine sense, it moved back and forth nimbly, giving off a whooshing sound as if it was capable of cutting through space itself, as if he was holding an invisible golden whip in his hand. After testing the power of this demon blood thread secret art, Yang Kai was quite satisfied. After all, this was something he had obtained by consuming a drop of golden blood. Moreover, he hadn't even fully cultivated it, yet it already possessed such power. If he fully cultivated it, its power would definitely increase significantly. This was just a single demon blood thread. If he cultivated several dozen of them, Yang Kai could hardly imagine how much trouble they would bring to his enemies. The senior who created the demon blood thread secret art was truly a heaven-sent genius, actually thinking of using his own blood essence to cultivate this artifact that wasn't really an artifact. However, even he could not have anticipated that there would be someone like Yang Kai in this world who could use countless drops of golden blood. Given enough time, Yang Kai would definitely be able to carry forward the demon blood thread secret art he created. However, now, this thing could no longer be called a demon blood thread. It was more appropriate to call it a golden blood thread. Yang Kai grinned, took back the golden blood thread into his body, and continued to cultivate. Chapter 1263. Considering all this, Yang Kai said apologetically, I've wronged you these past few years. When I brought you out of that mysterious small world, I promised you that one day I would find a place for you to settle down, but after all these years, I've been running around and haven't been able to find a place to settle down. Hearing this, the divine tree waved its two palms and waved them off. I know, you don't need to worry about it. Yang Kai nodded gently before suddenly grinning, but now I finally have a place to settle down. If you want, you can come out for a while. When I leave here in the future, I'll take you with me. Of course, that's up to you. The divine tree stopped and a look of joy appeared on its subtle face as it asked, Can we go out now? It seemed that because it had been placed in the black book space for so long, it missed the sunlight outside. Yang Kai nodded firmly. Then let's go out. When you leave here, I'll go with you. After finishing his discussion, Yang Kai immediately walked out of the cave mansion. The outside was quiet as the several dozen Haiku family disciples seemed to be in a state of cultivation. Even Changqi and Haoan were nowhere to be seen. Only the few cultivators responsible for monitoring Dragon Cave Mountain's movements were still active. Seeing Yang Kai come out of seclusion, these people's expressions became solemn and they quickly walked over to greet him. Although they had followed Wu Yi out of the Haiku family, they all knew who was in charge of this place. Where's Yang Inflammation? Yang Kai looked around but couldn't find any trace of Yang Inflammation. Even after using his divine sense, Yang Kai couldn't find Yang Inflammation's aura. Wu Yi was also not here. Yang Inflammation and Young Lady went to Black Sea City together. One of the cultivators who seemed to be very smart quickly replied. Black Sea City? Which great force is that? Why did they go there? Yang Kai was stunned. Black Sea City is under the jurisdiction of Clear Sky Sect. They went there to participate in Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction. Another auction. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Seeing his puzzled look, the cultivator hurriedly explained. After listening to his explanation, Yang Kai understood. It seemed to be because Yang Kai had taken out a lot of good things at the auction last time. Yen Pei of Treasure Trove Pavilion remembered this, so before the auction this time, he specially asked Qian Tong to send over an invitation. Dragon Cave Mountain just happened to be lacking saint crystals to purchase materials, so Yang Yen brought a few artifacts he had refined to the auction. Prepare to raise some funds. After learning about this, Kai Yang furrowed his brow. The speed at which Yang Inflammation was spending saint crystals was simply too fast. The several million saint crystals and materials Yang Kai had brought back last time must have been used up by her. Yang Kai wasn't frowning because of her extravagant spending. No matter how much saint crystals and materials Yang Yen consumed, he was still arranging a protective barrier for Dragon Cave Mountain. What Yang Kai cared about was that auctioning things to raise saint crystals was not a long-term solution. Yang Inflammation could take out the artifacts he refined to auction once or twice to allow the funds to flow, but if this continued, something would definitely happen. What's more, the pills he refined couldn't be auctioned for a long time. After all, Dragon Cave Mountain was not under the protection of any great force. Although Shadow Moon Hall had a good relationship with Dragon Cave Mountain, that was only because Qian Tong was in charge. There was no guarantee that someone from Shadow Moon Hall would keep an eye on Dragon Cave Mountain. If too many high-grade artifacts and pills were to flow out from here, it would definitely attract the attention of those with ill intentions. Calling over the Haiku family cultivator, Yang Kai told them to take good care of the divine tree. When Yang Yen and Wu Yi returned, Yang Kai told them about the divine tree's existence. Presumably, they would take good care of it. After doing all this, Yang Kai entered secluded retreat again. Yang Kai didn't know if it was because his luck was unstoppable, but a month after the divine tree's evolution, the profound insect stone that Yang Kai had placed in his stone room began to move. All the soul-devouring insects had awakened and the huge profound insect stone had been consumed. After awakening, the soul-devouring insects seemed to have been fully nourished and had grown greatly. It could be described as a double blessing. Chapter 1266. Yang Kai had heard of some people who could smell a woman's fragrance, but he had never heard of anyone who could smell the medicinal and pill fragrances of others. On top of that, what Dai Yuan just said was true. More than half a year ago, Yang Kai really did refine origin condensing pills and blood jasmine pills. Of course, there were also some other pills that Dai Yuan had refined, but perhaps because the pill fragrances had dissipated too long ago, Dai Yuan couldn't smell them or simply didn't mention them. This special ability surprised Yang Kai greatly. Of course, based on this alone, I can't judge that junior brother Yang is an origin-grade alchemist. It is also possible that there is such a powerful master here and junior brother Yang has been around him for a long time, allowing him to emit a pill fragrance. However, Dai Yuan smiled mysteriously. Since I came here a month ago, I have found that there seems to be no such master here. Moreover, The healing pills you gave to the disciples of Shadow Moon Hall and me in Lu Yan's desert were clearly freshly refined pills, so Dai Yuan boldly guessed that junior brother Yang was the alchemist. Each of those pills was of extraordinary quality, so the level of the person who refined them was obviously not low. Yang Kai didn't deny it this time. Dai Yuan having such a strange ability was useless even if he denied it, but at the same time, Yang Kai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, only Dai Yuan had such an ability. It was impossible for others to infer that Yang Kai was an origin-grade alchemist from this information. Dai Yuan also seemed to be a trustworthy person, so Yang Kai wasn't worried that she would betray him. Considering all this, Yang Kai's heart calmed down slightly and he smiled warmly. Sister Dai Yuan must first confirm this Yang's identity as an alchemist. Could it be that you want me to help you with alchemy? He could only make such a guess. And if this was the case, everything could be explained. However, Dai Yuan slowly shook her head. It's not alchemy, but it is indeed related to alchemy, otherwise I would not have come here. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Although I don't know what you want me to do, on Shadowed Star, there should be more than one person who can help you. I won't lie to Sister Dai Yuan, I am just an origin-grade low-rank alchemist. Your status in Colored Glass Sect doesn't seem to be low, so is there no origin-grade alchemist in Colored Glass Sect? And even if the Colored Glass Sect didn't have it, couldn't he ask the Grandmasters of Medicine Pill Sect to take action? Every one of them has attainments in alchemy that I can't compare to. Yang Kai also learned about it last time. Medicine Pill Sect had 5 origin-grade alchemists, each of whom was highly respected. What's more, Colored Glass Sect was a huge sect. It was impossible for there not to be an alchemist of this level. At the very least, there would be one. But she actually went so far for what was close at hand. Running all the way to Dragon Cave Mountain to find him made Yang Kai feel quite strange. If I could, why would I embarrass junior brother Yang? Dai Yuan smiled bitterly. There is indeed a Grandmaster Shao in the sect who is an origin-grade alchemist, but Dai Yuan really has some difficulties and cannot ask Grandmaster Shao to take action. Grandmaster Shao. Yang Kai raised his brow as a kind face appeared in his mind, recalling Shao Fusheng from Medicine King's Valley. Yang Kai hadn't expected this alchemist from Colored Glass Sect to also be surnamed Shao. As for the seniors of Medicine Pill Sect, Dai Yuan frowned. 4 of them have the same reasons as Grandmaster Shao, so it is inconvenient for me to ask them. The last one is a suitable candidate, but unfortunately, the price to pay is too great. Dai Yuan does not have the ability to do so. Yang Kai looked at her in amazement. Yang Kai nodded gently, expressing satisfaction, but his expression suddenly became serious as he reprimanded, "What a disgrace. Don't do such a despicable thing again. If someone sees through it, I'd like to see how you'll clean up the mess." Yang Yan and Wu Yi glanced at each other and couldn't help sticking out their tongues. Yang Kai quickly changed the subject and said, "But since you've already eavesdropped, you should understand that I won't agree to such a thing. Why do you seem to have different opinions?" Chapter 1267. Yang Kai was full of suspicions. According to Wu Yi, Dai Yuan had closed herself up in seclusion since coming here. Even if Wu Yi had taken the initiative to visit her a few times, they hadn't had much interaction. However, as soon as he returned, Yang Yan had immediately asked him for an answer. Obviously, she was very concerned about this matter. Yang Kai couldn't help wondering if she wanted him to go to Colored Glass Sect. These 2 women in front of him had no friendship with Dai Yuan, so there was no need for them to speak up for her, right? Yang Yan heard this and nodded without hesitation. "If possible, I naturally want you to agree to her request." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and stared at Yang Yen for a moment before faintly asking, "Speak your mind, you shouldn't be so sympathetic. What are you scheming?" Yang Yen smiled mysteriously. "It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say I'm scheming. But let's talk about the gains and losses of agreeing to her request first. She said that what she wants you to do will only take 3 days at most, and it should be within your ability. If what she said is true, then no matter what it is, it shouldn't be difficult for you. The only trouble is that you will have to make a trip to Colored Glass Sect." Yang Kai nodded lightly and didn't interrupt, motioning for her to continue. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't show any disgust, Yang Yan's spirit shook and she continued, "Let's not consider her offer of a reward for the time being. With your current net worth, I'm afraid the reward she offers you won't even enter your eyes. And, so helping her with this favor won't bring me any benefits. Moreover, running to someone else's sect isn't appropriate. If Dai Yuan's status was the same as Yin Su Dai's, it wouldn't be a big deal. But from what I can see, she doesn't seem to be very favored in Colored Glass Sect." Yang Kai frowned slightly. Yang Yen smiled. "About her, I was curious before, so I inquired about her with Wu Yi. Can you guess what we learned?" "What?" Yang Kai looked up at them. This time, Wu Yi spoke up. "As you guessed, this Dai Yuan really wasn't very favored in Colored Glass Sect, but that only happened in the last decade or so. Do you know who the most outstanding and famous disciple of Colored Glass Sect was? Dai Yuan? That's right. In the past, in Colored Glass Sect, Dai Yuan had suppressed Yin Su Dai, but for some reason, Yin Su Dai had been suppressed. Dai Yuan suddenly disappeared from the sight of Colored Glass Sect's upper echelons. Instead, Yin Su Dai had replaced her, which was why Yin Su Dai was able to become the representative of Colored Glass Sect's younger generation and make a name for herself. What exactly had happened in there? We don't know. However, the elders of Colored Glass Sect seemed to have a love-hate relationship with Dai Yuan. The cultivation resources and accommodation provided to her were not inferior to Yin Su Dai's, but there was no deliberate effort to cultivate her. It's a strange feeling. It really is strange. Yang Kai was also puzzled. He had never fought with Yin Su Dai, but he had seen Dai Yuan fight before. He felt that Dai Yuan was a very strong Saint King realm cultivator. Although she had been bullied by a cultivator from Heaven Battling Union in the Lu Yen Desert, that was only because she was angry and had acted recklessly. If it had been a real fight, Dai Yuan wouldn't have been afraid of that person. However, there was still a certain gap between her and Chu Chang Feng, Fang Tianzhong, and Wei Guchang, something Yang Kai could also see. If I help her, what can I gain or lose? I don't think I'll gain anything, but I also won't lose anything. Yang Kai shot Yang Yun a strange look. Wu Yi giggled. As long as you won't lose anything, that's enough. As for what you'll gain. Heh, selling her a favor will be a small gain. Who knows if you'll violate some taboo, and in the future you'll never be able to stand out in the sect, understood? Understood, the other four all nodded, showing looks of enlightenment on their faces. But Martial Ant Dai Yuan actually inviting a guest back is quite strange, the leading cultivator muttered to himself as he shook his head in confusion. One had to know that the one who lived on Thousand Illusion Peak never left the sect and rarely had any contact with others, let alone any sect disciple who was close to her, especially a male. For such a person to actually bring a male friend back, it was naturally suspicious. However, this was just a random thought. This kind of thing wasn't something he could ask too much about. He was just going to wait for the elders to ask about what had just happened and tell them the truth, then everything would be fine. Thinking so, he waved his hand and continued leading the other 4 cultivators to patrol the area. Chapter 1270. In front of him was a strange hill that was more than 600 feet tall. It was completely gray and barren, without a single blade of grass or tree, as if it was completely made up of gray rocks. This mountain was located in a valley surrounded by several other taller peaks. At first glance, this mountain didn't seem to have anything special about it, but when Yang Kai swept it with his divine sense, he was shocked to find that it was like a clay ox entering the sea, never to return. It was as if this mountain didn't exist at all and he couldn't detect it with his divine sense. Not only that, but there was also an extremely strange power coming from inside this mountain that seemed to be trying to pull at his soul, giving him a terrifying feeling of being swallowed whole. So after releasing his divine sense for a moment, Yang Kai immediately withdrew it. Now, the 3 of them were standing a few thousand meters away from this mountain, staring at Colored Glass Sect's most precious treasure. "This is your noble sect's Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain?" Yang Kai asked, his eyes flashing a strange light. "And, this is Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain." "Huh, I've let Brother Yang see a joke." Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain's reputation is indeed resounding, but most of the time, it looks like this, very inconspicuous and not consistent with the rumors. So many guests who come here often feel that its reputation is not as good as its reputation. Dai Yuan smiled lightly and explained softly. "Most of the time?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Thousand Illusion Colored Glass itself has an unpredictable and mysterious ability. What we see now is probably just one of its forms. Yang Yenyun, who had not spoken until now, suddenly interjected. Dai Yuan looked at her in surprise and nodded. "It seems that Sister Yang Yen knows a lot about our Colored Glass Mountain. And, this inconspicuous state is indeed just one of its forms. Sometimes, it will release a myriad of lights on its own, making this mountain look like something that doesn't belong in this world. It's extremely beautiful and sometimes it will even change its size, making it very strange. So there's such a thing." Yang Kai suddenly became interested. The corners of Yang Yun's mouth twitched indifferently. He didn't explain much, but casually said, "The spirit array you set up here is quite amazing. It has the effect of suppressing chalk pressure, right?" Dai Yuan heard this and gently nodded, "And, it does have a suppressing effect. Although Colored Glass Mountain is located in our Colored Glass sect, we can't do anything about it, so we can only suppress it here. Otherwise, with its strange ability to transform, it might transform into something else and cause us to lose it." Saying so, Dai Yuan smiled and said, "Good, we can't stay here any longer. The several martial uncles guarding Colored Glass Mountain have already discovered us. If we stay here any longer, they may come up to question us. Let's go." Yang Kai also felt it. Since the 3 of them arrived here, several divine senses belonging to Origin returning realm masters had swept over them from different directions, but these divine senses were only probing for a brief moment and did not take any further action. As such, Yang Kai wasn't surprised. Dai Yuan turned around and flew off in a certain direction, Yang Kai and Yang Yenyun following closely behind. The 2 exchanged a glance, Yang Yen nodding lightly while Yang Kai shot a look of understanding. It seemed that the spirit array here wouldn't be able to stop the stone mongoose's invasion. As long as they reached Dai Yuan's Thousand Illusion Peak and found an opportunity to release the stone mongoose, they could just sit back and wait for the harvest to come. Although Yang Kai didn't understand what Yang Yen wanted the Thousand Illusion colored glass to refine or what was so amazing about it, seeing how colored glass sect treated this strange hill so seriously, how could Yang Kai not understand its value? Along the way, they encountered many colored glass sect disciples, but Yang Kai found one very strange thing. When these colored glass sect disciples saw Dai Yuan, they all showed very complex expressions. Some were filled with dread, some were frightened, some were sympathetic, and so on. What's more, almost every colored glass sect disciple recognized Dai Yuan. This made Yang Kai very concerned. After all, according to Dai Yuan's personality, she rarely interacted with others, yet her name was so resounding in colored glass sect. Inferring from the expressions of these people, Yang Kai secretly felt that Dai Yuan had some kind of story in colored glass sect. Following Dai Yuan, Yang Kai flew through the Grand Crystal Mountain range for about half an hour before the three of them arrived at a mountain peak in the distance. Seeing this 1,000-meter-tall mountain peak in the distance, Dai Yuan's tense expression finally relaxed, as if she had just returned home. Enthusiastically pointing to the mountain peak, she introduced it to Yang Kai. That is the 1,000 Illusion Peak I live in. It's a simple and crude place, so I hope junior brother Yang and sister Yang Yen don't mind. Sister Dai Yuan is too polite. Yang Kai laughed and flew towards the mountain peak with her. Before arriving at the peak, Yang Kai swept the area with his divine sense and was surprised to find that there was no one here. It seemed that Dai Yuan was the only one living in this 1,000 Illusion Peak, not even a single maidservant. Not long after, the three of them landed on a plank road halfway up 1,000 Illusion Peak. This plank road was extremely narrow, allowing only one person to pass through at a time. Moreover, it was built close to the mountain wall and looked very unstable. As one walked on it, the plank road swayed slightly, as if it could collapse at any time. Of course, Yang Kai and Yang Yen didn't care about this and simply enjoyed the scenery as they walked. It had to be said that although this 1,000 Illusion Peak was located in a remote location, the scenery was indeed quite good. Everywhere, there were birds chirping, flowers blooming, and the temperature was moderate. On top of that, the world energy here wasn't thin, even slightly better than Dragon Cave Mountain. If such a place could only be considered above average in colored glass sect, what kind of scenery would the best mountain peak be like? Yang Kai also remembered the ancient sect ruins in the fourth layer of the Lu Yen sand field. Presumably, the world energy there would be even richer, right? The plank road wasn't long and after a short while, the three of them arrived at the end of the road. At the end of the road was a stone wall. This stone wall was smooth without the slightest bump, as if it had been carved open by some kind of sharp weapon. Her eyes swept over Yang Kai for a moment before immediately turning to Dai Yuan and saying, "Senior sister, you're back?" Dai Yuan didn't give her any good looks though, still wearing a sullen expression as she asked, "Why are you here? Why can't I come?" In Su Dai covered her mouth and giggled. Although this is 1,000 Illusion Peak, it is also the sect's property. As the most outstanding core disciple of this generation of the sect, with the exception of a few restricted areas, I can naturally go anywhere. Moreover, when junior sister heard that senior sister had returned, junior sister immediately ran over to greet you, fearing that junior sister would be unhappy. Could it be that senior sister wants to blame junior sister? As she spoke, an extremely aggrieved expression appeared on her face. It really made people feel pity for her and their hearts ache. It was as if even if she had done something extremely wrong, it was difficult and even more unbearable to hold her accountable. didn't she not see through it? Yang Kai chuckled. Thank you. Dai Yuan suddenly showed a look of gratitude and sincerely thanked him. She knew that if it weren't for Yang Kai not being able to stand watching Yin Su Dai humiliate her, he wouldn't have done such a thing. Yang Kai waved his hand and snorted, "No need, she attacked me first, I was just fighting back." The grievances of other senior sisters, Yang Kai was too lazy to intervene. This time, his main purpose for coming here was to obtain Thousand Illusion-colored glass mountain. Helping Dai Yuan was just a pretense, but Yin Su Dai had recklessly used her seduction technique on him. If this weren't colored glass sect, Yang Kai wouldn't have let her off so easily. Although he didn't know much about the star field, he was still someone who had come from the outside world, so his understanding of Shadowed Star was much deeper than the people here, so it wasn't a problem for him to talk about these things. Dai Yuan didn't ask any more questions and instead arranged for Yang Kai to rest in a room next to the stone room before asking Yang Kai to rest for a few days while she went to pay her respects to her honored master. After all, when she left Colored Glass Sect last time, she didn't tell anyone, and just now Yin Su Dai had come to inform her that her honored master wanted to see her, so she naturally couldn't keep her honored master waiting. Yang Kai waved his hand and let her go. After a while, Dai Yuan left Thousand Illusion Peak and turned into a blue streak of light, disappearing into the Grand Crystal Mountain Range. After Dai Yuan left, Yang Kai opened his eyes from meditation, a light flashing across them as a sly look appeared on his face. With a wave of his hand, a figure appeared in front of him. It was the stone mongoose, standing there and looking at Yang Kai innocently, seemingly waiting for his instructions. "Do you know what you're going to do?" Yang Kai asked. The stone mongoose tilted its head and thought for a moment before nodding. "Good, I'll tell you the location. Remember, if there's any danger or if you're discovered, return immediately and don't alarm anyone." Yang Kai carefully exhorted before stretching out his finger and touching the stone mongoose's forehead. A green light appeared on his fingertip and entered the stone mongoose's head. This green light contained a strand of Yang Kai's divine sense and clearly contained the location of Thousand Illusion-colored glass mountain. Since Thousand Illusion-colored glass mountain was the supreme treasure of colored glass sect, the spirit arrays protecting it would definitely be extremely powerful. Although Yang Kai was confident in the stone mongoose's safety, there was always a possibility, which was why he had warned it so seriously. He didn't want to lose a partner like the stone mongoose just because he stole a bit of Thousand Illusion-colored glass. Since the stone mongoose was born, it had always been conscientious and diligent, a role model for hardworking people. Where else could he find such a good assistant? After the green light containing Yang Kai's divine sense entered the stone mongoose's head, it quickly disappeared. The stone mongoose stood in place in a daze, seemingly digesting the information contained in the divine sense. After a while, its eyes rolled around and it silently shook its body, causing a small hole to appear in the ground and the stone mongoose to disappear. By the time Yang Kai noticed it, it was already 1,000 meters underground, and after pausing for a moment, it flew off in the direction of the Thousand Illusion-colored glass mountain at a high speed. The stone mongoose was born with a special ability, so the earth could not hinder its movements. After releasing the stone mongoose, Yang Kai immediately stretched out his hand and smoothed out the small hole in the ground, making it impossible to see anything wrong with it from the outside. Only then did he return to meditating. Speaking of which, Yang Kai still didn't know why Dai Yuan had invited him here, but with Dai Yuan's personality, she probably wouldn't ask him to do anything too difficult. If there really was something difficult, Yang Kai could refuse. In any case, his main purpose for coming here had been achieved, all he needed to do now was wait for the stone mongoose to return. After understanding this, Yang Kai immediately settled down. For 3 days, Yang Kai didn't see any trace of Dai Yuan. On the other hand, Yang Inflammation appeared like a ghost, her beautiful eyes flashing with excitement, seemingly having gained a lot from studying the natural spirit array outside. Yang Kai didn't ask too much because even if he did, he wouldn't understand, so he simply ignored her. Dai Yuan still hadn't returned, so Yang Inflammation went to a nearby room to rest. After waiting for another 2 days in Thousand Illusion Peak, Yang Kai suddenly saw Dai Yuan appear. However, what made Yang Kai feel strange was that Dai Yuan seemed to be very tired, her expression somewhat sluggish, and her eyes were red and swollen, obviously the result of crying. Even though she was forcing herself to smile, it was impossible to erase the sadness hidden in her brow. Yang Kai didn't know what had happened to her that caused her to become like this, but he could imagine that it had something to do with her honored master. After all, Dai Yuan had gone to see her honored master and returned 5 days later, yet she had undergone such a drastic change. Detoxify? Yang Kai raised his brow, a look of surprise appearing on his face. Sister Dai Yuan is poisoned? I really can't tell what kind of poison Sister Dai Yuan is suffering from, but if it is convenient, please tell me, perhaps I will know how to refine that detoxification pill. There is no detoxification pill for my poison. Dai Yuan heard this and shook her head with a wry smile. Oh? Yang Kai suddenly became interested. When Dai Yuan had invited him to Dragon Cave Mountain, she had indeed said that her request was related to alchemy, and now that she was talking about detoxification, that was indeed the case. However, Dai Yuan saying that there was no detoxification pill for her poison meant that this poison was definitely extraordinary, so Yang Kai naturally paid some attention to it. Perhaps it was because he was an alchemist, but as long as it was related to herbs and pills, Yang Kai wanted to learn more about them. What I'm suffering from is thousand illusion-colored glass. Dai Yuan's words were shocking, her expression serious, without the slightest hint of a joke. Thousand illusion-colored glass. Yang Kai was stunned. Isn't thousand illusion-colored glass your noble sect's supreme treasure? Furthermore, I've heard that it's a peculiar refining material that doesn't possess any toxicity. How did you get poisoned by this thing, and how did you get infected? Yang Kai was extremely curious because what Dai Yuan was saying was simply too incredible. Although he didn't know much about thousand illusion-colored glass, he knew that this artifact refining material wasn't poisonous. Thousand illusion-colored glass really isn't poisonous. Dai Yuan smiled bitterly after hearing this, reaching out and brushing her hair behind her ear as she asked in a low voice, "But what if I swallowed it raw?" Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he stared straight at Dai Yuan, his eyes narrowing. "Junior brother Yang doesn't need to doubt me, I really did swallow thousand illusion-colored glass raw and have been doing so for many years now. Ever since I entered the Saint Realm, I have been taking it." Dai Yuan smiled lightly. How could such a thing happen? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. This woman had actually swallowed an artifact refining material. Wasn't that the same as courting death? Who in their right mind would take such a thing? Even if she didn't want to live, she wouldn't do such a thing. Naturally, there is a reason why I took it. Dai Yuan seemed to know that Yang Kai would have such a reaction, so she wasn't surprised at all, because the secret art I cultivate is called the Thousand Illusion-Colored Glass Art. This secret art was created by my Colored Glass sect's ancestral founder based on Colored Glass Mountain. Almost every generation of Colored Glass sect's disciple must cultivate this secret art, and this generation's person is me. In order to cultivate this secret art, one must take thousand illusion-colored glass. Heh, such a strange secret art, it doesn't seem to be anything good, Yang Kai laughed sarcastically. But for the sect, this secret art is indispensable. I am deeply grateful to her for her help, but unfortunately, by the time she came up with this method, the poison had already penetrated her body and she was unable to resolve it herself, Dai Yuan explained with a gloomy expression. Is this method useful to me? Yang Kai asked. It requires the assistance of an origin-grade alchemist, and this alchemist must also be skilled and have perfect control over the fusion of various medicinal efficacies. From what I can see, the pills junior brother Yang has refined before are all the best of the best, a few of them even nearly forming pill veins. I think this requirement is absolutely not a problem for you. After cultivating the 1,000 illusion-colored glass art, depending on how much 1,000 illusion-colored glass one's body absorbs, one's cultivation will grow accordingly. At most, I can only delay it for half a year. After half a year, whether I am willing or not, I will have to break through to the origin-returning realm. If I succeed, I will have a glimmer of hope, but if I fail, with my current cultivation, I won't be able to suppress the colored glass poison and will die. Although directly taking the blood-invigorating mushroom will greatly reduce its medicinal efficacies, which is a waste of heaven's precious treasures, this is all I can do for now. Is there no other way? Yang Kai frowned. No. Dai Yuan smiled gently. Many thanks for junior brother Yang's concern, but since I have decided to do this, I have already mentally prepared myself. Regardless of whether this time's detoxification is successful or not, at least I have tried my best. Compared to the previous senior who lived here and the previous elders who cultivated the 1,000 illusion-colored glass art, Dai Yuan will not complain. Yang Kai sighed softly and no longer tried to dissuade her, instead nodding and saying, since you've made up your mind, then so be it. If you need my help, I will do my best. Hearing this, Dai Yuan was overjoyed and thanked him gratefully. Many thanks, junior brother Yang. Now, I will tell you how to help me detoxify. Listen carefully. Once the process begins, I may not have much energy to instruct you. Immediately, Dai Yuan began explaining the detoxification method and various other details. Of course, these methods and details were all thought up by the senior from Colored Glass sect and perfected during her lifetime, so Yang Kai didn't think there was anything wrong with them and instead felt a great deal of admiration towards this senior from Colored Glass sect. However, while explaining these details and methods, Dai Yuan's face blushed and her eyes became watery. Her voice was low and restless, and even though her appearance wasn't that great, the shyness and flirtatious look in her eyes only added to her charm. Yang Kai finally understood why Dai Yuan hadn't been willing to tell him the details before. It turned out that this detoxification method actually required some intimate physical contact. It was no wonder Dai Yuan's face was flushed red when she explained the detoxification method. Any woman facing a man and telling him when to condense the medicinal efficacies on certain parts of their body would have the same expression. After all, if they really did this, it was inevitable that some awkward situations would occur. Although Yang Kai had never met Grandmaster Shao from Colored Glass sect, he was certain that the other party should be an old man, otherwise, Dai Yuan wouldn't have said it was inconvenient. Of the 5 Grandmasters from Medicine Pill sect, 4 of them were also old men and only one was an old woman. Compared to facing these old men, Dai Yuan would definitely choose Yang Kai. Yang Kai was a heroic and extraordinary young man, so Dai Yuan's sense of rejection was slightly weaker. Of course, if she could, she would rather choose the old woman from Medicine Pill sect. After all, both of them were women, so there wasn't such a taboo. But she couldn't afford to pay such a big price. Yang Kai thought secretly, guessing the hesitation and scruples in Dai Yuan's heart. On top of that, she was an alchemist herself, so she was probably preparing for the detoxification. Unfortunately, she didn't have much time to mature in the alchemic way and was currently just a Saint King grade alchemist, so she wasn't of much use. Dai Yuan explained shyly, but Yang Kai remained indifferent, not showing any superfluous expression, simply listening attentively, not wanting to miss a single detail. Seeing Yang Kai's performance, Dai Yuan also gradually relaxed.